I'm Zig Ziglar, and I'm in a studio sharing with you a couple of thoughts before we go to the live audience. To begin with, this program is literally for everyone, whether you're a mechanic or a physician, whether you're a college professor or a kindergarten student. The information is something that you will benefit from. Let me say simply that this series is about hope. Alfred Adler said that hope is the foundational quality of all change. It's my conviction that encouragement is the fuel of that hope. And so this entire series is designed to encourage and inform. Now, with this in mind, I encourage you to let the entire family, and for that matter, the people you work with, listen to this regardless of their age and regardless of what they do. Countless adults have shared with me that these concepts have had a dramatic influence in their lives. One last thought before we go to the live audience. When this presentation is over and you hear the applause, don't turn it off, because after that I'm going to share with you one of the most encouraging stories that you will ever hear. It's about a person who had no reason to have hope, and then one day something happened. You will love it. Now, let's go to that live audience. In the first 77 seconds of this presentation, I will give you an idea which you will agree is absolutely significant. In the first 12 minutes, I will give you 4 concepts that, if you will apply them, will make a difference in your life. As I present them to you, you're going to be thinking to yourself, I like that, I'm going to remember it. But the reality is, when I finish this presentation, virtually none of you who are listening to this could give all 4 of them back to me. And that's the reason we will encourage you to listen over and over and over, because repetition is the mother of learning. That makes it the father of action. That means it's the architect of accomplishment. Now, let's start with this. How many of you have ever either heard me before, or else this will be your first time? Could I see your hands, please? All right. Now, the second question is kind of tricky, so stay with me. How many of you honestly and sincerely believe, as a matter of fact, you're totally convinced beyond any doubt, there's something you can specifically do in the next 2 weeks that would make your personal life, your family life, and your business life all worse? May I see your hands in the live audience, okay? You probably know the next question then. How many of you believe there's something you can specifically do that will make all of them better? Okay? Now, as you listen to this on tape, I hope you're responding to me as well. How many of you believe that the choice is yours? Can I see your hands? How many of you believe that every choice has an end result? May I see your hand? How many of you believe making the right choices is your responsibility? All right. Now, in these seconds that we've been talking, and it's actually a little less than 77 seconds, here's what you have said, whether you realize it or not. You have just said that regardless of how good or bad my past has been, regardless of how good or bad my present is, there's something I can specifically do now that will make my future either better or worse, and the choice is mine. Now, folks, that's profound. I'll always tell you when I've said something profound. And the reason I do is I found out a few years ago that an incredibly high percentage of my audiences do not recognize my profound statements when I make them unless I tell them this is profound. Now, this is going to involve a lot of communications. We had a lady right here in Dallas went down to see her attorney about a divorce. And the lawyer said, "What's the problem?" And she started rambling. He said, "No," said, "be specific." And she said, "Like how?" And he said, "Well, do you have any grounds?" She said, "Oh, yes." Said, "As a matter of fact, we got about 40 acres right out here on the north end of town." He said, "No, that's not what I'm talking about." Said, "Do you have a grudge?" She said, "No, but we've got a really neat little carport there right on the side of the house." And he said, "Woman, we need to make this personal." She said, "Like how?" And he said, "Well, does that man ever beat you up?" She said, "Oh, no." Said, "I'm up every day at least an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours before he even turns over." And he said, well, do you accept any responsibility for the difficulty? And she said, like how? And he said, well, for example, do you ever wake up grouchy? She said, oh, no. Said, I just let him get up on his own, whenever he will. And he said, well, why do you want to divorce a man? And she said, well, the guy just can't communicate. Now, we're going to try to make the communication such that as you listen to this tape, you will have no difficulty understanding exactly what I am talking about. Everything is choice. For example, for 24 years of my adult life, by choice, I weighed well over 200 pounds. Now, the reason I say by choice is simply because I have never accidentally eaten anything. Always a choice. Now, if I choose to eat too much, then I have chosen to weigh too much. You are where you are in many ways because of a series of choices that you have made. Now, I'm the 10th of 12 children. I asked my mom one time, I said, Mom, why so many? And she said, well, son, where do you think I should have stopped? Well, it's for sure I didn't think after number 9. Now, you can absolutely count on that. Let me say something that I think is very important. A few minutes ago, you made the observation that the responsibility was yours to make the right choices. Now, responsibility carries a lot of weight in life. Barbara Tuchman, 2-time Pulitzer Prize winner, said the number one need we have in our society today are people who will accept responsibility. And that is so tremendously true. Most people that I speak to think I'm in my early 30s, but actually I'm 68. Now, what that means is I was raised during the Depression. My dad died when I was 5 years old. There were 6 of us too young to work. Small Mississippi town, Yazoo City. We don't even have a village drunk. We share with a little community, next to us. But it's exciting. About once a month a train comes through town. And I know that doesn't sound like excitement until I explain we don't have tracks there. And then that, that puts it in a different category. It really does. We used to hang a mirror at the end of Main Street, make the town look bigger. Well, anyhow, small Mississippi town. Now, let me say something here. I can tease about my hometown for one very good reason. It's an amazing little town. Former President of the American Medical Association is from Yazoo City. Former President of the American Bar Association from Yazoo City. Former President of the Southern Baptist Convention from Yazoo City. The former editor of Harper's Magazine is from Yazoo City. Former Secretary of Agriculture is from Yazoo City. Chairman of the Republican Party is from Yazoo City. Jerry Clowers is from Yazoo City. Now, I have no idea what happened to the other 3. But, I can tease about my hometown because it has been so productive, and we're going to be using humor throughout because, you see, people learn faster, they learn more, and they remember longer. But the major point I'm making there is we can tease about that little town because of its productivity. People who are confident and productive, they don't mind you kidding them along. Good, clean kidding and humor, I think, very definitely has a place. Now, I don't need to tell you that as a 10th of 12 children, 6 of them being too young to work, heart of the Depression, small Mississippi town, we had a tough time financially in the Depression. Other families had it tough too. But I'm so grateful that for whatever reason, I did not choose to notice what we did not have. What I did notice is what a lot of people did have in that little town. See, even in those times, I noticed some people wore nice clothes. They drove nice cars. They lived in nice houses. They took nice trips. They even had dinner out. Some of them even played golf at the country club. You know what I've noticed in every decade of my life since, and this is the message I really want you to get right here. I've noticed that regardless of the economy, there are some people who don't pay any attention at all to it. As you well know, the media has accurately predicted 27 of the last 2 recessions. Now, there are some people who just don't pay any attention to what other people are doing. For example, I've noticed without exception that in some instances, many instances, when the economy is absolutely magnificent, there are a bunch of folks going broke. I have noticed that in some instances where the economy is absolutely horrible, there are a bunch of folks getting rich. How many of you have noticed exactly the same thing? Now, this is major point number 2. Major point number 1 is you do have a choice. You can do something now about your life, making it either better or worse, and the choice is here. Number 2 is this. It is not what is going on out there. You see, a lot of that you cannot change. There's nothing you can do about Bosnia at this moment personally. There is something you can do about you and your future, and that's what I want to be talking about. It's not what happens out there that makes a difference in your life. It's what goes on between your own 2 ears. Now, that's what makes the difference. Neil Rudenstein's the president of Harvard University, and this is point number 3. His mother is a part-time waitress. His father is a prison guard. See, it's not who your mama and your daddy might have been. It's not what they have done. The question is, what kind of legacy will you leave to your children and your grandchildren? It is what you do. Now, a lot of times we encounter people who have a pity party on a regular basis. They have what we call the plum disease, P-L-O-M. That's poor little old me. And the problem basically with pity parties when they have them is that very few people come, and those who do don't bring presents. Now, let me point out, they did a study of 300 world-class leaders. Now, I'm talking about Roosevelt and Churchill. I'm talking about Martin Luther King and Mahatma Gandhi. I'm talking about Clara Barton and Helen Keller and Mother Teresa, world-class leaders, 300 of them. 75% of them were either raised in poverty, or had been abused as children, or else had some serious physical impairment. But you see, point number 4, they understood it's not what happens to you, it's how you handle what happens to you that is going to make the difference. I think, for example, of the Edsel automobile, which many people recognize as being by far the most profitable motor car that Ford ever built. Now, I know what you listening to this tape are thinking right now. You're thinking to yourself, Ziglar, that sucker was a dog. Well, it cost them a whole lot of money. They stopped production. What do you mean it was the most profitable one? Remember I said a moment ago, it's not what happens to you, it's how you handle it. You see, out of the Edsel came the Mustang. Out of the Mustang came the Taurus. They took the mistake, learned from it, capitalized on it, and look at what happens as a result. It's not what happens to you, it's how you handle it. John Foppe was recognized 2 years ago as one of the top 10 young Americans by the United States Junior Chamber of Commerce. I met John when he was speaking for the Department of Defense up in Colorado Springs. He had admirals and generals, CEOs of the Fortune 500 companies in front of him, 19-year-old young man, and he spoke with confidence and clarity and conviction and power. John had graduated from college 3.5 years, cum laude, working his way partially through. You ought to see John drive a car and scramble eggs and go skiing and paint portraits and do those sort of things. You ought to watch him just eat. You see, John Foppe was born without any arms. But as John said to me one day, he said, Zig, if I had the longest, strongest arms ever put on a human being, he said, there'd still be only so high I could reach, only so much weight I could lift. I don't care how long and tall and strong and big your arms might be. They have a limit. But, Zig, I face more situation every day where I have to use my creative imagination than the average person does in a month's time. And there's no limit to what we can do internally. Now, this message basically is the power of hope. Because if there's hope in the future, there is literally power in the present. My objective in these recordings is basically to share with you how you can get more of the things that money will buy and all of the things that money won't buy. Money is important. There are some people, who literally are struggling for survival. Part of our objective is to help those people, and all of us, at least in one or two instances in our life, have been in that situation where if we had a flat tire, it was a financial disaster. If we spilled something on a dress or tore a suit or something, it really represented difficulty. We would run out of gas on the highway. I mean, these people are struggling for survival. We want to share with you as we go along how to move from survival to stability. And then how do you move from stability to success? And then how do you move from success to significance? Money's important. Now, don't misunderstand. It's not everything, but it rates reasonably close to oxygen. I mean, it's got to be in the picture. Now, anybody that says they're not interested in money going to lie about other things, too. A lot of people just don't have any concepts about money. They talk about cold, hard cash, which is silly. It's neither cold nor hard. It's soft and warm. It feels good. Feel it. That's long enough. All right. Now, the nice thing about money is it's so beautifully colored. I mean, listen, ladies, this will go with anything you've got. I mean, you don't have to worry about color coordination. Yeah. I got to confess, I like the things that money buys. I like to wear nice clothes. I like to drive a nice car. I like to live in a nice house. I like to take nice trips. I like to take my wife out to nice restaurants and all that. I like all of those things, and all of them cost money. But I love the things money won't buy. See, money bought me a nice house. It'll never buy me a home. Money will buy me a bed. Won't buy me a good night's sleep. Money will buy me a companion. Won't buy me a friend. Money will buy me a good time, but it won't buy peace of mind. All of those things are available. Now, I'll never tell you it's easy, but they are available. I want to share with you in this series, how do you achieve employment security in a world where job security no longer exists? And I think everybody would recognize that. And we're going to look at that very carefully. How do you live well? And how do you finish well? I think it's very important we understand that. How do you develop the qualities that are necessary to accomplish all of these things? And do I have what it takes? I'm going to be giving you an awful lot of stories, examples, and illustrations. The Center for Creative Research out of Greensboro, North Carolina, said that the parable, the story, the example, is the best way to teach, particularly if you are teaching values. Seems that a couple of thousand years ago, somebody else used the parable quite effectively in teaching the truths that really do make a difference. When I think of the thought that might go through your mind as you sit there in your car maybe listening to this, wondering, well, Zig has said some pretty significant things there about, what is available. I wonder, poor little me, plum disease in full force. Can I accomplish those things? Well, let me tell you about Vince Robert, and you kind of think along with me and see how you compare to Vince. He's 37 years old. Now, how old are you? Had a 5th grade education. How much education do you have? He drove a taxi. What do you do? Now, the question is, where do you think Vince Robert was going to end up in the minds of a lot of people? I know many would say, well, there's a perfect candidate for governmental assistance before he passes on. But one day when Vince was waiting on a fare at the airport or downtown in front of a hotel, lightning struck. I don't know what happened. But he bought a book. It was a dictionary, a 15-pound Webster's dictionary. Isn't it? How many of you know why Webster wrote the dictionary? His wife kept asking him, now, what does that mean? Well, anyhow, I'm sure glad y'all are in such a good frame of mind. Laughter is good for you. And gets those endorphins and the dopamine and norepinephrine hopping around in there, And interestingly enough, it also is economical to laugh. There's new scientific evidence that's been validated in the American Medical Association journal, which proves beyond any doubt that if you have a tendency to laugh and refrain from doing it, the laughter reverses itself, comes back inside, and spreads your hips. So so we encourage you, go ahead and really laugh and enjoy yourself, because, as you well know, obesity is widespread. Now, Vince Robert put that dictionary on the front seat of his automobile. And starting on word 1, page 1, he started learning those words. By the time he had barely gotten into the dictionary, maybe an eighth of an inch thick, all of a sudden he starts understanding things he's only been hearing. Understanding things he's only been reading. Now this is validated by Georgetown Medical School, which said in their studies that in 100% of the cases, no exception, that when your vocabulary increases, your IQ goes up. Every single case. You can build a magnificent vocabulary and not invest any time at all. None. All you got to do is get your dictionary, put it in the bathroom. Now, when you analyze what I just said, it really will take you no time at all. That IQ goes up. Now let me tell you what happened to Vince Robert. As he started hearing things and listening to things, he started understanding them. He started investing in the stock market, took every dime he could spare. He ended up buying the 19-car cab company. He kept investing. Today he's a wealthy man, travels Canada, telling people how he did it. You know what I believe with all my heart? There will be tens of thousands of Vince Robertses who will listen to what I just said and say, if that guy can do it, I can do it too. That's what this is all about. I want to share with you a basic concept which you will hear me repeat over and over. Namely, that failure is an event. It's not a person. Yesterday really did end last night. Today really is a brand new day. And it gives us another choice today to do with it whatever it is that we wish to do. One of the things that I'm going to be covering in this series is how do you get along with other people? How do you get along with that bloodsucker of a boss who wants to squeeze every ounce of blood out of you and only pays you minimum wage because it's the law? How do you get along with that lazy, irresponsible employee who wants all the benefits and do none of the work, who thinks they ought to show up when they want to, where they want to, how they want to, and do what they want to? How do you get along with that person? How do you get along with that man I'm married to that no human being alive could ever tolerate? How do you get along with that woman? I don't know how anybody can. How do you handle that irresponsible, lazy teenager? How do you get along with all of these people? Well, we're going to look at how you do all of those things. How many of you would agree in this live audience that that's going to be extremely valuable information to you? Because you know some people like I have just described, okay? Let me tell you, how do you handle a job you hate? Now, I know you love your job as you listen to this, but there are a lot of people who have jobs that they're just not very excited about. They kind of hate them. I was going through the airport out at DFW, through the security bit, and this young man was there, and I always said, "Thank you very much. How you doing?" He said, "Just awful. I hate this job." And I smiled at him and I said, "Well, that's interesting. I'm certain that there are literally thousands of people in Dallas, Texas alone who would love to have this job that you absolutely hate." The young man did a quick double take and he said, "I never thought about that." I said, "Well, don't you really think you ought to think about it just for a moment? How do you learn to love a job that you hate? And if you can't learn to love it, how do you get to be productive?" Let me tell you a story. It's about a guy named Richard Oates. Now, Richard Oates was a superintendent with one of the nation's largest home builders. For 5 years, he worked with them. Last 3 years, he was under such intense pressure that he told me less than a week ago, he said, "I hated Sundays." And I said, "Well, why on earth did you hate Sundays?" He said, "Because Sunday was the last day before I would have to get back in the rat race." And he said, "I was under so much pressure, I was stressed out to an incredible degree." Well, let me tell you the rest of that story. In the 5 years he was there, he only missed 4 days because of illness. In the last 3 years he was there, he was never late a single time, regardless of the weather, regardless of how he felt, regardless of what the car trouble was. He always did not use the complete vacation time. The last year he was there, he was recognized as one of their top superintendents, would undoubtedly have gotten the award as being the best. but he had in the meantime accepted a better position, and they just generally don't give those awards to people when they have left the company they're with. Perhaps the most amazing thing, though, is that the thing that was so amazing to me, although he had 400 home units that he was in charge of, 15 to 20 homes going up at all times, in the last 10 months he built and closed 83 homes without missing a single move-in date. Now, that is absolutely unbelievable. I asked him, I said, well, how'd you do it? He said, well, first of all, there's a question of survival. I do have responsibilities. I just love to eat. I have responsibility to my wife. I have other responsibilities. I had a responsibility to my company. I'm known as a company man. My responsibility was to give them the very best that I had, regardless of how I might be feeling at the moment. Now, folks, that's what we call character. Character is the ability to carry out a good resolution long after the excitement of the moment has passed. That is accepting responsibility. He said not only that, but he said, I had a mentor, Stan Sermonak, who had really taken me under his wing, had made it possible for me to get this particular job, had been my mentor and encourager. I did not want to let him down. Now, what is all of that saying, folks? There are some absolutes in life. We talk about relative this and relative that. Relative as far as I'm concerned are brothers and sisters and in-laws and that sort of thing. But there are values that are not relative. For example, suppose we were to take the laws and say, well, we got about 2,000 on the book. I believe in, let's see, this one, that. But I don't like that one at all. I'm going to take that one out of there. We would be in chaos, would we not? It would be anarchy. Now, the thing I guess I like best of all about Richard Oates, and I recognize that this is going to sound a little self-serving, he just happens to have married one of the most beautiful girls I've ever seen in my life, my daughter. Now, that means very simply that he's my son-in-law, but the story is that today he's our vice president in charge of marketing and product development, applying the same energy, the same commitment. You see, he took a job he did not like, gave it his absolute best, learned the skills, the commitment, the responsibility to move into a better job. Don't like your job? Give it your best shot. That's the way you get the better job. Let me give you the second illustration. Several years ago, my executive assistant, Laurie Majors, received a telephone call from a lady in Birmingham, Alabama. Now, Laurie is quite a story. She's been with me 18 years. She finished the 10th grade. 2 years ago, we evaluated our key employees. Laurie graded out at slightly above the master's degree level. Let me tell you something. You can finish school. You can even make it easy. You never finish your education. And it is seldom easy. She simply keeps on learning, keeps on growing. And you, by virtue of the fact that you have invested in this set of tapes, taken your money, now taken your time, means that you're investing in yourself, in your future, and I commend you for that. Laurie got this phone call from this lady in Birmingham, Alabama. After the phone call, she said to me, Zig, the lady thinks she's got an incredible problem. I think that you could probably solve it in 5 minutes if you can meet with her when you get to Birmingham. I said, well, Laurie, I'll get there early, invite the lady to come backstage, we'll have a little chat. When the lady came backstage, and incidentally, I don't do counseling. I'm not trained for it. I don't have the time for it. My natural inclination is to believe everything the last person I talk to tells me, and that doesn't make really for professional counseling, But if somebody says, I got a problem, if I got 5 minutes, I'll give it my best shot, that's all I can do. Well, when the lady spotted me, she came walking across the stage, and I have never seen such anger in my life. I mean, the stage was rattling. Now, I'm not going to say she was overweight, but she's about 5.5 inches too short. When she saw me, she almost literally started crying. Oh, I'm so glad to see you. I got this terrible job. I just hate it. I want out of it. Can you help me? She's the kind of lady that could brighten up a whole room by leaving it, if you know what I mean. Now, in my own mind, I could well imagine this lady thinking that I was going to verbally put my arm around her and say, yes, my dear, life is tough. but you gotta hang in there, and by and by things will work out okay. I could have done that, but if I had, I would have betrayed everything in which I believe. If somebody says help, I believe I'm supposed to help. Now, as I said, I don't do any counseling, but I'm so fortunate I have access to some of the really outstanding minds in this country. I check things out psychologically, physiologically, and theologically before I record it, write it, or verbalize it, and have strong endorsements from all three disciplines. There's one thing I do know about counseling, and that is that most people who come to you with a problem do not want a solution to the problem. What they want to do is they want to tell you about it, 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 you about it. And if you foul up the deal and solve the problem, then they can't tell you again, you again, you again, and you again. They want to talk about the problem. They do not want to solve the problem. I had very few minutes. I knew I had to get her attention, so I said, yes, and you know, ma'am, the sad thing is, I believe your situation is about to get a whole lot worse. Had I hit her in the face with a bucket of ice water, I could not have stunned her more. She said, what do you mean? I said, I believe that your company is going to fire you. Fire me? Why on earth would they fire me? You know, isn't it the truth that people who are the problem never recognize they are the problem? They're in complete denial. They think denial is just a river in Egypt. I mean, they are, you know, they're just not with it. You know, no snowflake ever blames itself for the blizzard. No raindrop ever blames itself for the flood, but each plays a part. Every person in life either builds or tears down. Why would they fire me? I said, ma'am, I don't believe there's a company in America big enough to sustain this much poison in one small spot. And all of a sudden, the job she hated everything about, all of a sudden takes on a little different hue and value. She said, well, what am I going to do? I said, do you really want to know? She said, yeah, that's the reason I came to you for help, but you sure haven't been much help so far. And I said, well, ma'am, I got an idea. I believe it'll work. And if you will do it, I know it will work. She said, well, tell me about it. I said, when you get home tonight, I want you to get a sheet of paper out. And I want you to make a list of all of the things you do like about your company and the people down there. She interrupted me. She said, that'll be easy. I don't like nothing about that company. Don't like nothing about those people down there. And I said, well, let me ask you a question. Do they pay you for working there? Well, she said, of course they pay me for working there. I said, you don't like to be paid for working. Well, she said, I certainly do. I said, then you like to be paid. She said, of course. I said, well, that's one thing you like about your job. She said, why, certainly. I said, a minute ago you said that there wasn't nothing you liked about the job. Well, I didn't know you was talking about that. I said, well, don't you think money's important? She said, yeah. I said, okay, let me ask you the second question. Do they pay you above average, below average, or about average for what you do? Well, she said, I got to confess, they pay me above average. I said, and don't you like to be paid above average? Well, she said, certainly I do. I said, I'll tell you what I want you to do. I want you to get that sheet of paper out right now. We're going to make a list of all of the things that you do like about your job. Well, she just sat there. I said, no, go ahead, get paper out. We'll make a list right now. She just sat there. I said, ma'am, let me tell you what my experience in life has been. People that won't take step one never take step two. Now, if you're unwilling to get involved in solving your own problem, we might as well terminate the interview. See, I can't solve your problem as you listen to this. I can give you some ideas, some information that will put you in better position to solve it. But I cannot solve your problem, nor can anyone else. We can give you ideas and information, but ultimately the solution has got to be there. She didn't want any part of having to solve her own problem, so that's the reason I did that. I said, you got your notebook in your hand, open it up, and let's take some notes. With anger, she opened the book. She said, now, what'd you say the first thing I liked about my job was? I said, they pay you for working there. Write it down. I like my job. By the time we got through, this was about 15 years ago, by the time we got through, there were 22 things she liked about her job. She had 3 weeks vacation with pay. She had hospitalization insurance, health insurance. She was on a profit-sharing plan, had a great retirement plan. She was on a bonus program. She was in on executive decisions. She lived less than 15 minutes from her office, had her own private 22 things. I said, now, ma'am, when you get home tonight, I want you to get this list out. I want you to change it from I like my job because to I love my job. I want you to get in front of the mirror and I want you to look yourself right in the eye and say, I love my job, and do it with enthusiasm. I said, you'll sleep better tonight. When you get up tomorrow morning, get back in front of the mirror before you go to work and look yourself right in the eye and say exactly the same thing, and take the list with you. Because in 24 hours you will have moved from being a fault finder to a good finder. You know, a lot of people look for fault, try to find fault like there's a reward for it. I said, you will begin to look for something good, and you'll be amazed at how much that list is going to grow. Do this every morning, every night for the next 30 days. 6 weeks later, I was back over there conducting a sales seminar. And in the meantime, she had gotten our set of tapes, and she had learned that everybody's in sales. See, the sales department is not our whole company, but our whole company is our sales department. Everybody's in sales. And so when I got there for the sales seminar, there she sat right on the front row, grinning so wide she could have eaten a banana sideways. I mean, she was really excited. And I said, well, how you doing? She grinned even more broadly, and she said, I'm doing wonderfully well, Mr. Ziglar. You cannot believe how much those people down there have changed. So basically, how do you change all those people I'm talking about? You don't. You change you. And when you change you, that's when your world begins to change. See, God said to build a better world, and I said, how? It's such a cold and lonely place, and I'm so small and useless, there's nothing I can do. But God, in all His wisdom, said, just build a better you. That's what this is about, building a better you. Because you see, you got to be before you can do. You got to do before you can have. You got such a wide range of choices, and we're filled with them. Read a story of some twins, two twins. One of them was an alcoholic. One of them was enormously successful. Their father was an alcoholic. In separate interviews, they asked the alcoholic twin, how did it happen that you became an alcoholic? He said, I had no choice. You see, my father was an alcoholic. They asked a very successful young man, how'd you do it? He said, I had no choice. You see, my father was an alcoholic. I didn't want to be like him. The choice, you see, is ours. And we go through life with that. Now, as you can tell, as I said earlier, I do tell a lot of stories. I'm going to share a lot of philosophy with you. Philosophy simply means the love of wisdom. One of the things that you will hear me say over and over is that you can have everything in life you want if you'll just help enough other people get what they want. I'll be quoting an awful lot of people. I'll be quoting Fred Smith. I'll be quoting John Maxwell, John Johnson, Mary Kay, Mary Crowley, Solomon, Lincoln, Confucius, Emerson, St. Augustine, Christ, Helen Keller, Mother Teresa, Dr. Forrest Tunnett, Rabbi Daniel Lapin, Martin Luther King, George Washington Carver. I'll be quoting Mahatma Gandhi and many, many others. I try to give credit when somebody gives me information. I do that for three reasons. Number one, it is the right thing to do. Number two, it indicates I've done my research. Number three, if it's wrong, I can always say, that fella ought to have known better than that, okay? Now, let me say to you without any fear of error that you were born to win. But in order to be the winner that you were born to be, you got to plan to win, you got to prepare to win, and then and only then can you legitimately expect to win. Let me also tell you something else. Most of you in this live audience honestly and sincerely believe that my overhead is fairly well fouled up. Now, am I right on that, please, all right? Let me point out that really it is not fouled up. It is simply a little out of focus. Does that make it better? You see, focus makes a lot of difference. Focus simply means that you're in the same place physically and emotionally. Dr. Lewis Terman in 1920 at Stanford University started a study on 1,440 gifted youngsters. When he retired, another professor was assigned to them. They followed them to the end of their life. Many of them were extremely successful, brilliant young men and women. Many of them had gone on to great success. Not a single one attributed their IQ to their success. What they attributed to their success was their ability to focus on the issue at hand. You see, a lot of people, when they're working on the job, they're thinking about other things. They're thinking about the family. When they're with the family, they're thinking about the job. And they're not doing either job very effectively. You really need to be able to focus on what's going on. Now, let me simply say this. You were born to win, but you got to plan, you got to prepare, and you got to expect to win. Bobby Knight, who's won 3 national championships at basketball at Indiana University, says that the will to win is nothing without the will to prepare to win. In the National Football League, and I'm not a football expert, authority, the only thing I know about football, and know that I know, is that when the official calls a foul on the Cowboys, he is wrong. That's the only thing I really know about the game. But I do know one other thing about it, and that is this. In the last 2 minutes of the half, and in the last 2 minutes of the game, they score 20% of all of the points that are scored during the entire 60 minutes. In 4 minutes, they score 20% of all of the points in the entire 60 minutes. And the reason they do is they have the 2-minute offense. Into the first half, into the second half is when they do the score. And they plan to score. They prepare to score. And consequently, they expect to score. Then incredibly enough, the defense cooperates with them to help them score. Now, I know, as you sit there in your car or whatever you're doing, listen to this, you're thinking, now, Ziglar, that's crazy, man. Well, the defense all week long, they practice that defense. They have what they call their prevent defense. They take the linebackers out. They send in their nickel backs. They put in their 2 best pass rushers. They get in a bend but don't break mode. They call it their prevent defense. Well, let me ask you a question. If they score 3 times as fast against the prevent defense as they do the regular defense, is it prevent or permit? What do you think? Now, let me kind of get us together and think, because you see, a few thousand years ago, a fellow named Job said something that's profound. He said, that which I feared greatly has come to pass. They're afraid they're going to score, and that fear comes to pass. Now, psychologists will tell you in a New York minute, and for your information, that's 32 seconds. They will tell you in a New York minute that you move to the strongest impression in your mind. And if you're afraid they're going to score on you, then the chances go up that, yes, they will score on you. Did you know that if an arresting police officer keeps the light flashing when he pulls a motorist aside, that the odds are 7 times as great that he will be run into by a passing motorist? That's right. They call it the moth attraction. The field goal kicker who says, oh, I'll miss it, we'll lose the game, is much more likely to miss it than is the one who says, I'll split the uprights, we'll win the game. The worst possible thing a parent can say to a child who wants to help with the dishes is, okay, but be careful. This is our best china. Don't break it. If they had sat up all night praying, Lord, what can I tell this kid to help him break the dishes? They couldn't have done a better job in doing it. The sales manager who sends a salesperson out and said, now this is our #1 account. Don't foul it up. Couldn't have given them worse instruction. I'm sending you out because I have complete confidence that you're the one person I can depend on to handle this in the very best possible way. Let me give you a specific example. How many of you remember the tragedy that took place in San Francisco in 1982 when the San Francisco 49ers beat the Dallas Cowboys in the FC Championship game? Now, I know a lot of you folks listening to this not going to think it was a tragedy, but believe me, it was. You remember what happened. Dallas had just gone ahead. They had scored a touchdown. Now they kick off. 2 minutes to play. Montana leads the 49ers all the way down the field. We've got our prevent defense in there. And you know what the play was? He sends Dwight Clark into the end zone. He throws him the pass. Clark doesn't realize he's trying to throw the ball out of the stadium. He jumps 28 feet straight up in the air. makes the catch. The 49ers win the game. Now, when the Cowboys got back the next day, Tex Schramm, who was the president of the Cowboys at that time, was being interviewed by the media. And they asked him, Tex, what happened? And he gave us a lesson in life with his answer. He said the Dallas Cowboys went out there determined not to lose the game. The San Francisco 49ers went out there determined to win the game. See, in this series, I want you thinking, how do I win the game? What I know about football, I'm not a football coach, but I am a verbal coach. I wouldn't send nickelbacks out there to defend for my team. How much value, if somebody said, I'm going to send my nickel employee out to help you. I mean, I got a service person, you know. Hey, would that really turn to light your fire? Or would you think, boy, you know, I'll be at least a dime. Well, anyhow, what I would do is I would send the Bruise Brothers out there. I would send the takeover guys. I would send the control team out there. I would send the intimidators out there. I would send somebody out determined not only to keep them from scoring, but to take that ball away and us score ourselves. Yes, I believe that you were designed for accomplishment. I believe you're engineered for success. I believe you're endowed with the seeds of greatness. You were born to win. But you got to have a plan if you are going to win. Now, what is winning? Well, the reality is that all of us want basically the same thing. And I'll be talking about this a whole lot. Everybody wants to be happy. I've never yet met anybody who said, no, I want to be miserable. Everybody wants to be healthy. Everybody wants to be at least reasonably prosperous. And I know many of you want to be unreasonably prosperous. That's okay. I've had money and I haven't had it, and I'm here to tell you, it's better to have it, folks. There's just, no question about it. Now, a lot of times, some of my Bible-reading friends will misquote the Bible and say, well, now, the Bible says that money is the root of all evil, and obviously it doesn't. He said the love of money is the root of all evil. Christ himself, 2/3 of the parables he taught, had to do with our physical and financial well-being. 2/3 of the success stories there had to do with that subject. There's a lot more talk about success in the Bible than there is heaven. Good Samaritan never could have put that old boy up at the inn after he'd been mugged if he hadn't had some money to do it with. Now, all of that said, yes, everybody, is interested in money. Everybody wants to be secure. They want to have friends, peace of mind. They want to have good family relationships, and they want to have hope that the future is going to be even better. Now, I'd like for you to kind of go with me on this. What part does hope play in all of this? I believe it's the basis of everything. You see, John Maxwell says if there's hope in the future, there's power in the present. Answer these questions as you listen to this tape. How happy can you be if you had no hope? How healthy would you be if you had no hope? How prosperous could you be if you had no hope? How secure are you with no hope? How many friends would you be able to accumulate if you're the kind of person who's just always moping and groping and griping and complaining, How much peace of mind is there, and how would your family relationships be? I think hope is the key to an awful lot of things. Let me emphasize a point. I will never tell you that acquiring these things is going to be easy. I know that life is tough. But I also know that when you're tough on yourself, that life can be tremendously rewarding to you. When you discipline yourself to do the things you need to do, when you need to do them, the day's going to come you can do the things you want to do when you want to do them. But my friends, the road to the top goes through lots of valleys. You do not develop champions on a feather bed. There's got to be those trials and difficulties in order for you to develop the muscles and the qualities that's going to make such a difference in your life. Some of the things I will be saying over and over is you do have to be before you can do. You got to do before you can have. Some years ago, I was coming in on a plane, which is generally the way I fly. And I was seated next to an old boy. Couldn't help but notice he had his wedding band on the index finger of his left hand. A little unusual. I commented on it. I said, friend, you got your wedding band on the wrong finger. And he said, yeah, I married the wrong woman. Well, I don't know if he married the wrong woman or not. I'm delighted to be able to say I did not marry the wrong woman. Last November, the redhead and I. Now, when I talk about my wife, at her suggestion, I always call her the redhead. When I'm talking to her, it's Sugar Baby. Her name is Jean. And incidentally, she's been inducted into the MasterCard Hall of Fame. And she is so excited. She made the all-mall team at Prestonwood Shopping Center 8 years in a row. And last year, she was MVP, Most Valuable Purchaser. Now, incidentally, her name is Jean. A lot of times, when I'm talking to her, I always call her Sugar Baby. A lot of times people say to me, does your wife know you say all of those things about her? I said, Chuck, she helps me write the material. Now, let me point something out. She never gets offended. If she did, I would not say it. But the reason she doesn't get offended is she knows my heart. You see, we'd been married over 27 years before I was ever able to give her even financial stability, much less financial security. And yet during all of those years, not once do I ever remember her saying, honey, if we just had more money, here's what we could do. Or if we had more financial stability, here's what we could do. See, there was one 5-year stretch when I was in 17 different deals, and that's all they were, just deals. But during all those years, she would always say, honey, tomorrow's going to be better. You can do it. Then the two things that meant the most to me, I love you and I believe in you. I cannot begin to tell you what it meant to me to have a cheerleader cheering for me every day of my life and praying for me every night of my life. I can tell you without any reservation, no fear of error, that had it not been for her, I would not be talking to you on this recording right now. That encouragement and support meant it all. She knows, and I know about her. First of all, half the money is hers. The only time she goes berserk is when she's shopping for the grandchildren. And had we known grandchildren were going to be so much fun, we certainly would have been nicer to their parents. But anyhow, she knows that I delight in seeing her go shopping because she's very responsible. And it's a delight to be able to have her do that because for so long she could not. No, she does not get the least bit upset about the fact that I tease about that. Last November, as I said, we celebrated our 50th wedding anniversary. Now, we've been married 48 years. But we had heard so much about the 50th, we just decided to, go ahead and celebrate early. And I'm here to tell you that that really is some more celebration. Folks, one of the reasons I believe I'm qualified to make suggestions and make a difference in your life is, you see, I walked in your shoes. Today I was reminiscing in my own mind and thinking about something. The redhead brought 3 $20 bills downstairs that I had inadvertently left upstairs. And it reminded me when I was a young salesman in Lancaster, South Carolina, when we were having such a struggle. I've had my lights turned off. I've had my telephone disconnected. I had to turn a car back in that I didn't want to turn back in. My first baby was born, the hospital bill was $64. I didn't have $64. I had to get out and make 2 sales in order to get my own baby out of the hospital. And I so vividly remember one day as I was struggling with how do I eat and how do we put gasoline in the car to go make the sales calls. And I was kind of going through some of my drawers there at home, and there was 2 $20 bills and a $10 bill. It looked like all the money in the world. I've been confused many times in my life. I didn't know what I'd be doing tomorrow, much less next week, next month, or 5 years down the path. I don't believe there's anybody who will ever listen to this recording who has ever been as despondent on occasion in those early years and is puzzled and is curious, what do I do? Why can't I make things happen? I've been down that route. And yes, I've hurt as much as anybody here, I believe. On May 13th of 1995, My oldest daughter went home to be with the Lord. I know what it is to feel pain. I've felt your feelings. I've walked in your shoes. I know what does work. I know what does not work. And that's the reason I believe hope is such an important ingredient. John Maxwell put it well, if there's hope in the future, there's power in the present. John Johnson put it this way: it's not the color of your skin. It's not the place of your birth. It's the size of your hope that's going to determine where you're going to go in your life. John Johnson was born in a shotgun house with a tin roof in Arkansas City, Arkansas. For those of you who don't know what a shotgun house is, let me simply tell you, it's a house with a roof on it, and you're so named because you could point a shotgun and fire it through that house and wouldn't hit anything at all because it's just a shell. Today, John lives next door to Bob Hope part of the time. He lives in a high-rise on the Gold Coast overlooking Lake Michigan the rest of the time. He's been a guest in the White House with every president since Eisenhower. One of the 400 wealthiest people in America. Owns his own insurance company, own cosmetic company, Ebony magazine. And when he says, it's not the place of your birth or the color of your skin, it's the size of the hope, I take him very seriously because I do believe he knows what he is talking about. How do you get all of the things? What's involved? If an individual really wants to be happy and healthy and prosperous and secure and have friends, peace of mind, good family relationships and hope, let me tell you that you got to deal with all facets of life. And that's what we'll be doing in this series. You got to deal with your personal life, your family life, and your career. You cannot separate them. The January 8th, 1990 issue of USA Today said the number one cause of a productivity decline in America today is marital difficulty at home. You can't have a knockdown, drag out at home and go to the job and be as productive as you otherwise would be. You cannot get fired or chewed out by the boss on the job and go home with the same attitude as you'd have if you had just been given a significant raise or recognition. You cannot separate all of these things. I will attempt throughout this series to make one thing crystal clear, and that's this. If you go for quality of life first, invariably standard of living goes up. But if you just go for standard of living, there's no assurance that quality of life is going to go up. We will deal with all three of these. The principle we're going to be teaching through this series are the principle that made our country great. Did you ever wonder why it is that in 1776, 3 million Americans produced Washington and Hamilton and Jefferson and Madison and Monroe and Franklin and Washington and the whole bit? And why it is in 1995, 265 million Americans produced? I'll let you fill in the blanks as you sit there listening to this. I don't believe you can name one person with the statue of the individuals I have just named. Let me ask you, could it be what they were taught? As you reflect on it, do you believe that what you teach has anything to do with what you believe? And what you believe has anything to do with what you do? And what you do has anything to do with what you have? Well, let me tell you what they were taught. According to the Thomas Jefferson Research Institute, in the 1770s, over 90% of all of the educational thrust was of a moral, ethical, faith basis. Solid foundation stuff. That's the reason we produced all of the people we did in that period of our history. So many times people think, well, I'm just and then they say an accountant or a bookkeeper or a salesperson or a household executive or a doctor or a lawyer or whatever. What can I do? Let me read something to you which I think has genuine significance. Now, I'll proceed by saying, again, yes, you were designed for accomplishment. You're engineered for success. You're endowed with the seeds of greatness. You're fearfully and wonderfully made. You literally were born to win, but it takes a plan. As I conclude this first recording, I'm going to do so with a story. When I was writing my book, Over the Top, and if you did not get your book, with a set of tapes. If you do not have a copy of it, I encourage you to pick up a copy of Over the Top. Now, much of the information is in these tapes. But you see, when you listen to something, that appeals to you emotionally. When you read it, that appeals to you logically. If you read it and hear it, then you're far more inclined to take action on it. So I encourage you to pick up a copy. I'd finished the book. My daughter, who happens to be in our live audience this evening, was the editor. And we had more fun writing that book together. She's the best editor by far I have ever had. We completed the manuscript. We sent it to the publisher, and he promptly packed it up and sent it back and said, how can you tell people how to go over the top when you haven't identified what the top is? I thought to myself, well, that's be a snap. I worked for 2 solid months. I would write, and no, that's not it. I'd write some more. No, that's not it. I'd try again. I'd get out and take those long walks, and nothing was happening. I mean, I didn't have a clue. Then one day, the redhead and I were in Shreveport, Louisiana. We were there visiting her sister, who's in a nursing home. She has MS. Many of the people in that home are beyond human help. When we walk in there, I'm a solution-oriented guy. Somebody says, here's a problem. I say, step number 1 is this, step number 2 is this, step number 3 is that. Some of those people, unfortunately, are beyond that human help I spoke of. The redhead is not burdened with the belief that she's got to solve people's problems. She just walks in and grabs them and starts hugging and starts telling them how pretty they are, how much she loves them, how glad she is to see them. And they gather around her like bees at a hive. They really are there. And on that particular day, I watched it, and I couldn't handle it. I walked out. As I walked out, I was praying. I said, Lord, give me that kind of heart. Make me have that kind of compassion for my fellow human being. Touch me so that I will have that kind of spirit. In a few minutes, I felt better. I walked back in. They were in the big meeting room. My wife and her sister were seated at the table. I walked in and sat down, and all of a sudden, it started to come. The only piece of paper I had was the back of the motel bill, which I had just paid. I took the sheet of paper out, the bill out, and I started writing. 90% of what this is what I wrote in a few minutes that I'd struggled with for 2 months. You're at the top when you clearly understand that failure is an event, not a person. That yesterday ended last night, and today is your brand new day. You've made friends with your past, are focused on the present, and optimistic about the future. You're at the top when you know that success, a win, doesn't make you, and failure, a loss, doesn't break you. When you're filled with faith, hope, and love, and live without anger, greed, guilt, envy, or thoughts of revenge. You're at the top when you're mature enough to delay gratification and shift your focus from your rights to your responsibilities. You're at the top when you know that failure to stand for what is morally right is the prelude to being the victim of what is criminally wrong. You're at the top when you're secure in who you are, so you are at peace with God and in fellowship with man. You're at the top when you've made friends of your adversaries and have gained the love and respect of those who know you best. When you understand that others can give you pleasure, but genuine happiness comes when you do things for others. You're at the top when you're pleasant to the grouch, courteous to the rude, and generous to the needy. You're at the top when you love the unlovable, give hope to the hopeless, friendship to the friendless, and encouragement to the discouraged. You're at the top when you can look back in forgiveness, forward in hope, down in compassion, and up with gratitude. You're at the top when you know that he who would be the greatest among you must become the servant of all. You're at the top when you recognize, confess, develop, and use your God-given physical, mental, and spiritual abilities to the glory of God and for the benefit of mankind. You're at the top and you stand in front of the Creator of the universe, and He says to you, "Well done, thou good and faithful servant." After I identified the top, I realized what I'd really done. I'd identified the bottom. That's the base. That's the foundation upon which you can build any kind of career, whether it's in education, athletics, business, medicine, law, accounting, computers, or whatever. I believe these are principles that will make a difference. Well, here I am back in the studio. The only thing I'm going to suggest is that because this particular story was recorded in a different environment, the acoustics and the sound will be just a little different. In no way should that distract from the message itself, and that's what I want you to hear. Now, let's go to another live audience. But what happens to people when they have no hope? I have a good friend. Her name is Pam Lantos. Pam was an overweight, depressed housewife. She had been under the care of a psychiatrist for 5 years, who assured her every time they got together that she would always need him because you are never going to get any better. I am your only hope. Bottom line is, she literally was sleeping from 12 to 18 hours every day. She only got up to prepare her children and husband breakfast, then she went back to bed. She got up then to prepare them dinner, and she went back to bed. That was her daily routine, and it had been going on for several years. And then one day she heard an advertisement on the radio, and the advertisement was about a health club, and it kind of piqued her interest. And as a matter of fact, for the first time in a long time, she caught just a glimmer of hope. As a story within a story. General Robinson Dreisner is a friend of mine. He was a prisoner of war in the Hanoi Hilton for about 7 years. 5.5 years he was in solitary confinement in a minute, small cell. I guess that's the same thing, isn't it? Minute and small. Well, minute's even smaller than small. Well, anyhow, that little old bitty place that he was confined in. And the way he kept from literally losing his mind was that he would jog by the hour right there in place in his cell. And his cell on occasion was so depressing in there, he would take his underwear and stuff it in his mouth and scream at the top of his voice. He did not want the enemy to know that they were getting to him. And he said one day in the depth of his despair, he was down on the floor in this little cinder block cell, and he started crawling around and putting his eye up against the wall, hoping he could see something on the outside. There was a minute crack, and he saw a single leaf. And he told us in one of our classes here, our Born to Win seminar, he said, "You will never know what it meant to me to see a single green leaf after having seen no sign of life other than my tormentors all of these years." I don't know how the story impacts you, but that day I made a new resolution. And that was I'd be very careful about what I complained about. And very sensitive to the things that I have to be grateful for. Pam Lantos that day, listened to the radio, caught somewhere just a glimpse, a glimmer of hope in what that commercial said. She decided to get up and go down to that club, and she watched the people there, and everybody was smiling, everybody was busy, everybody seemed to be in a good mood and having fun. She decided to join. Well, you see, that's step number one, and that's so important. We've all got to have that first step. My friend Joe Saba says, you don't have to be great to start, but you got to start to be great. And so Pam saw that. She had taken that first step. She joined the club. And when she started exercising, she started feeling so much
better. As a matter of fact, she got a job selling the enrollments in that club and was very successful at it, but she was very spasmodic. She was up and down. She was on the roller coaster, because you don't cure depression like that, just by a few exercises and a few weeks. And so her manager gave her a set of my tapes, which contains basic information I'll be sharing with you every week in these classes. And she started listening to those tapes, and that was an encouragement that she needed to fuel the hope. She stabilized her productivity, which consistently got better and better. And then she decided she wanted to sell radio advertising, because she really loved radio. She applied for her favorite station. They weren't even interviewing anybody, wouldn't even talk to her. So all she did, because she had that hope, and if you've got hope, you'll take action, she just showed up at 8 o'clock when the manager got there and sat just outside of his office from 8 o'clock until 5 o'clock when he left. She did it 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, and on the 4th day, the manager said, I believe this girl wants the job. He interviewed her, and bottom line is, she sold him, she got the job, and almost immediately she became number one in production, number one salesperson there. As a matter of fact, a few months later, she was out producing the other 4 salespeople combined. And then she got a big break. She broke her leg. And it was a serious break. She was in a cast from her hip, literally, to her ankle. Doctor said it's going to be 10 months before you'll be able to go back to work. So 10 days later, she showed back up at the radio station on crutches, hobbling around, hired a driver to drive her around, but hey, it was so difficult getting in and out of cars, she knew she had to do something else. But now she's being fed with hope. She's seen what she's been able to do. She's seen the changes that have come to the inevitable question. What can I do now? People with hope get to be creative, you see. What can I do now that will enable me to remain or retain my productivity? I simply cannot fight this getting in and out of the car a dozen times a day, and sometimes the person I want to see is not even there. She started studying telephone selling and became so good at it, her productivity went up. Then the other salespeople came to her and said, tell us what you're doing. She started teaching them. Then the sales manager quit, and they petitioned management to pay him the sales manager, and they did. Now she really got busy, and production doubled and tripled. As a matter of fact, it was with Disney radio chain, and so they started taking her to other radio stations, and productivity went up in every case. She was invited to speak, and incidentally, after a few weeks of that, they made her the vice president in charge of sales. Now here's a lady 3.5 years early having a psychiatrist tell her she's never going to do anything because she's going to be depressed and in this condition all of her life. And now 3.5 years later, she's the vice president in charge of sales for Disney Radio. They invited her to speak at the National Radio Broadcasters Association, and she was so effective, 18 stations invited her to come do some training in their company. Today she's a published author, internationally known speaker. Started with hope.
Please remember, the message you just heard is copyrighted material, and reproduction in any form is prohibited by law and prevented by your integrity.
I want to read something written by Dr. Joseph Sizu, and the title of it is Unsung Heroes. Let it never be forgotten that glamour is not greatness. Applause is not fame. Prominence is not eminence. The man of the hour is not apt to be the man of the ages. A stone may sparkle, but that does not make it a diamond. A man may have money, but that does not make him a success. It is what the unimportant do that really counts and determines the course of history. The greatest forces in the universe are never spectacular. Summer showers are more effective than hurricanes, but they get no publicity. The world would soon die but for the fidelity, loyalty, and consecration of those whose names are unhonored and unsung. If you're a golf fan, you know that John Daly won the British Open in 1995. What you might not know is there were some unsung heroes involved there. Corey Pavin, Brad Faxon, Bob Estes, Mark Brooks, and the caddy. The first four names were professionals who also had been in the tournament. And when Constantino Rocca had sunk that 65-foot putt to send it into the playoff, a lot of people thought, well, you know, he snatched it right out of John Daly's hand. And they wondered if John Daly would be able to recuperate and recover and respond to what had happened. And these four guys, Pavin and Faxon and Estes, came over. And Mark Brooks literally supplied Daly with a distance card measuring the exact distances from every spot on the course because Daly had misplaced his. Later, John Daly said that meant everything in the world to him. And the caddy who helped him read those tricky British greens is what made the difference. Oh, Daly gets the publicity. But the question is, had those people not been behind the scenes, would he have won the British Open? I think not. What else have you got to look at? You got to look at the physical, the mental, and the spiritual. Just as a matter of curiosity, is there anybody in the live audience, and as you listen to the recording, is anybody listening to the recording who has a racehorse worth over $1 million? If you did have one, let me ask you a question. Would you keep him up half the night, letting him drink coffee and booze and smoke cigarettes and eat junk food? And if you did, how many races would he win? I think you'd probably agree he wouldn't win very many races. Would you treat a $10 dog that way? $5 cat? What about a $1 billion body? Oh, but that's mine. I'm doing it to me. Well, what you got against you? Now, let's take a look there. You got to look at the physical, the mental, and the spiritual. In the last 23 years, I've read an average of 3 hours a day. I read a little bit of everything. I try to read my Bible every day and the daily newspaper every day. That way I know what both sides are up to. We need to get a balanced information. And then you got to look at the spiritual side of life. Among other things, you're going to be dead lots longer than you're going to be alive. April 28, 1986 issue of Fortune magazine did a study of the CEOs of the Fortune 500 companies. Over 50% of them came from lower middle class or poor families. 91% of them were either Catholic, Jewish, or Protestant. There was evidence that they were at least semi-active in their faith, meaning they got their ethics, their morals, their judgment, their values, their wisdom out of the Bible. Now, as the great LBJ would say, come, let us reason together, though that was not an original quote. What I would like for you to think about, if Stephen Covey or Tom Peters or Zig Ziglar or anybody else were to write a book, and 91% of the CEOs of the Fortune 500 companies said, that's the one to read right there. We all know what would happen, don't we? We know everybody would go down and get a copy of that book. You ever wonder why 65% of the college graduates, 72% of the Rhodes Scholars, 75% of the military academy graduates, 65% of U.S. congressmen, 85% of airline pilots, 85% of FBI agents, and 11 of the 12 astronauts who walked on the moon were all Boy Scouts? According to the American Scholar in the autumn 1992 issue. Well, let me see if I can explain to you why that is. First of all, Boy Scouts talk to themselves. I was a Boy Scout. Now, all of us talk to ourselves. Matter of fact, you talk to yourself on the way down here tonight. I wonder if they're going to get started before we get there. Will there be a seat for me? Where should I park my car? I hope Sally's going to be here. I mean, we do it all the time. We get home now. Where did I put those keys? Oh, what are we going to... I mean, you do it all the time. Now, I'm going to do a lot of talking about self-talking because that is one of the keys to success. Every Thursday night in Yazoo City, Mississippi, I used to stand up there as a Boy Scout and say, on my honor. Boy, isn't that a great word?
I will do my best. Isn't that a marvelous word? To do my duty. Isn't that a great word? To God and my country. To obey the Scout law. To help other people at all times. To keep myself physically strong, mentally awake, and morally straight. Boy, that is good stuff. And when you look at this Scout law, it says a Scout is trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent. Let me ask you a question. How many boss people have we got in the live audience tonight? You hire people from time to time. Can I see your hand? How many would like to have all of your employees with all these qualities right there? Would an individual like that have a pretty good chance of having a little more job security and employment security there? And let me tell you something else the Scouts did. Every Thursday night in Yazoo City, I say every Thursday night, one Thursday night a month we had Court of Honor. And that's where we stood up there, and we were given the merit badges for what we had been doing all during the last go-around. That was a goal we had. We knew exactly what it took to be a first-class Scout. We had the merit badges all laid out. That's goal setting. We knew what it took to be an Eagle Scout. And Eagle Scouts, ladies and gentlemen, are successful in all facets of life that goes far, far beyond the numbers of them. I tell you, if I were raising today a young boy or a young girl, I'd have them in the Boy Scouts, the Cub Scouts, the Girl Scouts. I would have them taking that training. Their motto is be prepared. And you know what they say? Do a good deed every day. Understand now, you can have everything in life you want if you will just help enough other people get what they want. They teach leadership. I was talking with Scout executives just this week, and they explained to me at the first camp, they have somebody teaching the young Scout how to drive the stakes and, set the tent up. At the next Scout camp, this kid who was learning is now teaching. That's the way you learn things. See, you hear, you forget. You see, you remember. But if you see it and hear it and do it, you understand. And you're successful at it. Do a good deed every day. Now, what's all this self-talk about? Well, here's what it's about. The most important opinion you have is the opinion you have of yourself. And the most important conversation you will have today is a conversation that you will have with yourself. These are values that make such a difference in them. But before we're through, we're going to have you talking to yourself. In the March 1990 issue of USA magazine, they have this study validated that what you say to yourself has a direct bearing on your performance. Dr. Joyce Brothers says you cannot consistently perform in a manner which is inconsistent with the way you see yourself. Where a lot of people say, well, I don't talk to myself, but interesting enough, the same person talks to the driver of another car 3 blocks away. With considerable feeling, I hasten to add. You're not going to believe it, but some people even talk to golf balls. Go in the hole, stay in there. You know exactly what I'm talking about there, don't you? All right. So we're going to have you talking to yourself, and that's going to be fun. Now we're going to have some fun, too. There was a lady in Dallas, 65 years old, watched one of the exercise videos. She got all motivated. She went home, she told everybody, now, I'm going to start an exercise program. I'm going to start walking. Going to walk 5 miles a day every day the rest of my life, starting today. Well, her family tried to talk her out of it, said, now, that's too much. You don't start with 5 miles. Start with 1 mile. Nope, going to walk 5 miles a day every day for the rest of my life. She is now 83 years old, and her family doesn't have a clue as to where she is. Now, we're going to be talking about change. Now, change is stressful, but so is unemployment and bankruptcy. One of the old statements from AA simply says that one definition of insanity is to think you can keep on doing the same thing and somehow or another get different results. Truth is, if you keep on doing what you've been doing, you're going to keep on getting what you've been getting. If you like what you've been getting, that's fine. But if you don't like what you're getting, then, ladies and gentlemen, maybe we need to explore some changes. I want to have you thinking big. Let me share with you what the mission statement. I want you thinking mission statement. You see, our mission statement at the Zig Ziglar Corporation is to be the difference maker in the personal, family, and business lives
of enough people to make a positive difference in America and the world. Now I know that's pretentious, small company, but I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that's our mission. And let me tell you why it's not impossible. Let me share with you why it is possible. Love the story of the grandfather walking the beach with his grandson. And every step or two, the grandfather would reach down and pick up a sand dollar and throw it out to sea. He'd take a couple of more steps, pick up another one and throw it out and another. And finally, the grandson said, "Granddaddy, what are you doing?" And the grandfather said, "Son, these sand dollars are living organisms. If I don't throw them out to sea, they'll die in the hot sun. They've been washed ashore by the tide." And the grandson said, "But Granddaddy, there are thousands of them. What possible difference can it make?" And then the grandfather reached down, picked up another one, and threw it out to sea and said, "To this one, it makes all the difference in the world." We're going to be talking about significant things. We're going to explore why is it that immigrants, I'm talking legal immigrants, whether they're from the Orient or South America or Mexico or Africa or the Middle East or Europe or Scandinavia, legal immigrants are 4 times as likely to become millionaires in America as are the people who are born here. It was explained to me in minute detail by a little 4-year-old girl. 3 or 4 years ago, I got aboard an aircraft in Dallas, headed for Norfolk, Virginia. I was the first passenger aboard. I was seated in seat 2C. A mother and their 3 little ones got aboard right behind me. She was carrying the infant, leading the toddler. The 4-year-old was following behind. And the little 4-year-old got aboard, and she looked left into that cockpit and saw those 3 impressive figures with all of the boards. And she saw the electronic gadgetry there, probably more than she had ever seen in her lifetime. When she turned around, those little eyes were as big as the proverbial saucers. I don't know why the child did it, but she put her little hands on her little legs just above her knees, and she bent down and she looked down that long fuselage and said it all with one word: "Gosh." Gosh. That's what immigrants say when they get to America. They've left it all behind them: friends and family and support groups, climate and culture and language and the whole smear. They come into this land without the things that so many of them have. One of our key people at our company, Chris Dunham, got here with $9 in his pocket 10 years ago. But they came with that dream that we're going to be talking about so much more. And the first thing they do when they land in America is they get the daily paper and they look down the jobs that are available. And they would pick up the Dallas paper and say, "There's 291 jobs advertised today, some of them paying over $5 an hour." Now I know that doesn't sound like a whole lot of money to you folks, but where I come from, that's 3 days' wages. I'll work not just 8 hours a day, I'll work 12 hours. I'll get my education at a community college. I will live cheaply. I will save my money. I will take advantage of the opportunities that are here. And by the time they find out we got problems, it's too late. They've already made it. It's gosh when they say it. In 1990, the number 1 selling T-shirt in Japan was "We're number 1." The number 1 selling T-shirt in America was "Underachiever," and proud of it. Too many people born in America get up every morning and say, "Big deal." The immigrant gets up and says, "Wow, what a deal. What a difference it makes." We're going to be looking at why that is so important. They come here with a vision, with a mission. A vision is a clearly articulated, results-oriented picture of a future you intend to create. Let me say it again. I'll not tell you this is easy. It's not. I believe and know, as a matter of fact, that life is tough. But I also know that when you're tough on yourself, that life is going to be infinitely easier on you. In a church in Sussex, England, on the wall, here's what they have: "A vision without a task is but a dream. A task without a vision is drudgery. But a vision and a task are the hope of the world." I believe that is absolutely true. Not easy, but it's worth it. All of my life I have thought I was an optimist until I heard about this lady who had moved into a retirement home. On the very first day at lunch, she was seated across the table from a gentleman who was there. And after a moment or two, he became concerned about the fact that she was really eyeballing him. I mean, she was staring a hole through him. He grew uncomfortable, and finally he said, "Ma'am," said, I don't understand. Why are you staring at me?" She said, "I can't believe it." He said, "You can't believe what?" She said, "I can't believe that you look exactly like my third husband. The color of your eyes, your mannerisms, the way you talk, your age, your size. I mean, you look exactly like my third husband." He said, "Third husband?" Said, "How many times have you been married?" She said, "Twice." I want you to know that people can change. I want you to know even animals can change. This past week, the redhead and I were down at our home at Holly Lake, Sugarville. We were out walking our little dog. We have a little Welsh corgi, and his name is Taffy. We were out walking, and we met this other couple, and they had a little dog. Except he was about 3 times as big as our little dog. He's a beautiful dog. I mean, gorgeous fur, healthy looking, and a whole bit. And we got to talking, as dog owners always do, and children owners always do, you know. Well, we got the name of the dog, and it was some stretched out name. I don't know what it was. And I said, "Well, you know, that's such a beautiful dog. It looks so healthy." I said, "What are you feeding that dog?" The man said, "Turnip greens." I said, "I never heard of any feeding a dog turnip greens." I said, "My dog wouldn't eat turnip greens." He said, "Mine wouldn't either the first 3 weeks." Too many times we forget that we're measured far more than just by our intellect. For example, Mike Singletary played linebacker for the Chicago Bears. He was all-pro. He was drafted as late as he was because his time in the 40-yard dash was not really that good. Not only that, but he is too short. What they could not measure, though, was just how badly he wanted to be the best at what he was doing. Nor did they know at that point that there was a shorter distance that for linebackers was even more important. And that's the way you got off of the ball. And so when he was playing linebacker there for the Chicago Bears, when a running back would break through the line of scrimmage, the typical linebacker would cut him off about 7 or 8 yards down the field. Singletary started so fast that he caught him many times at the line of scrimmage. He held them to 2-yard gains where the others were permitting 5, 6, 7, and 8-yard gains. They couldn't measure that. Emmitt Smith, same story. You know, he's not real fast on the 40-yard dash. We see him run down from behind from time to time. But off the ball, that first accelerated moment there, he is really fast. That's the reason he can get through that hole and pick up that yardage time after time. Jerry Rice, same story. All 3 of these players were drafted later than they would have been because they were just timing the 40-yard dash. Now, what they had not determined at that point was an unusual characteristic Jerry Rice had. And that is when he was running stride by stride with the defender and he looked up and saw the ball in the air, he had another gear reserved especially for that occasion. And though they'd been running neck and neck, all of a sudden he put it in that other gear and he just pulled off and left the guy. Some things you just can't measure. This is what I really want to talk about to you. See, all 3 of these men had tremendous pride in what they did. Now again, Bible students occasionally say, well, pride is kind of a dirty word. Let me tell you something about words. They change meaning. For example, if I were to look at any one of you and say, why, you're silly, you'd be offended. Unless you knew that the word silly comes from the word selgi, an old English word, which means blessed, happy, healthy, and prosperous. So if anybody ever calls you silly again, you ought to just grin and say, man, you don't know how right you are. You got it right on the button. Now,
Now, what's this got to do with pride? The Bible speaks of false pride or vanity. Pride is an honest evaluation of that which is good. Think with me as you listen to this tape. Could it possibly be wrong for me to say to my children, I am proud of the values which you have? Could it be wrong for me to say to my staff, I am so proud of the job that you do, the work that you are turning out? See, pride, I love the acrostic it forms. It is a personal responsibility in daily endeavors. Pride's important. First 15 years of my career, I was in direct sales. I've knocked on tens of thousands of doors in my lifetime. I don't ever remember getting excited about going out and knocking on doors. I did it because that's one of the things I had to do to make sales. After a period of time, I started putting on cooking demonstrations where the hostess would invite in several couples, and we'd cook up the meal and make the sales. I finally got semi-smart and realized I couldn't do it all myself. Ran an ad in Columbia, South Carolina for a lady to help me. A lady named Jerry Arrowwood responded. Now, to give you an idea of what her personality was like, she was baking cakes and taking in sewing to help support her 3 daughters. Does that tell you something about her? Very quiet, very shy, but also very neat. I told her what I wanted, and in essence, I wanted her to do the cooking, wash the dishes, clean the cookware, and clean the kitchen. I mean, a real top-level job. And we talked about it a little bit, and she said, oh, Zig, she said, I'd love to have that job. I said, I love to cook, don't mind washing dishes, don't even mind cleaning the kitchen. But as you can tell, I'm very shy. I got to get a promise from you that you will never call on me to participate in the actual demonstration itself. In other words, Zig, she said, you do the talking, I'll do the working. Well, I could instantly tell that Jerry and I were going to get along real good. I mean, no conflict of interest there. Well, we did for a couple of months. Then one night, my mouth overloaded my back. I made too many promises. I said, Jerry, you got to help me. What you want me to do? I want you to deliver these 6 sets of cookware I've sold and teach the husband and wife how to use it on their own stove. Now, virtually everybody who will ever listen to this is not going to be able to relate to my next statement. Sheer terror filled her eyes. She literally, physically started shaking instantly. I can't do it. I can't do it. You can't do what, Jerry? I can't deliver that cookware and teach those people how to use it on their stoves. I said, Jerry, every night for the last 2 months, that's what you've been doing to the host and hostess. Yeah, but you're always here, and if I foul up, I know you'll bail me out. Jerry, it's not that big a deal. I didn't even come close to making that sale. I mean, she just wasn't buying any of it. We had a 25 to 30-mile drive back home. It was very quiet. Then just as she started to get out of the car, she had been thinking about it, obviously, turned to me and she said, all right, I'll do it. I'm not going to sleep a wink tonight. I'll probably foul up the deal tomorrow. But you've stuck your neck out. You got the people's money. You told them it'd be delivered tomorrow. I don't want to hurt your reputation, so I'll do it. But I'm going to tell you something, Zig. If you ever do this again, said it's going to be your neck, it ain't going to be mine, I'm not going to ever do this again. I mean, she got out of the car, and I don't know if she slept that night or not. I know I didn't. The next night, I got one of the most exciting telephone calls I have ever gotten in my life. Came in about 9 o'clock. It took me about 40 minutes to get that introvert off the telephone. I mean, she, word by word, step by step, blow by blow, gave me minute details and everything that took place. She said when I got to the first family, Zig, they had the coffee made and a dessert on, and we had a wonderful time. They told me how personable I was, what a great personality I had, how professional I was. Zig, she said, I had a wonderful time there. And 3 of the 6 couples had the coffee on and the dessert ready, and they all bragged on me, Zig. She said, I'm telling you, I had the time of my life. I'll do this any time you want me to do it. Didn't happen that year or the next or the next or the next. But a little less than 5 years later, Jerry Arrowwood was the vice president in charge of sales training internationally for a multi-billion-dollar
million cosmetic company. You know what I believe? I believe with all of my heart there'll be tens of thousands of Jerry Arrowwoods who will listen to this tape. And they will rationalize, accurately so, if she can do it, I can do it too. Now I've got one major regret in this whole episode. And that is I did not retain the name and address of the first couple that she delivered that set of cookware to. I'm here to tell you that she approached that first home with fear and trembling. I'm here to tell you that she was in a mad dash. She couldn't wait to get to the second one. It's amazing what a word of encouragement will do. Somebody once said that a lot of people have gone a lot further than they thought they could because somebody else thought they could. That first couple had a profound impact. They're unsung heroes. They really did something for Jerry Arrowwood. Have you ever noticed, normally speaking, that when somebody says, I'm going to tell you something for your own good, then they tell you something bad? Did it ever occur to us that if we're going to tell somebody something good for their own good, that we ought to tell them something good for their own good? It's an old principle. Andrew Carnegie, 100 years ago, had 43 millionaires working for him. First great industrialist our society produced. And a reporter, 100 years ago, a millionaire was a rich dude. I mean, that sucker had money. And so a reporter got wind of it who asked him, Mr. Carnegie, how on earth did you hire 43 millionaires? And Mr. Carnegie said, well, none of them were millionaires when I hired them. Then what did you do to develop them to the degree that they became so valuable to you, you could pay them so much money they became millionaires? And Carnegie taught us a great lesson when he said, you develop people in the same way you mine gold. When you go in a gold mine, you expect to move tons of dirt to get an ounce of gold. But you don't go in there looking for the dirt. You go in there looking for the gold. See, I happen to believe there's a gold mine inside of everybody that we deal with. I believe that people have got a great deal more inside of them than they realized. The Jerry Arrowwood story, you see, it took an awful lot of courage for her to take that first step. Courage is not the absence of fear. It's going ahead despite the fear. When she got that first round of applause, Shakespeare said, the applause of a single human being is of great consequence. When she got that, she liked it so much, she started doing other things. She became a student. She started learning. She became excited about growing in life. And when people are growing, then they are generally excited. When you're learning things, that's what creates the excitement. She was a very humble person. Now, humility is one of the great qualities of leadership. Now, that doesn't mean that when a person is humble that they think less of themselves. It simply means they think of themselves less. Over a period of time, Jerry's confidence grew, but it never turned to arrogance. You see, when you get arrogant, that's when Buster Douglas knocks out Mike Tyson. And for the benefit of those of you who are not fight fans, that's when Mike was the unbeatable heavyweight champion of the world, and Buster Douglas was almost a nobody. They weren't even betting on it because he was such a prohibitive favorite. And that was the last fight Buster Douglas ever won right there. What Jerry Arrowwood did was she retained her humility, she built her confidence, she worked very, very hard. She became that student, but she took what she had and developed it. That's one of the reasons I will say so many times to you, you need to listen to your tapes over and over. You see, they keep hope alive. When you hear these things going in your mind over and over, you're going to get a lift, and we're going to be talking about that more and more as we go. Throughout this series of recordings, I will say it, I bet you 50 times that you can have everything in life you want if you'll just help enough other people get what they want. Now, I'm certain that when Jerry Arrowwood got out of the car that night to deliver that cookware, she wasn't thinking, well, Zig's been telling me I can have everything in life I want if I'll just help enough other people get what they want. And what I want to be is vice president in charge of sales training for that big old cosmetic company. And if I deliver these cookware sets, then I'll get to be the vice president in charge. Now, isn't that insane? She did it because it was the right thing to do. I was in a jam. She felt a loyalty to me and a concern for me as a friend and as her employer. It's a philosophy I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a tactic. Now let me ask all of you a question. How many of you in this live audience, and those of you listening to this tape, how many of you consider yourself to be honest and at least reasonably intelligent? Can I see your hands, please? All right? Now, for those of you who did not raise your hands, was it the honesty part or the intelligence part that created the turmoil inside? Okay, I'm just teasing. I saw all of the hands go up. Now, let me ask you honest, intelligent people a question. How many of you, as a general rule, get more work done on the day before you go on vacation than you normally get done in 2, 3, even 4 days? Can I see your hands, please? All right. Now, if we can figure out why and how and repeat it every day without working any harder, does it make sense that you'd be more valuable to yourself, your company, your family, and your community? Does that make sense? Answer is yes. I help you with the tough ones, okay? No question about it. Yes, it does make a whole lot of sense. So let's see if we can do a little exploring and find out why. And here's the first thing. First of all, you've already said to me that you are honest and intelligent. Now, I want to make another profound statement. What you do off the job determines how far you go on the job. Every athlete knows that. Every entertainer knows that. Every public speaker ought to know that. If every other worker doing anything would learn that, then they would be getting ahead much faster in life. They did a study on a typical American plant, and the person working the line on an hourly basis watched an average of 30 hours of television a week. The person in charge of that line watched an average of 25 hours of television a week. The foreman watched an average of 20 hours of television a week. Are you kind of noticing a little trend here? The plant superintendent watched an average of 15 hours of television a week. The vice president of the plant watched an average of 12 to 15 hours of television a week. The president watched an average of 8 to 12 hours of television a week. The chairman of the board watched an average of 4 to 8 hours of television a week, and 50% of that time they were watching training videos. Now let me ask you a question. What do you think would happen to that person who's watching 30 hours of television a week if they were to take 10 of those hours and get involved in doing what you're doing right now, listening to these tapes, reading good books, attending valuable seminars, getting that education? Is there a chance that they are a victim of circumstances, or is it because they're a victim of inertia? It's easy to go home and sit down in front of the boob tube and, let it dominate or run their life. See, the television doesn't have that much good information. It does some things to you, but the biggest damage television does is what it keeps you from doing. Keeps you from talking to folks, keep you from exercising, keep you from reading, keep you from learning, keep you from associating with other people, developing friendships, and 101 other things. Well, now, what all this leads up to is on the night before, the day before vacation, how many of you got out a little sheet of paper? And you said to yourself, now, self, tomorrow you got to do this and this and how many of you literally did that? Now, in its simplest form, that is goal setting. I do a lot of public seminars where I'm fortunate enough to be on the program with some real celebrities in life. I mean, President Ford, President Bush, Schwarzkopf, Colin Powell. Is that okay for name dropping? I mean, people of that nature. Now, don't misunderstand. I don't classify them as buddies, okay? I'd love to. Don't misunderstand. I am proud of the fact that the last time I saw Colin Powell, he did give me a big old hug, and since he's one of my heroes, I kind of like that. But anyhow, I do a lot of those public seminars. Now, they did a study, and who is they? They is David Jensen, the Chief Administrative Officer for the Crump Institute for Biological Imaging, Department of Pharmacology, UCLA School of Medicine. Now, with a title like that, you know he is somebody, don't you, okay?
Well, he's a good friend of mine, too. He did a study on the people who came to the seminars. It represents a broad section of American industry. Everybody from psychiatrists and truck drivers to school teachers and household executives, salespeople, entrepreneurs, business owners, all kinds of people. And those who set goals and developed a plan of action to get there earned an average of $7,401 a month. Those who did not set goals earned an average of $3,397 a month. It's over $4,000 a month difference. Now, here's my question. How many of you, as you listen to this tape, I want you to answer the question to yourself. Do you have time to invest another 10 minutes a day to pick up another $4,000 a month? Now, here's the rest of the story. The survey also showed that not only did they earn the additional money, but they were happier and healthier and got along better with the folks at home. People who know where they're going and have a plan to get there are easier to get along with. That's what this really does boil down to. You set those goals. And then you got organized. In other words, you said, well, now, first of all, I'm going to do this one. You know, you kind of lay it out, kind of see your hand, all right? Now, you get organized. Now, organization is important. Our controller at our company is well organized. He even proofreads the Xerox copies we send out. I mean, she's detail-oriented is what I'm saying, okay? And then once you got it organized, you accepted responsibility. You said, this is what I am going to do. You accept the responsibility. Now, that's something a lot of us don't like to do, and it goes back to Adam and Eve. You remember the story. They were in the Garden of Eden. God gave it all to them, said, you can have everything you want. There's a tree right in the middle of the garden. Leave it alone. Don't eat it. You don't do that. Well, you know what happened. They ate the fruit on the tree. To this day, a lot of people say it was the apple in the tree that caused man's problems. Not so. It was the pear on the ground that created the problem. Well, you know what happened? God came walking in the garden that evening and he said, Adam, where are you? Now, God knew where Adam was, but he wanted Adam to say, over here, Lord. Adam, did you eat that fruit? Now, God knew the answer, but he wanted Adam to confess up. But Adam did the manly thing and has passed it on to every generation since. He said, Lord, let me tell you about that woman. Lord said, Eve, did you eat that fruit? She kept the ball rolling. She said, Lord, let me tell you about that snake. And, of course, snake didn't have a leg to stand on. Now, for the benefit of you Bible students, I know theologically I don't have a leg to stand on with that last statement either. But here's the point I'm making. You don't have a leg to stand on. I don't have a leg to stand on when we constantly blame other people and the past. Now, realistically, if somebody fouled up your past, come on, you're not going to give them permission to ruin your future, are you? What we got to do is we got to get serious about doing something about our future. We got to get serious about doing things with our lives. Now, let me go ahead and say something you might already have noticed as this kind of breaks down. I speak and write at the 7th grade, 9th month level. Now, the reason I do that deliberately is because I learned a few years ago that if you kept it there, that even the college professors would be able to follow right along with you and understand what you're saying. And see, college professors are people. But like my good friend, Dr. Steve Franklin, a college professor at Emory University, says, you know, Zig, the great truths in life are simple. You don't need 3 moving parts and 4 syllables for it to be significant. Think about it for a moment, Zig. He said there are only 3 pure colors on the face of this earth. But look at what Michelangelo did with those colors. There are only 10 mathematical digits, but look at what Einstein did with them. Only 7 notes, but look what Chopin and Beethoven and Vivaldi did with those 7 notes. Look at what Elvis did with 2. I mean, it just doesn't have to be that significant. Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, delivered after the Battle of Gettysburg, which, as you know, took place during the War of Northern Aggression. It just depends on where you got your education. I mean, 262 words, that's all there are in that address. 202 of them, one syllable. Simple, direct. John 3:16, 25 words. 21 of them, one syllable. I believe in keeping it simple. I believe in making it so plain that nobody really can miss what is being said. Now, you got organized and you accepted the responsibility and you made the commitment. Now, most people are about as committed as a kamikaze pilot on his 39th mission. I mean, they just don't really take it seriously. I well remember January 7th, 1992, I rode past the Plano, Texas Recreation Center. That's where I do my exercises and weightlifting. Had to stop the weightlifting. I was bulking up, and a lot of folks thought I was on steroids. So, we can't have that. Now, the reason I rode past was because there was not a parking space. I was back over there the next day, and this time I squeezed in, but in the Nautilus room, they had lines behind every machine, 3, 4, 5, 6 deep. Well, you can't exercise 3 minutes and rest 15. So I went back outside to the desk and I asked the young man, I said, Sean, what on earth's going on? Well, Sean kind of laughed. He said, oh, Zig, he said, don't give it a thought. He said, give us about 3 weeks. This will be back to normal. These are our New Year's resolution people. Now, you see, a New Year's resolution is really not anything on earth but a New Year's confession. That's all it is. I confess I got to lose some weight. I confess I got to get better organized. I confess I got to get more education. I confess I got to spend more time with my family. I confess I got to quit smoking. I mean, that's all. And the confession lasts as long as it's convenient, involves no trouble, takes no time, involves no pain, and they remember it. But now, having said that, let me also go ahead and say that confession is extraordinarily important because it can be step one. And you got to have step one before you can take step two. Now, where it gets to be important is this. If you will tell enough people, I'm going to quit smoking, I'm going to get an education, I'm going to get better organized, and you repeat it enough times, all of a sudden, one day, it finally breaks through. A message goes 24,000 miles around the world in less than a tenth of a second. Sometimes it takes years for it to get that last 1/16th of an inch. You know what I'm talking about, don't you, okay? One day, though it finally gets through, you confess it enough time, and then you verbally stomp your foot and say, I'm going to do it. Now you've made a decision. And the way the mind works is really very simple. Once you've made a decision, then you say to yourself, now, self, if you're going to do that, you're going to have to get yourself together a plan, feller. Or lady, you got to get a plan of action. Whether you build a house, want to build a better marriage, get a better education, lose 37 pounds, whatever it is, if you have made a decision, start with the confession, moves to a decision, then you automatically say, hey, I got to get a plan of action. Now, once you've got a logical plan of action that you believe in, then you say, I can do it. Now, you've made the commitment. Now, why is commitment so important? Regardless of what area of life you're in. If you've made a commitment, whether it's to get the education, maintain the marriage, lose the weight, or whatever, if you've made the commitment when you hit the wall, not if, when you hit the obstacle, the first thing you think about is, boy, how can I solve the problem? If you haven't made the commitment, boy, how can I get out of this deal? See, we find what we are looking for. Now, on the way to work the next morning, you made the commitment. On the way to work, you're just talking to yourself like crazy. Well, the first thing I'm going to do when I get there is this, and boy, I know I can handle this, and I know I can do that. Yeah, I'll take care of that. Now, when you get there, there's only one change in your organizational structure that you should change. Instead of the most important thing for number one, you ought to put the most disagreeable thing. If you got to go deal with Charlie, if that sucker's been a thorn in your side and you got to handle the situation today, you go deal with Charlie. Now, if he's number 5 on the list, you finish number 1 and you're thinking about Charlie. Finish number 2, got to deal with Charlie. Finish number 3, got to deal with Charlie. Get Charlie out of the way. Like this old boy down home says, friend, if you're going to have to swallow a frog, you just don't want to look at that sucker too long. I mean, he ain't going to get no prettier. He really is not. So, you get there, on time, maybe even a little earlier. Now, the boss likes that. I mean, she's probably watching you, and so when you get there on time, even a few minutes early, on the day before vacation, I guarantee you, you're at least on time. And you get there, and you don't look around and say, well, I wonder what I ought to do first. I mean, you've got a plan of action. You're a self-starter, and you are optimistic that you're going to be able to get the job done. You become the kind of person that would take their last $2 and buy a money belt. I mean, basically, that's what you are. Or, I tell folks I'm so optimistic, I'll put a dime in the parking meter while the redhead goes shopping. Now, if that's not optimism, I don't know what optimism is. Okay. Now, you get started, you get your job done, and you see that start's so important. Joe Saba put it this way. You don't have to be great to start, but you got to start to be great. See, a lot of people never get started. You're extremely enthusiastic. I mean, you're just so carried away with it. And then let me talk about enthusiasm just a minute. You see, enthusiasm is kind of like running in the dark. You might get there, but you might get killed on the way. Blind enthusiasm, if you're going in the wrong direction, that just means you're going to get in the wrong place quicker. Now, what you've got here, though, is a plan of action. Enthusiasm with a plan of action will produce dramatic results, and you're going on a lighted path. That's exactly what you are doing, and you are one more highly motivated person. You decisively move from one thing to another. You focus on the issue at hand. You discipline yourself to stay with the task until that task is completed. If somebody comes along and says, hey, did you watch that game last night? A scrimmage between those two teams. Boy, wasn't that neat? You say, look, I'd like to do that. I've got some things to do. How many of you have noticed that, as a general rule, people with nothing to do want to do it with you? Have you noticed that? Okay. Well, now, the interesting thing is that when you are organized and disciplined, moving from one task to another, somehow or another, they just don't get in the way. They see that you've got something to do. And that enthusiasm and discipline shows up. Kind of like little Johnny. Now, he was a one enthusiastic kid. Second grader. One Friday afternoon, teacher said, now, class, anybody has any unusual experience this weekend, let me know on Monday. The class will want to hear about it. Well, on Monday morning, little Johnny was a pistol. I mean, he was sitting there, and that kid was all over the place sitting still. I mean, and the teacher could tell, Johnny, I bet you had a good weekend. Yes, ma'am, I sure did. What'd you do, Johnny? Me and my daddy went fishing. We caught 75 catfish. They all weighed 75 pounds. Now, Johnny, son, that's not the truth. Yes, ma'am, it is. My dad is a great fisherman. I'm even better than he is. We caught 75 catfish. They all weighed 75 pounds. Now, Johnny, if I were to tell you that on the way to work this morning, on the way to school this morning, just before I got here, a big old 1,200-pound grizzly bear ran up out of nowhere and was just about to grab me and eat me up, when suddenly a little old 8-pound yeller dog jumped up, grabbed him by the nose, threw him down, bounced him back and forth, broke his neck and killed him. Johnny, would you believe that? He said, oh, yes, ma'am. I said, as a matter of fact, that's my dog. You kind of put all of this together. You see, the discipline is important. The enthusiasm is important. The persistence is important. You see, 175 of the CEOs of the Fortune 500 companies are former U.S. Marines. 26 of our presidents served in the military. Now, what do they teach in the military? They teach discipline and persistence and focus and organization and direction, and all of these things are right there. And these are the qualities that would make you a better husband, a better wife, a better parent, a better employee, a better employer, the whole bit. And long about now, that positive mental attitude, that old PMA kicks into gear. I don't believe there's anybody in America that is as excited about the positive mental attitude as I am. Now, one of the reasons I am is because I believe I understand what positive thinking will let you do. I also understand what positive thinking won't do. I get very concerned when I hear some highly motivated, enthusiastic, gung-ho guy or gal get up and say, man, with positive thinking, you can just do anything. That ain't positive thinking. That is New Age thinking. Now, New Age thinking basically says all is one and one is all, and I am God. Well, there are three things I know. Number one, there is a God. Number two, it ain't me. Number three, it ain't you either. Okay. Now, the reality is positive thinking won't let you do anything, but it will let you do everything better than negative thinking will. In the live audience, can you buy that? Listening to this tape, are you buying that? You see, positive thinking will let you use the ability you have, and that is awesome. But there are some things it won't let you do. For example, Shaquille O'Neal, over 300 pounds of highly motivated, enthusiastic, revved up, raring to go basketball player, one of the most positive thinkers I've ever seen, but he would be a total failure as a jockey. Nate Newton plays the line for the Dallas Cowboys, 340 pounds, give 100, take 100. Now, Nate Newton, also outstanding, positive, optimistic, really a neat guy. He just flat couldn't make it, though, in ballet. I mean, I don't care how positive he got. I'm positive, but I can't slam dunk a basketball. And I've tried. Twice. You know. If you need major surgery, I'm positive, but I don't recommend me. No, positive thinking won't let you do anything, but it will let you do everything better than negative thinking will. Let me tell you about positive thinking. When we walked in here earlier tonight, this room was pitch black. They flipped some switches. It became lighted. Flipping switches didn't generate electricity. It released it. Had it not already been generated, we'd still be in a dark room. The youngster who thinks they can go in to take a test and pass it with positive thinking but hadn't studied, he's going to flunk that sucker. Now, you can just count on it. But if he has studied, the positive thinking will release the information and he can put it on paper. We can document hundreds of cases where when kids changed their attitude, they were able to call up the information and make dramatically better grades in class and in any area of their life. The truth is, you became a very, very positive individual because you had a plan of action and you became a team player. Now, team play is obviously something that is extremely important. Positive thinking and team play kind of go together. I love the story Lou Holtz tells. Incidentally, Lou Holtz has been using our goal-setting system ever since he was at the University of Arkansas. His Notre Dame team follows it. He uses the system to help his team pass and graduate. That's their first goal. And then he uses it to blend them into the team. One of Lou's favorite stories, which I love the most, he's telling a story about this fellow's out in a rural area and his car slid in the ditch. There's a farmhouse close by, and he went to the farmer and said, "Can you help me?" He said, "I don't have a jack." The old farmer said, "Well, I got old mule Dusty, but he's kind of hard of hearing and getting kind of old. I don't know if he can or not, but I'll be willing to give it a try." Well, they got old Dusty, they took him out, and they hooked him up to the car, and the old farmer got behind him, and he, in a very loud voice, said, "Pull, Billy, pull!" Nothing. "Pull, Roscoe, pull!" Nothing. "Pull, Charlie, pull!" Nothing. "Pull, Dusty, pull!" And old Dusty pulled that car right out of the ditch. Got out of the ditch, and the fellow said, "I don't understand. You were calling on Billy, and you were calling on Roscoe and Charlie, and there wasn't but one mule there. What are you doing?" He said, "Well, like I say, Dusty's getting kind of old. He's hard of hearing, can't see very good. Tell you the truth, he got a little negative in his old age. And if he thought he had to pull that car out by himself," but as long as he thought he had a lot of help there, the team was with him, he figured he could do it, and out it came. But I make another important point. Until he called Dusty by name, Dusty didn't move. That's one of the keys right there. The name of another person is very, very important. Giant Belgian horse on its own can pull 8,000 pounds. Hook him up with another giant Belgian, the team will pull 17,000 pounds. Send him off to school, teach him to pull in harmony. The team will pull over 25,000 pounds. Can you imagine what would happen if we could get every member of your family, every member of your company? It's awesome. One of the reasons our mission statement is so pretentious in some people's mind. I believe the day is going to come when we're going to have everybody in our company on the same page, pulling in the same direction with the same objectives. And when that happens, we will absolutely explode. You can count on it. And the same thing will happen in your own company. Teamwork, so important. The Houston Rockets this year, the world's champions again of basketball. Knowledgeable basketball people, and that does not include me, say there were at least 4 other teams that had much better personnel than the Houston Rockets did. But they functioned as a team, and they had a team leader whom they greatly respected in Hakeem Olajuwon, and they won, again, the world's championship. On that day before vacation, the interesting thing is, when the day was over, although you had gotten 2 or 3 times as much done as you normally get done, you were highly energetic. I mean, at the end of that day, man alive, you were jumping up and down and bouncing around, and you couldn't wait to get home. And on the way home, again, you were talking to yourself, and the energy level was enormously high. You didn't have a tired bone in your body. You know when you're the most exhausted? When you've tried to fool the boss all day long. When you've had to make work, and act like you're busy. Those are the days that you really are exhausted. But you are so delighted, your competence and your creativity takes a giant step forward. You're on a roll. That momentum builds, and man alive, you're getting things done, and you feel so good about yourself. That self-image just blossoms. You can sign your name to it. One of the things that Jerry Arrowwood took pride when she was washing dishes and cleaning that cookware was the way she could leave that kitchen so spotless. The way she could make that cookware shine. The way she washed those dishes and left that lady's kitchen always in much better shape than it was when she got there. That's what I'm talking about right there. When you sign your name with pride to what you've done, you will be doing a better job. And on the way home, you were so excited. You were talking to yourself all the way. Can't wait to get to tell my husband what I've done or my wife what I've done. I want to share this with a kid. Boy, are we ever going to have us a great vacation. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Now let me ask all of you a question. Have I said a word about working harder, or am I talking about working smarter? Answer smarter. I help you on these tough ones, okay? I noticed there a little doubt there and a lot of the faces there. And I hate to see a blank face. I really do. Okay. Now let me ask you a question. If this worked so well in organizing your job, on your career, do you think there's a chance that if you planned your family time, if you planned your vacation time, if you planned your exercise time, if you planned your social time, that you would get more of each one of them done? What do you think? You know what I believe with all my heart, and I might be wrong? I believe I work more hours than 99% of the people who will ever listen to this. 5 o'clock this morning, I was working. At 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock yesterday morning, at 5 o'clock the day before, I was working. And here it is, 10 o'clock, and I'm still at it. And yet I'm here to tell you that I probably spent more time with my wife today than you did with your mate or your children. We spent an hour at breakfast. We spent nearly an hour at lunch. We spent 45 minutes at dinner. And we had a lot of conversations in between there, some of them short. But what I do, and I also got in my 46-minute walk this morning at high speed. You got to plan the things if they're going to happen. They're not accidentally going to come about. When you put it all together, you just get so many more things done. Now, let me ask you really what we're getting at, and I think this is so important. I'm talking about running your day by the clock and your life with a vision. Your day by the clock and a life with a vision. If you put it together in that way, then you can get so many more things done. Now, those of you in this live audience, let me ask you, how many again of you are employers? Can I see your hands?
How many of you employers would fire an employee who came to work and performed every day like we're talking about right here? Anybody here fire one? Or would you say, hey, I want to make that man or that woman a lifetime deal. I want them to be with me forever. Matter of fact, I've got a little raise in mind for them. Who knows, maybe even a promotion. Are we talking about increasing and improving that employment security? Isn't that really what we are doing there? Now, but you might say, but Zig, suppose, now just suppose, the same thing happens to me that happened to my buddy. He worked this company 23 years. And then they merged last year. Or 3 years ago, the boss's son got out of college and came home, and that young whippersnapper took my job, and now I don't have a job. No fault of mine, but I lost it. What do I do now? Well, let me ask you a question. If you'd worked every day like you do the day before vacation, what kind of recommendation do you think you'd get? Would it be fabulous? What about your sales talk when you go to apply for the job and the boss there, the person doing the interviewing says, what experience have you had? If you can look at them and say, well, I've had 41 years experience at being absolutely honest. My tests all indicate that I'm a very intelligent human being. My goals are clearly defined in what I do. I'm a well-organized person. I accept responsibility for performance. I make commitments and keep those commitments. The resume I gave you, my work record shows it clearly. And I am a very punctual person. I'm always there when I'm supposed to be. I get started when I get there. Think of the self-talk, or the sales talk that you can give to that person. And you get to the end of it and say, you know, I have a great self-image. I'm highly competent. And I believe these are the qualities that your company needs. I believe this is the experience you need. And the neat thing is I can start immediately. Unless it would be better to wait till Monday morning. What would you prefer, incidentally? Now, before you might say, but now, Zig, come on, man. Is that real? It's as real as today and tomorrow, folks, because the world is always looking for somebody with these qualities. I'll guarantee it. Let me ask you a question. If your company goes belly up, will you get another job because you worked for XYZ company or because you performed for XYZ company? Now, whose responsibility is it to perform? We're not victims, is what I'm saying. Yes, there are things that we can do to build that employment security. There is no question about that. Now, as we look at the list we've been talking about, how many of those qualities right there are positive qualities? Anybody? Okay, in other words, you think honesty, intelligence, goals, organized, responsibility, you think all of those are positive qualities. Am I right on that? How many of them are leadership qualities? How many of them do you have? That was pitiful. We're talking about you. We're talking about your performance on the day before vacation. Now, you on this recording listening in your car, I hope you didn't hesitate like that. We're talking about you. Now, let me tell you something kind of interesting. We deny our talents and abilities because to acknowledge or to confess them would commit us to use them. Oh, now, isn't that something? Let's look at a couple of other thoughts. You're the only one who can use your ability. It's an awesome responsibility. Oliver Wendell Holmes said, it's tragic in America that we waste our natural resources. But it's infinitely more tragic because so many people go to their grave with their music still in them. All of that talent, all of that ability. I think of the Vince Roberts and the Jerry Arrowwoods. And I think of all of these other people that something had to happen to bring it out and put it to work. You got to use that ability or it goes to the grave with you. You see, tragically, when you deny your talents and abilities, you deny yourself, your family, your company, and society the fruits of
those abilities. I'm going to ask you in this live audience, for the benefit of the listening audience on the tapes, I'm going to ask you to do something right now. I'm going to ask you to stand up right where you are. And since you've confessed that these all are the qualities that you have, I'm going to ask you to stand up and claim them right now. So right there, stand up, and as you listen to this tape, you go right along with us. Now, I'm going to start it. I'm going to call out my name. You call out your name. I'm going to say, I, Zig Ziglar, and then I'll go right down it. And here's the way it'll go. I, Zig Ziglar, am an honest, intelligent, goal-directed person, okay? I, Zig Ziglar, am an honest, intelligent, goal-directed person. I am, come with me, organized, responsible, and committed. I am punctual, a self-starter. I'm optimistic and enthusiastic. I'm highly motivated, decisive, and focused. I am disciplined, persistent, and have a tremendous positive mental attitude. I'm a team player, energetic, competent, and I have a magnificent self-image. Now, everybody, before you sit down, look around. Do you see any bodies laying around? Everybody survived, did they not? Not once in all the years I've been doing this have we ever had a loss because of what we just did right there. Okay, now, have a seat if you will, and let's look at something else. Taking just those qualities that we've discussed, I've added common sense here at the bottom because all of this really is just common sense. But taking these day before vacation qualities there, how many of you believe that if you used them every day, that you would be happier, healthier, more prosperous, more secure, have more friends, greater peace of mind, better family relationship, and more hope for the future? Can I see your hand? Then it makes sense. Just take what you got, use it, and then develop some more. Now, let me also say to you that motivation is the key. Motivation is the key. Now, there's a lot of confusion about what motivation is all about. The media frequently ask me, you know, tired of those folks, 3 hours at that seminar? Yeah, you're going to get them excited. Hey, most of them aren't excited when they get there. Are you going to get them more excited? I better, because if I don't, they won't be back. And that'll be a shame, because my next talk is a whole lot better than this one. But you see, I got sense enough to know that if this one's not good, there's not going to be a next one as far as you are concerned. Well, Zig, let me ask you, where will these people be a month from now, a year from now? You know what they're asking me? Is motivation permanent? The answer is no, it's not. Neither is bathing. Now, hey, does that mean I'm opposed to bathing? I'm very excited about taking a good shower bath. I hope you are too. Especially if you use that new 23-hour deodorant. The company that makes it figures everybody's entitled to some time to themselves, There's another one called stereo. It doesn't kill the odor, but at least you can't tell where it's coming from, all right? Motivation is extremely important. Now, motivation gets you going. Habit gets you there. Make motivation your habit, and you'll get there quicker, and you will have more fun on the trip. I'm going to do something, and for the benefit of the people listening on their tape players, which most of you obviously will be, you've got this in the package that came along with your series. And what I want to get the live audience to do, I've placed an overhead, and the overhead depicts a figure, and it shows a series of squares. I want you to count those squares, and most of you have, how many of you already started counting the squares before I said anything, okay? Most people automatically say, well, there's 4, 8, there's 16. And then almost immediately everybody said, well, shucks, the whole thing is a square, that makes it 17. But right here in the middle, there is another square, and so that brings it up to 18. But I want you to notice that right here is another square, and that's 19. That means here's another one, that's 20. That means here's another one, that's 21. And here's another one. That means there actually are 22. But I want you also to notice that right up here in the upper left-hand corner, there's a square, that's 23. That means here's another one, that's 24. That means here's another one, that's 25. That means here's another one, there are 26. But if you'll just come across 3 and down 3 and across 3 and up 3, that's one, that's 27. That means here's another one, that's 28. That means here's another one, that's 29. And that means here's another. Folks, there are 30 squares there. Now, I'm not trying to trick you, but I tell folks I'm like a cross-eyed discus thrower. I mean, I don't set any records, but man, I keep the crowd alert. And you know, I think that is very important. Now, here's my question. How many squares did I add after I drew the original figure? Anybody? 14. All right, some said 14. Let me ask it in a little stronger way. How many squares did I add? None. All I did was said, here's one, 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 here's one. Now, I have been leading up to something for the last 2.5 hours. And that 2.5 hours basically is the question I'm going to ask now. Here's what I've been leading to. How much more did you know about your job the day before you went on vacation than you did 24 hours earlier? Anybody? Okay. How many of you will stand by your earlier statement that you get 2 or 3 times as much work done on that day than you normally get done on any other day? Can I see your hands, please? Most of the hands went up. Now, there's a reason for it. It's called motivation. See, motivation is the spark that lights the fire of knowledge. It fuels the engine of accomplishment. It maximizes and maintains momentum. Now, think with me for a moment. How great would it be, as you listen to your tapes, to know that you've got a sales meeting that you and I are holding every day of your life. When you go to work, we're conducting a sales meeting. Now, what that means is you'll get to your job excited. The minute you leave the house, you ought to be thinking about your job. The minute you leave your job, you ought to be thinking about your home. You ought to be preparing to get into work and then preparing to get back into your job at home or your life at home, because they all do go together. Did a study on 1,139 CEOs of major companies. Average income, $356,000. That's pretty good income. Their number one priority, their family. Number one asset was their integrity.
Please remember, the message you just heard is copyrighted material, and reproduction in any form is prohibited by law and prevented by your integrity.
You know, this always mystified me. I've had people telling me for years and years and years, you know, Zig, when I get a little down, I'll pop in one of your tapes. And, man, it always gives me a lift. I always thought they were talking about a psychological lift. I've since learned that they're talking about a whole lot more than that. But let me tie that to another question. How many of you, as a general rule, deliberately drive your automobiles until it's completely out of gas and you're at the mercy of other motorists to take you to the car and get a refill? How many of you do that on purpose? Not accidentally, but on purpose. Or how many of you, as a general rule, when you see the empty needle moving toast to empty, you say, you know, I got to go get me some gasoline? How many of you generally do that? Can I see your hand? These salespeople and other people say to me, when I get down, I pop in one of your tapes. Now, is that smart? Or should they pop in the tape before they get down? It's easier to stay up than it is to get up. The reason we recommend listening 16 times is because if you listen to it 16 times, by the time you get through, you can, in fact, be finishing a lot of the sentences and a lot of the stories. Now you're talking to yourself. That's what you're saying to you. And what you say to you is dramatically more important than what I say to you. Now, I've been talking, as nearly as if my climbing is right, 2 hours and about 20 minutes since you got here. Now, most of the time when people have been sitting there for 2 hours and 20 minutes, listen to somebody beat their gums and really, get after them with a lot of enthusiasm, they begin to wonder, boy, when is this fellow going to get through? As a matter of fact, man, I'm getting tired. I'm going to make a statement right now, and if it's true, I want to see those hands just pop up. If it is not true, I want you just to keep your hands by your side. How many of you are honest enough to do that? Can I see your hands, please? All right? I see virtually every hand going up. Now, even though you've been sitting here all this length of time, sitting right there in your seat, at this moment you're more energized physiologically than you were when you sat down. Now, if that's true, let me see those hands go up. What about that? Now, hopefully you're not just being ladies and gentlemen. That's the reason I tied the honesty bit in there a little bit earlier, okay? Because you see, something has happened to you while you have been sitting there. Dr. Forrest Tennant, in my judgment, the #1 drug authority in America. He was the consultant for the Justice Department, for the NFL, for Texaco, for any number of other organizations, NASCAR included. Dr. Forrest Tennant is a friend of mine. He went to a seminar I conducted out in Anaheim, California, back in 1989. Now, the seminar was from 6:30 in the evening until 10:30 in the evening. The participants had been in an afternoon seminar from 12:30 to 4:30. Before I started at 6:30, Dr. Tennant took blood samples from 5 of the people there. Actually, they just gave them to him. He didn't have to take them. But he got blood from 5 of the people. Now, when I got through, he took other blood samples from the same 5. The endorphin level was up to 300% higher when I got through after 10:30 at night than it had been when I started. Since then, he's done a series of other experiments and has discovered that, for example, when the brain is activated, and that's what's happening right now, that the other neurotransmitters come in and flood the system. Serotonin, dopamine, norepinephrine, and endorphins, and a lot of the other neurotransmitters. And you are physiologically energized, not just psychologically. This was written up in the May 1989 Meetings and Conventions magazine. Here's what he says. There is a biochemical basis for why people feel good after these talks. Something in hearing about success gives us an emotional charge that releases those chemicals into the bloodstream, and that makes the body function better. While these effects last no more than a few hours, regular doses of motivation will lead to better health, happiness, and achievement. That's in the May 1989 issue of Meetings and Conventions magazine. Now, the reason I do all of my recordings in front of live audiences, and the reason we insert the humor in there as much as we do, is because we want to get those endorphins and the dopamine and all of those other things in there flowing, because they literally physiologically energize you. People are always telling me, where on earth do you get that energy level? Well, let me tell you, first of all, to the very best of my ability, I practice what I preach. What do you call somebody that practices one thing and preaches another? Hypocrite. As you know, a hypocrite's a fellow that gripes and complains about the sex, nudity, and violence on his VCR. Now, that is... a hypocrite's a fellow that just simply is not himself on Sunday, I get so ticked. A lot of people, they say, I'd go to church, but ain't nothing but a bunch of hypocrites down there. I always am so tempted to say to them, come on down, feller, we got room for one more. Besides, if a hypocrite is standing between you and God, that just means a hypocrite's closer to God than you are. Well, anyhow, the activity that goes on in your mind, you remember I've been saying several times, you can have everything in life you want if you'll just help enough other people get what they want. Dr. Tennant says, listening to tapes early in the morning will jumpstart the flow of serotonin. Now, serotonin is the feel-good neurotransmitter. That makes you feel good about yourself. It generally doesn't hit the system full force until about 10 o'clock in the morning. There's another way to jumpstart the flow of serotonin. That's do something really nice for someone else. It's amazing how good you feel about yourself when you do something really nice for somebody else. I'm talking about a philosophy that's other people-centered. I'm talking about a procedure that works. I'm going to make this statement. If I could not replace my cassette player in my automobile, $50,000 would not buy the one I have. I would prefer to drive a used Volkswagen with a cassette deck. You've invested your money in the tapes. You've invested your time. I really encourage you to listen and listen carefully. I close with a story. As I've already told you, I was raised down in Yazoo City, Mississippi. We lived next door to some rich folks during the Depression years, and I was over there for lunch one day, as I tried to be every day. And don't misunderstand, even though there was a depression going on, we certainly had plenty to eat at our house. I know we had plenty because if I ever passed my plate, they'd always tell me, I know you've had plenty. So I know we had plenty. On this particular day, the cook brought the biscuits out, and this is not an exaggeration. The biscuits were not as thick as my wristwatch. And I looked at him, I said, Maud, what on earth happened to your biscuits? She reared back, gave that big old tummy laugh, and said, well, I'll tell you about those biscuits. She said they squatted to rise. But she said they just got cooked in the squat. Basically, that's the problem with most people. They get cooked in the squat. They're a half a mind to do it, or they're going to do it, but they never take that first step. That's what I'm really saying. How many times you ever seen somebody and they get excited about something but say, it's about time for the kids to get out of school, and we're going to a lot of parties and so forth. Well, the kids get out of school, and then, man, I'll really get involved in it. The kids get out of school and they say, well, I didn't realize it, but I got to take them even more places now than I did at the end of school when I had all the parties going. Wait after the kids get back in school, I'll have more time. Then I'll really get involved in it. Kids get back in school and they say, well, for the first time in 17 years, dear old Central High's finally got a winning football team, and he got to support the kids. Wait till football season is over, and then, man, I'll really get involved. Football season, then they say, well, here it is, Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year, and people don't want to be bothered this time of year with all that stuff. Man, wait till after the holidays over, then, man, I'll be ready to go. Oh, now, wait. No, I know exactly what you're thinking about. Let me tell you the way it really is now. What I like to do is I get everything lined up. I prepare, I draw a plan of action, I get all ready, and then, man, when I really get started, I'll pass all these other folks, that kind of got the jump on me now. But after the holidays, you just watch. After the holidays, they say, well, the weather. Have you ever seen weather like this in Dallas, Texas, or Denver, Colorado, or Tampa, Florida? Wait till the weather settles down, and then, man, I'll really get busy. The weather settles down, they say, well, here it is Easter, and Easter time is family time. And you yourself said family time is important. I got to spend some time with the family, man. After that, though, man, then you just watch me. I'll really take off. After they do that, then they get the good weather and say, well, I haven't wet a hook or hit a golf ball in I don't know when. And when I do a little bit of that, and you said it yourself, fella can't work all the time. Got to have some recreation time. Wait after that, and then, man, I'll really get busy. And then after they hit a few golf balls, wet the hook a few times, then they say, well, it's almost time for the kids to get out of school. And that's where we came in. People who wait for Aunt Matilda to move out, or John to get on the day shift. People who wait for the tax rate to change, or for the new models to come out. People who wait for the new senator to take office, or the new advertising campaign to start. People who wait on changes out there before they do anything in here invariably end up getting cooked in the squad. The message is real clear. This information isn't worth a hill of beans until you put it into action. And then when you put it into action, that's when things happen. I promise you, I've not given you any theories. This is valid information that has been tested and tried by tens of thousands of people, and it works in any language that you want to put it in.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm encouraging you to buy the ideas that we've been talking about. Take this to heart, put it to work, and do it now. Because if you do, I close as I always close by saying, if you'll do these things, I will see you. And yes, I really do mean you, not just at the top. Hey, I'm going to see you over the top. Thank you, and God bless you for being here. Thank you. You know, sometimes it is fun and exciting. A couple of you were talking as you were walking in, and I couldn't help but overhear one of you say to the other one, well, I can't tell you anymore. I've already told you more than I heard. And, you know, that, like a couple of folks were talking, one of them said, well, you know, I hate to spread gossip, but I don't know what else you can do with it. And, you know, like one fellow said, you know, I hate gossip, so I'm only going to tell you this once. Now, you know, and incidentally, one of the things that intrigues me, I read a study some time back where every third person was either remarkably handsome or amazingly beautiful. Now, what I'd like to get you to do right now is turn directly to the person on your left and look them over real good. No, left. Now turn directly to the person on your right and look them over real good. Now, since it obviously ain't either one of them, then guess who? It's so neat to see so many beautiful ladies here this morning. You know, not only do women dress audiences up so much, but realistically, women are just so much more practical than men. Like this lady down home, bum came up to her on the street and said, ma'am, would you give me $1 for a sandwich? She said, well, not until I've seen the sandwich. Now, you know, that's being practical. Like one lady said, well, I didn't want to marry him for his money, but that was the only way I could get it. Now, you see, that really is being practical. Now, obviously, that one has been reversing itself these last few years, all right? 1989, in December, the redhead and I walked into Prestonwood Shopping Center. That's her favorite center. If you recall from an earlier recording, that's where she made the all-mall team for 8 years in a row, and last year made MVP as most valuable purchaser. Well, we walked into the little eyeglasses place. I needed some glasses, and a very energetic, enthusiastic young man came up and offered charity. He said, may I help you? Well, I was grateful for help. I said to him, yes, I need some of those glare-proof glasses. He said, are you a photographer? I said, no, I never got involved in photography because of all of the negatives. He said, he said, are you a producer? And I said, no, I'm a speaker. And he said, well, what do you speak on? And I said, well, motivation, positive thinking, leadership. I do a lot of family seminars, courtship after marriage, raising positive kids in a negative world. Do a lot in sales training, goal setting, and that sort of thing. And he brightened up noticeably. He said, oh, kind of like Zig Ziglar. and I said, well, sort of. And the redhead pointed her finger at me and she said, this is Zig Ziglar. Well, he was a very cool young man. He backed up a couple of feet, looked me over pretty good, and he started shaking his head. He said, oh, no. Oh, no. He said, I've seen videotapes of Zig Ziglar, and Zig Ziglar is always jumping up and down. He said, no, this is not Zig Ziglar. So I said to the redhead, you see there, sweetheart, I told you we weren't going to be able to fool this young man. He's probably looking for some 40 or 50-year-old codger, and he sees us two youngsters walk in, and he looks me over real good, and he knows I could never be Zig Ziglar. And the young man kind of nodded his head and said, yep, that's right. Well, we went ahead with the transaction. He got ready to do the paperwork. He picked up his pen, and he said, now, what is your name? And I said, well, I spell it Z-I-G-L-A-R. He literally dropped his pen on the counter. He said, you are Zig Ziglar. I said, yeah, I have been a long time. Now, I want to make a very important point. The young man had a picture of me in his mind. And as far as that picture went, it was okay, because on occasion I do jump up and down, and I do get kind of loud and exuberant and enthusiastic. But the reality is the picture he had of me was so narrow and so shallow that it bore no resemblance to who I am and what I can do. I have found that to be very, very true of people. I do a lot of reading, a lot of research, and what I have found is that most people have a picture of themselves which is so narrow and so shallow that it bears no resemblance to who they are and what they can do. Most people have no earthly idea as to what they can do, because all they've ever been told is what they cannot do. According to psychologist Chad Helmstetter, the average 16-year-old has been told 17,000 times, no, or you can't do that. Now, you tell a youngster 17,000 times they can't do something, and the first thing you know, they will begin to believe it. The picture is so incredibly important. Now, most people have no earthly idea, therefore, what they can do, because they don't know who they are. They do not know what they really want out of life, because they do not know what's available for them. Now, for them is the key. They can readily see where you could do it, and you could do it, and you could do it, and you could do it, but poor little old me, I could never do those things. And so what we want to work at is changing the picture so that we can recognize just what is inside of us. To repeat myself again, man was designed for accomplishment. That's you. Engineered for success and endowed with the seeds of greatness. You are fearfully and wonderfully made. In an earlier recording, I talked about the fact that there are some things you can't measure. You can't measure the heart. You can measure the IQ. One of the reasons I talk to both the head and the heart is because I like to get to your intelligence logically, but even more importantly, I like to get to you emotionally, because we cannot measure that heart. And inside of us, there is so much. But the picture is the key. The picture I had of myself always was I'm a little guy from a little town who will struggle all of his life. When I was 17 years old, getting ready to go off to the Navy back in the big war, World War II, some of you have heard about it, it's been in all the papers. I was getting ready to leave, and my plans was to go off to war and then come back, and literally to open a meat market in Yazoo City, Mississippi. That's the image, that's the picture that I had of myself. I never saw myself as having to have government assistance, but I saw myself as the little guy from the little town who would struggle all of his life. As a youngster, I was very small, and I did have that inferiority complex. That's exhibited. Now, in those days, that's what they call today. You know, they call it poor self-image and what have you. But the emphasis simply was that I could not do these things. The picture's important. I well remember one time one of my children came home with a terrible report card. You know, I was kind of chastising a little bit about it, and one of them said to me, I'm not going to identify which one it is. I would kind of embarrass him. But a big smile came out of this particular child's face and said, well, Dad, let me ask you, do you think this is heredity or environment? And you know, there's something that can be said for both. Now, my environment as a youngster was a depression environment. Survival was the issue of the day. Many of you, as you listen to this tape, are in a survival mode. We want to move from survival first to stability, and from stability to success, and from success to significance. That is the purpose, but that's going to take growth. And growth is a lifetime prospect. Now, I want to differentiate between personal growth and self-fulfillment. Self-fulfillment is that part of life that says, hooray for me, to heck with you, I'm going to win through intimidation if I have to, but I'm going to do it my way, and I'm going to look out for number one. Self-fulfillment is that individual, and I can perhaps represent them or epitomize them in the world of athletics. It's the individual who becomes a bodybuilder. Now, please understand that there are exceptions to every rule, and I want that to be made clear. But the typical bodybuilder spends an awful lot of time building those muscles, and then an inordinate amount of time getting in front of the mirror and admiring their handiwork. But they're not altogether selfish. I mean, many of them will put on an undershirt and walk down Main Street so that we too can admire what they have done. They will even come in the restaurant where we are eating and just kind of casually sit there, in that Charles Atlas pose so we can admire. Now, let me say it again. That's not always the case. For example, Randy Webster is a trainer and a bodybuilder. He works with my son and did work with my daughter-in-law. He is genuinely interested in taking what he knows about bodybuilding and teaching somebody else. There's your difference. Now, that's personal growth. That's the individual. That's the teacher who learns things for the purpose of teaching. Self-fulfillment is the student who learns things so he or she can parade their knowledge. Maybe someday they'll get invited to appear on Jeopardy, and they can answer all of those questions, and then the world will admire them for their incredible insights and wisdom. Now, let me emphasize on this that when you get into these things, then you begin to think in terms of, I'm not the only fish in the pond. There are others, and I need to live with, work with, encourage other people. That is so important. The way you go up in life is not just on your own efforts, but by what you can persuade others to do and teach others to do. You yourself have been helped by many people on many occasions. You walk in my office today, and on the wall you will see my wall of gratitude. There are 19 people there who've had an impact on my life. And there are people, if you're honest and really reflect on it, you've had a lot of people that have helped you in your life for you to move up. Like this old boy down home says, anytime you see a turtle on a fence post, you can rest assured that sucker didn't get there by himself. I mean, he had some help along the way. Well, what are the benefits of team play? Two of my favorite coaches are Joe Paterno at Penn State and Lou Holtz at Notre Dame. Now, in those two schools, as far as I know, they're the only two major schools which do not put the names of the players on the jacket. They go by numbers. And so that big defensive tackle has a number, as does the outstanding quarterback have a number. They function as a team. Well, we all know the team success of those two teams. You know, I say, well, now that's pretty good for the team. As a matter of fact, that's real good for the team to sacrifice yourself. Joe Paterno, for example, if one of his guys, a wide receiver, a running back, a fullback, runs for a touchdown and does all those hysterics or whatever they call them, in the end zone, throwing the ball up in the stands or throwing it over the goalpost or doing some of those silly dances, he might as well just head for the bench because he is now officially out of the game. Paterno requires that they simply hand the ball to one of the officials, run back to the huddle and say, congratulations, fellas, every last one of you did your job. And so the team was able to score. Now, what impact does this have on the individual? Well, you check the records in the NFL, and you will discover that for many years, both Notre Dame and Penn State have been at the top or real close to the top, certainly within the top 5 of the teams that send players to the NFL. You see, you got to have the individual talent and ability, but you need to function in there as part of the team. I can tell you that one sour apple in a company can have a tremendously detrimental effect on the rest of the team. And so this team play, this concept becomes extraordinarily important. Now, as this personal growth concept unfolds, let me tell you, first of all, it is a lifetime concept. 58% of all of the people in our society, when they finish their formal education, never read another meaningful book. On the contrary, those who make who's who read an average of 20 books a year.
At the end of 5 years, one has read 100 books, gotten incredible additional information, stayed current and up to date, and is in a growth mode. And when you're growing, you check your attitude. When you're learning things, that's when you are most excited. In companies where they teach concepts and philosophies, and people are growing, their rate of turnover is dramatically less than those who do not. Now, Fortune magazine ran an article, Merck & Company, which for 9 years was voted the #1 company, most desirable place in America to work. What they discovered was it cost them 1.5 years' salary to replace a worker, to run the recruitment ads, and to train them, bring them up to speed. 1.5 years' salary every time a trained, productive individual left. So you see, growth is important for the company, and it's important for the individual. Now, as you listen to your set of tapes, let me get you to notice that the thoughts, ideas, and procedures constitute an ongoing message. I do not necessarily finish a message on one particular tape. I'm concerned not with structuring something for 20 minutes or 30 minutes or an hour. I'm concerned with delivering a message that will make a difference in your life. And when the message is through, then is when we stop. Now, as you listen, I want to encourage you to get your family to listen. Because you see, what that does is it gets the whole family on the same page. You will be thinking together. I cannot begin to tell you that hundreds of people over the years, young men and women, who have come to me and said, when I was a youngster, just a toddler almost, my parents were listening to your tapes and had me listening to them, and I got to tell you, for a long time, I hated you. I used to ask do we have to listen to that Zig fella again? But across the board, they have said, as I got old enough to even begin to understand what you were saying, I always benefited from them. And a strange thing, I did have to admit that regardless of what you were saying, I felt better when you got through. Now, that's what I covered in the message earlier, that this literally activates and floods the brain with those endorphins, the dopamine, norepinephrine, the serotonin, and those other neurotransmitters. So the physiological impact, as I mentioned earlier, there. Why should we share with the family early on? Well, according to a study done in Missouri, 65% of our working vocabulary has been acquired by the age of 3. It's an established fact that people who teach you language teach you how to think. And since your thought precedes the action, that gets to be very, very important. 80% of our characters form by age 5, 90% of your personality by the age of 7. Those first years are extremely important. Now, for those of you who think, well, shucks, my youngest child's 47, maybe it's too late for me. The beautiful thing is you can change. Whatever the situation is, I'm here to tell you, you're not stuck with it. You can grow. You can change. Well, let me give you some of the things. Now, when I was a youngster, we obviously did not have cassette players. We did not have television. We didn't have a whole lot of other things. I had a mother with a 5th grade education, though, who was a magnificent philosopher. One of the wisest people that I have ever encountered. Dad died when I was 5, as I mentioned earlier, 6 of us too young to work. But Mom used to educate us by saying the same thing over and over and over. For example, one of her favorites was, willful waste makes woeful want. To this day, I am conscious of waste. I well remember a number of years ago, my son was a teenager. I was in the bathroom. I used to buy my shampoo by the gallon. And then I would pour it in the little bottles, and that was the most economical way to do it. Well, I was shaving and getting ready to take my shower, and I was transferring some of the shampoo from the gallon jug over to the little bottle so I could handle it. I spilled some of it there in the sink. So I just reached down, wiped the shampoo up from the sink, put it on my hair, and about that time, my teenage son walked in. He said, "Dad, what happened to your hair?" And I told him what had happened, and he just laughed. He said, "Well, Dad, nobody's ever going to accuse you of being wasteful." And I said, "Son, that nice little car you got standing out there in the driveway? It's there because we're careful about things like this."
Now, my mom, with all that saying it over and over. Another little thing she used to say to us, when a task is once begun, you leave it not until it's done. And that was hammered into my mind many and many times, and I will remember it obviously until this day. She often said, tell the truth until it ever costeth what it will. For he who hides the wrong he does the wrong thing still. Probably the thing I'm most grateful for and proud of is what Brian said in the introduction. I'm consistent. You know, consistency is very, very important. Your word ought to be your bond. You should not need a written contract except for clarification of what they are. I learned some things very early on that did make a dramatic or a substantial difference, have a big influence on my life. For example, I well remember I milked cows as a youngster, 8 years old. Just for your information, I got to tell you, cows don't give milk. I mean, you got to fight for every drop. Well, at lunch, I don't know what you can do with that, but my job is not to tell you what to do with it. You use it as you best see fit. I mean, now that's your responsibility. Well, anyhow, at lunch during this school, I would come home and I would move the cows from one spot to another so they could get better grass, so we would have more milk. Well, I was in a big hurry to get back and play a couple of innings of softball, so I very sloppily did it, and one of the cows got loose, got in this elderly lady's garden, and ate some turnip greens. Well, you know, I apologized profusely and just told her how sorry I was and all that kind of good stuff, and I really was sorry. But when I got home, my mama said, son, you got to do more than apologize. This lady sells turnip greens. Now you need to go to her and ask her to estimate how many turnip greens the cow ate, how many bunches that would represent, and you got to pay her for them. Well, she estimated that there were about 8 bunches, and in those days a bunch of turnip greens was a big bunch, and they sold for $0.05 a bunch. So I went to her and I said, well, you know, tell me what it is and I'll pay you. It's 40 cents. Now that doesn't sound like a whole lot, except that in the grocery store where I worked, I made $0.05 an hour. Now, that means I worked 8 hours because I did not accept my responsibility of securing that cow. Guess what I learned early on? I learned responsibility. I think that's important. Another little lesson I taught, and you see, regardless of your age, I think this lesson is more needed today than ever before. I was a Boy Scout. My instructions were you go to scout meet and then you come on home. Well, the schoolyard was next to the place we held our scout meeting, the Episcopal Church there in Yazoo City. And so a bunch of the kids decided to go over and play on the swings a while. Well, I went over there and played a few minutes, you know, and then I headed home. The next day, I got the report that some of the kids had stayed a little while longer and had destroyed some of the swings. All right? Bottom line is, my part of it was $1.15. I said, Mom, that's not fair. I was, I wasn't there when any of the damage was done. She said, son, maybe that is true. It is true. But you see, anytime you're disobedient, and I have told you what to do and you do not do it, many times there is a penalty that goes along with that. Well, I got to tell you, that $1.15 was a lot of money for me, although by then I was a little older and was now making a dime an hour, so it was, only a little less than 12 hours of work, but I'll guarantee you I listened much more carefully from that point on. Lessons in philosophy. Now, the reality is any kind of training that we give increases productivity, almost any kind of training. Remember the Hawthorne study? And they turned the lights brighter in this factory and productivity went up. And then they turned them down and productivity went up temporarily. Training, just about any kind, will do that. But over a period of time, as it sets in and gets to be old hat, we revert back to form. Unless we as individuals grow and change. And that's where we like to believe we're different. We deal with the fact that you got to be before you can do, and you got to do before you can have. So as we look at this, then we're going to look at the growth factor that will make a difference. Now, I've been looking the audience over very carefully as I've been talking, and some of you probably noticed I kind of walk around a little bit. How many of you had noticed that? I have looked you over, and I'm astonished at the youth of this group. Bunch of youngsters. Nobody here is even old enough to know what I'm about to tell you, so I'll just have to go ahead and tell you. When you reach a certain age, there are chemical changes that take place in the human body. And as you know, we got a lot of pollution out there in the air. And when the chemical changes of the body meet the pollution in the air, what it does is destroy the strength of the lenses in your glasses. Well, that happened to me a few years ago, and so I went down to see my friendly optometrist, and he gave me all the tests, wrote the prescription, said, see me next Tuesday, they'll be ready. Well, the following Tuesday I walked in, he put these new bifocals on me, and said, okay, Zig, how do they feel? I said, they feel good. He said, they look good too. He said, you're on your way. Well, my car was parked about 15 or 20 feet outside of his front door. As I stepped out the front door in my new bifocals, I hid it from my car. Now, you talking about a high-stepping dude. Old Zig is really picking them up and putting them down. Now, I didn't realize that until I drew abreast of the car, and there I was, my right leg up in there about 3.5 feet, and I saw the reflection in the window. Now, you know how you feel when you do something that's not overly bright? You look around for fear that everybody in town been watching you, and so I looked around right quick. Nobody's paying me the least bit of attention. But realizing how utterly ridiculous I must have looked, I could not help it. I just burst out laughing. And then I got excited. And the reason I got excited was that day, for the first time in my life, I realized what I do. Basically, you see, I go around this country and other countries as well, fitting people with new glasses. Because the reality is, if we're going to change that picture, we've got to also adapt to those new glasses that will make a difference. Now, I want to emphasize these are not rose-colored glasses. I've said it before. I've said a number of times, life is tough. But when you're tough on yourself, then life will be infinitely easier on you. I also want to emphasize, neither are they rose-colored glasses. So many people walk around looking like the picture on their driver's license. Acting somewhat like a cruise director for the Titanic, maybe like somebody's licked all the red off of their can. No, these are not rose-colored glasses. These are vision glasses which will enable you to see further and understand more. Vision glasses are enormously important. Somebody asked Helen Keller what would be worse than being blind. Without hesitation, she said, it would be infinitely worse to have perfect eyesight and no vision than the other way around. In his last year, somebody asked Dr. Albert Schweitzer, how goes it, Dr. Schweitzer? And he said, my sight grows dim, but my vision is clearer than ever. Solomon said, my people perish for lack of a vision. I believe with all my heart that's one of the basic problems, not only individually, but it is the problem that we as a society and many companies and families have. Their vision is limited, and that is unfortunate. It is even tragic. Oliver Wendell Holmes years ago said it's tragic, the loss of our natural resources. But what is even more tragic is the fact that the average American goes to their grave with their music still in them. All of us have those songs in us. Nat King Cole was on the West Coast. Early on, he got his career started as a piano player. Now, this particular night, the singer did not show. The club owner said, where's the singer? Nat King Cole said, he's not here, he's sick. The owner said, no singer, no money. That's the night Nat King Cole became a singer. And of course the rest, as the old song goes, is history. Now, you might not be able to carry a tune, but you've got a song inside of you. And the purpose of these recordings is to get the song out, whatever it might be, so that you can sing that song. We need pictures. You know what I believe about myself when I tell people this? Sometimes they look at me as if I'm just whistling Dixie or something. I honestly believe that I'm at least 5, maybe 10 years away from reaching my peak. I feel better, more energetic, stronger, better informed than I've ever felt in my life. And the research I'm doing clearly indicates that if you remain active physically and mentally, and I still read an average of about 3 hours a day, that your creativity definitely substantially increases because you have access to all of the accumulated information and knowledge you've acquired over that period of years. I recently signed a contract, 7 years, to do a daily newspaper column. We're in 32 papers now, and if you'll call your local paper, maybe we'll get in your paper as well in case we're not there. Now, they insisted on a 7-year renewal, so that's 14 years. I believe in those long-range goals. I really do. A lot of times people ask me, well, do you ever think about retirement? I said, yep, and said no long time ago. You might not know this, but the only time retirement is mentioned in the Bible, it is always as a punishment. I just hope God is not ready to punish me for a while at any rate. Got so many things I want to do. Now, I'm ready to go when He's ready for me, but I got a lot of things also I would like to get done. That retirement baloney got started in the 1870s in Germany when Bismarck was the chancellor. He just noticed one day that virtually every one of his powerful enemies was 65 and older. He persuaded the German legislature to pass legislation making age 65 mandatory retirement age. In one stroke of the pen, now he neglected to explain to everybody what he was doing, but in one stroke of the pen he eliminated the overwhelming majority of all of his enemies who had power, judgment, wisdom, influence, contacts, money, I mean the whole smear. And for some reason, a lot of people, a lot of other countries said, hey, that's a good idea. Let's do that too. And as a result, we're putting out to pasture people as they literally, in many cases, hit their peak. I think it's a tragic mistake. For example, so many people are so age conscious. I was doing a radio talk show here a few months ago, and this lady called in. It's one of those question and answer deals, you know, and she was almost crying. She said, I'm 55 years old. I've never done anything with my life, and now it's too late. I said, ma'am, did you say you were 55? She said, yes, I am. I said, you just a spring chicken. I said, as a matter of fact, does your mama know where you are? She did exactly what you just did in this live audience. She got so tickled, and the rest of the time we talked about solutions. Here's what you can do. You know, so many people go through life whining. I really ought to carry some cheese with me so we could have wine and cheese. I mean, they tell me that those things kind of go together. Now, what I want to do is talk to you. You see, as you're listening to this, I have an idea right now you're smiling because we've been telling a little funnier to, and you're kind of interested in what I'm going to say. So, matter of fact, you've invested your money, so that's proof that you're interested in what I'm going to say. I'd like to talk about the power of the spoken word. Because you see, the spoken word has the power to influence in an unbelievable manner and degree. Years ago, somebody said one picture's worth 1,000 words or 10,000 words. I'm here to tell you that individual had never really read the Declaration of Independence or the Bill of Rights. They had not read Lincoln's Gettysburg Address or the 23rd Psalm or prayed the Lord's Prayer. See, those are words. They're just words. But they're words that can have impacted literally millions and millions and millions of people. Words can make you break out in hilarious laughter. You've heard it 101 different times. And as a matter of fact, I'm reading something here called Anguished English. Socrates was a famous Greek teacher who went around giving people advice. They killed him. Socrates died from an overdose of wedlock. After his death, his career suffered a dramatic decline. Now, you know, when you read something like that, you can't help but get tickled. David was a Hebrew king, skilled at playing the lyre. He fought with the Finkelsteins, a race of people who lived in biblical times. Solomon, one of David's sons, had 300 wives and 700 porcupines. Now, when you... Now, when you read something like that, as I say, it does have an impact, an influence on your thinking. Charles Osgood said that compared to the spoken word, a picture is a pitiful thing indeed. You think about these words. Patrick Henry said, "Give me liberty or give me death." And a nation united and fought for their independence. Lincoln said 77 years ago, and a nation was reunited. Churchill said there will always be an England, and the country was lifted by its bootstraps. FDR said the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. And the Depression era got a glimpse of hope. Martin Luther King said, "I have a dream." And because of it, many people dream today who did not dream before. Rosa Parks said, "My feet hurt." And because of those few words, an entire people stood up and marched forward. The words can be so enormously important. Many, many years ago, I told a beautiful young girl, "I love you." A few weeks later, she said to me, "And I love you." 2.5 years later, the preacher said, "I now pronounce you man and wife." A little over 2 years later, the doctor said, "It's a girl, Mr. Ziglar." Now, you know, when you think about words like that, those are words that can lift you up. A youngster in California school really had all kinds of problems, came from a dysfunctional family, was failing in everything, and they put computers in there, and he had a knack for computers, and all of a sudden he started improving in every area of life, and his grades dramatically got better, and somebody asked him, what has happened? And he said, my computer calls me Clarence. My classmates call me stupid. You see, the difference in the words can make a difference. Dr. Les Carter at the world-famous Menrith Meyer Clinic talked about the impact of words. I was concerned about this, and I said, is there a correlation between violent language and violence itself? And here is what Dr. Carter said. I have never worked with an abuse situation that didn't follow a pattern of verbal abuse before physical abuse. Additionally, the more one cusses, the less sensitive to the nature of their own behavior they become. The Bible says, thou shalt not curse a deaf man. Why not? They can't hear. It's obviously because of the damage it does to you. Acid destroys the vessel in which it is stored, and that's important. The way people talk is the best indication of how they think. The most powerful instrument for influencing a person's thought process is the language you use on them and they use on themselves. That's the reason I always use so much adult language, like dedication, responsibility, commitment, discipline, things like that. A lot of four-letter words, like good and best and real and fair and hope and love. And got to confess, every once in a while I slip the F word in on folks, because I believe that faith is enormously important. The language we use can have a substantial impact on a person's life. The language we use on ourselves can have an even greater impact on a person's life. Again, the most important opinion you have is the opinion you have of yourself. Now, I'm not talking about a super inflated ego. Conceit's that weird disease that makes everybody sick except the person who has it. That is not what I'm talking about. Like some wit said, it's kind of like the rooster who thinks the sun comes up so that it's time for him to crow. And there are a lot of people just that way. How powerful can words be? A few years ago, I was speaking in Marion, Indiana. It was a 4-hour seminar. I did it on Tuesday night. When I got home on the weekend, I had a letter from a lady who was there. And she said, Mr. Ziglar, I was there on Tuesday night. I'd just gotten back from Colorado on a rafting trip. It's one of the most magnificent experiences of my life. It was really wonderful. We would raft down the river, and as the sun was beginning to set, we would pull off to a flat spot. We would build our campfire. We would cook our dinner. And then she said we would go up a few hundred more feet so we could get a better view. And she said the rarefied air up there and the clarity, we could look at the stars and the moon. It was incredibly. And when I looked at the magnificent universe, and then the next morning we'd get up and go down to the streams, and the wildlife would be coming there to take their morning drink. She said the whole thing was so awesome that I thought of myself as being absolutely nothing and contemplated suicide. And she said, that evening, on Tuesday evening, you quoted St. Augustine, who many years ago, and I paraphrase him, 399 A.D., he said, man travels hundreds of miles to gaze at the broad expanse of the ocean. He looks with awe at the heavens above. He stares in wonderment at the fields and the mountains and the rivers and the streams. And then he passes himself by without a thought. God's most amazing creation. And she said, when you quoted St. Augustine, I realized what I was. When man looks at himself and what's important, with this pair of glasses you're being fitted with, you see, they will also reverse themselves, and they will look inside and let you see some of the things that you're going to be astonished at what is already there. And I think that's important. The power of the Word truly is awesome. We had a young man named Samuel Akwasi Sarpong who came to our 3-day Born to Win seminar here in Dallas. He's from Ghana, the Ashanti tribe. Now, the Ashanti tribe, which is by far the largest tribe in Ghana, has the practice of naming their children based on the day of the week on which they're born. Now, they have a given name and a last name. The middle name is their Ashanti name. His Ashanti name is Akwasi. And Akwasi in his language means godly, gentle, peace-loving, and kind. By coincidence, the young man is a Christian minister. The babies who are born on Wednesday are named Kwaku. Now, Kwaku means mean, violent, aggressive, quick-tempered. In the nation of Ghana, over 50% of all of the crime committed is committed by those who are born on Wednesday. You see, names, words, language are extraordinarily important. Wendell Johnson wrote a book entitled People in Quandaries. It's based on studies done on reservations in America. They started with 2 reservations and noticed something rather peculiar, and then expanded it to many other reservations. They discovered there was not a single full-blooded Indian raised on the reservation and taught the Indian languages and dialects. Not a one of them stuttered. Now, they checked the languages and the dialects, and then they understood why none of them stuttered. It was because in none of the Indian languages or dialects was there a word for stutter. And if there's no word for stutter, how you going to stutter? You see, there are no instructions. There's no picture. You see, words paint pictures. And then we go to work to complete those pictures. Bill Glass says that 90% of the people who are incarcerated in our prisons today were repeatedly told by their parents, one of these days you're going to end up in jail. Jim Sundberg's a friend of mine, former Golden Gloves catcher in the major leagues. Jim Sundberg was doing a prison crusade with Bill Glass one day, and they were just, during one of the breaks, they were just kind of standing aside talking. And you know, Jim Sundberg said, Bill, when I was a youngster, over and over my dad kept saying to me, you keep throwing that ball like that, son, you'll be a major leaguer someday. You keep hustling like that, and someday you'll be a major leaguer. You keep swinging the bat that way, one of these days you're going to be a major leaguer. He said it was planted in my mind early on. He said, I am exactly where my dad told me I was going to be. A prisoner was standing close by. And he softly shook his head and said, well, you know, same thing happened to me. I'm exactly where my dad told me I was going to be. The power of the Word is absolutely incredible. And yet so much of the input is negative. What do we say to our kids? We call them the terrible twos when they're really the terrific twos. Tremendous threes, fantastic fours, fabulous fives, sensational sixes. I mean, you go right down the list. And yet how many times do we hear somebody say, you never do anything right? You're always late. You never look nice. You're just plain dumb. You'll never amount to anything. You're just like your father. I mean, we hear that sort of stuff when we really need the good, the clean, the pure, the powerful, the positive in there every day. I was in Atlanta in my office over there many years ago. A young man came in, 3 beautiful little stair-step girls. They introduced him. This is the one that won't eat. This is the one that won't mind her mother. This is the one who cries all the time. Not realizing he was giving them very specific instructions. I was up in Nashville on the way down to the gate to catch a plane. I passed a mother and her, I guess 3-year-old child. And you know, since Adam and Eve, there has never been a child who walked at exactly the pace the parent wanted them to walk. Well, this little guy was kind of dragging his heels, and the mother turned to him and said, come on, stupid, we're going to miss the plane. I was in a cafeteria in Dallas, and a little girl was crying. A grandmother-type lady bent over and said, what's the matter, honey? And her dad spoke up and said, she's mean. That's what. She just plain mean. I was out in Stockton, California. I was doing my jog. I ran past a grandmother and her little granddaughter, about 5, 6 years old. Beautiful little girl. Well, I'll tell you just how pretty she was. She compares favorably to my own grandchildren. Now, if that doesn't say something, I don't know what was. And as I ran past them, the only thing I heard was these words, they'll put you in jail for that. Can you imagine? Now, had I the opportunity to talk with that man in Atlanta, the man in Dallas, the mother up in Nashville, the grandmother in Stockton, I would say to them, if you want to destroy their self-image, if you want to discourage them, if you wanted to consign them to the failure heaps in life, if you want to give them higher hills to climb, you keep on doing exactly what you are doing. And the same rule applies between husband and wife and employer and employee. As you undoubtedly have already noticed, I put it all together. Personal life, family life, and business life. Your physical, your mental, and your spiritual, because you're a complete human being, not just part of a human being. And the sad thing is that there are so many people who are even unaware of what they're doing. You know, it's just gotten to be a habit, and if they were to keep an open recorder going in their house and listen at the end of the day to some of the things they're saying, they would be absolutely astonished. What difference do words and attitudes make? I was 25 years old. I was the youngest divisional supervisor in the 66-year history of a very large cookware company. When I was promoted, I immediately encountered difficulty. Now, in direct sales, the field manager is the key, because they are in daily contact with the troops. They do the weekly sales meeting. They do all of the training sessions. And I had 4 field managers. In that first month, one of them had a heart attack. One of them cut his big toe almost all the way off. He was in the hospital 20 days and on crutches for the next 3 months. The third one had an integrity problem, and his people lost confidence in him, and they quit in droves. The fourth one had been promoted prematurely because there was no one else available. The fourth one had been promoted to take my place out of that organization. And a division that was going gangbusters one month was going kaput the next month. Some of my friends started the rumor that the company was very unhappy with me because I just couldn't cut the mustard, as we'd say in those days. I couldn't handle this bigger job, this bigger responsibility. Now, you talking about a pity party. Old Zig had one, protracted one. I was muttering, it's not my fault. I didn't have anything to do with that heart attack. I didn't have anything to do with cutting his toe off. I didn't have anything to do with that inexperience. I didn't have anything to do with that integrity problem. I'm the good guy. Why are they trying to crucify me, And
Business kept getting worse for some strange reason. Walking down the streets of Knoxville, Tennessee, I saw a book in the window. It's called The Power of Positive Thinking, Dr. Norman Vincent Peale. I picked that sucker up. I said, boy, if anybody ever needs to be a positive thinker right now, anybody that needs help, boy, it is me. And I devoured that book, which Dr. Peale had taken the time to write expressly to me and for me. Every page, almost every paragraph, it said, now zig, 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 over and over and over. I was astonished that he had been able to personalize it to the degree that he had. And he agreed with me completely. He said, you're right, you're not responsible for that heart attack. You're not responsible for the integrity problem, or the cut-off toe, or the inexperience. You're not responsible for any of those things. But zig, you are responsible for you and your attitude. Now quit your griping. Put your imagination to work. Start thinking. How can you capitalize on this? How can you make it an asset instead of a liability? I'm here to tell you there was a dramatic turnaround. Now, nothing had changed out there, but everything changed here. You see, the way you change others is, don't even try. You change you. The way you change your circumstances is change you. The way you do things better is become better yourself. That is the key. Now, what just happened was very simple. Chad Helmstetter says you can't change from a negative mindset to a positive mindset without changing from negative talking to positive talking. Now, to do that, you must change the input from negative to positive. Now, what we do is we generally extract the last major deposit in our thinking and in our attitudes and in our action. For example, you will talk more about this morning, this week, than you'll talk about it for the next 2 years. The reason is very simple. You'll have a lot of other things. I'm speaking to the live audience now. The people who are listening to the tape obviously will hear this over and over and over, and you'll hear the other tapes over and over and over. But this is what happens in our life. We simply recall the last deposit. Let me tell you again, input determines your outlook. Your outlook determines your output, and your output determines your future. See, you can do something about your input. Strangely enough, if I were to walk in your home with a pail of garbage and dump it on your living room floor, we'd have serious trouble fast. You'd either get your gun and say, now, Ziglar, you clean it up. And I'll bet I could, too. Or you'd call the law and have me arrested, or you'd whoop up on me. Now, interestingly enough, we could clean it up with some good cleaner and remove all traces of it ever been there. But everything that goes in your mind is going to be there in some shape or form. You don't forget it. It just gets buried over a period of time. One of the things that will happen as you listen to this the 16 times we recommend, and then periodically listen to it for the rest of your life, is the fact that you will, over a period of time, become so conscious of what goes into your mind, you will catch yourself asking the question, well, now, if I read this, am I going to be better off or worse off? If I watch this particular television show or movie, am I really going to be more likely to get the things in life I want, or is it going to be a detriment to me? Yes, what goes in your mind is very, very important. And we have so much negatives. We call them stoplights when in reality they're go lights. They're put there to make traffic go. We have a wreck. Somebody says call the wrecker when we need the tow truck. You've already had the wreck. Incredibly enough, they bring out a loaf of bread. And the average person calls the first slice the end. Every loaf of bread I've ever seen in my life had 2 beginnings. Now, interestingly enough, I challenge you, if you want to have fun, somebody wants directions, send them down to the go light. In a restaurant, ask the waiter or waitress, I'd like the beginning slice of bread. And they're going to look at you like, now there's a weird individual. But I can guarantee you, it will make a difference. The power of the Word can be measured in so many cases, in so many ways. A number of years ago, when the Dallas Times-Herald was in publication here in Dallas, there was an article concerning a study done at the University of Pittsburgh. Well, they called me
and asked me what I thought about it. And I said, well, I think it's a valid study. They said, you mean you believe it's right? I said, absolutely. That study's been done half a dozen times. I don't know why they keep on doing it. Well, what the study showed was that tall men and women do better in the business world than do short men and women. That's what the study showed. They said, you believe that? Why, certainly I believe it, because the data overwhelms it. And let me tell you why that is true. Has nothing whatever to do involving the distance between your heel and your head. I mean, now that's got nothing whatever to do with it. Has nothing to do with the size of the storage place, because they basically are all about the same size. Has everything to do with what you put in it. Now, you tell me if you're guilty of this. How many of you have, in this live audience, have ever been lost? I do not mean confused, but I mean you're in a strange neighborhood and you just flat are lost, okay? You know, Donald Boone never was lost, but he was confused once for about a week, okay? Now, you're lost. You don't know whether to go north, south, east, or west, and you see some kids over there playing on the school ground or on the corner or in somebody's yard. And you drive over there or you walk over there and you ask a question. Now, here's my question to you. Which one of the kids do you ask the question? Biggest or tallest? Might be the dumbest kid in town. Might be visiting there. Might be an absolute know nothing about how to get from here to there. But you ask the biggest and the tallest for one very simple reason. Lifetime conditioning. How many times have you been guilty of this? Somebody introduces you to their child. And if the child is average or above average in height, you'll say, my, what a fine looking young man. Or my, what a fine looking young woman. Well, what about Shorty? Oh, isn't he cute? Or isn't she cute, you know? Well, I've got a cute little dog at home. And you can have cute puppies. But let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen a cute university president? Or a cute admiral? Or a cute general? Or a cute CEO of a major corporation? You don't relate greatness with cuteness. You just don't. But that word has been drilled in there. And so when a small person, comes in, a short one, many times that's our attitude towards them, and it permeates them over a period of time. I love what Oliver Wendell Holmes said. Brilliant jurist. Brilliant writer. Brilliant scientist. Somebody asked him one time, he was 5 feet tall. Judge Holmes, how does it feel to be small in a society where men and women both are taller and bigger than you are? He had a great sense of humor and a lot of wisdom when he said, I feel kind of like a dime must feel when thrown in with a bunch of nickels. Half as big, worth twice as much. Now, what am I getting at? I'm getting about an attitude. I'm getting at the fact that words, yes, they really do make a difference. Now, in the make-believe world, television and Hollywood, profanity and vulgarity might be in, but not in the real world. I've never heard of a young girl going home and saying, Dad, you got to let me go out with this fella. I'm telling you, he's got the filthiest mouth I have ever heard in my life. I've never heard of a director of personnel going to the president and said, I want to hire this person right here. I mean, listen, he can tell the most filthy jokes, the dirtiest joke you've ever heard. I mean, he will have an impact on our company. Let me tell you the reality. I've never heard of anybody advancing because of foul, filthy language. I've heard a lot of them who never had a chance to get ahead because of it. A number of years ago, one of the major companies in America, I'd spoken with them a couple of years, and they asked me who I would recommend for next year. Well, obviously, I recommended me again. But, they wanted my best recommendation, so, you gotta be realistic about it. Well, anyhow, they said, no, Zig, come on, man. We've had you several times now, and you always do a great job for it. But tell us somebody. I suggested a fella who happened to be a friend of mine. And they said, well, does he have any tapes? I said, yes, he does. They said, well, tell him to send us a couple and let us listen to him. He sent them the tapes, and then they called him and told him they could not use him, and he obviously wanted to know why. And they said, well, you got a couple of stories in there that just won't fit in our organization. He said, that's no problem. He said, I'll just take those stories out. They looked at him or said to him on the telephone, we were really looking for someone who had never put the stories in there in the first place. See, your language is dramatically important. That's the reason we talk about it so much. Suppose a parent were to say, you keep performing like that and someday you'll be the president of your own company. You keep studying like that and someday you'll win a college scholarship. You keep treating people like that and you'll have friends everywhere. I believe that, ladies and gentlemen, is the proper use of the language itself. Using things that really do make a difference in people's life.
Please remember, the message you just heard is copyrighted material and reproduction in any form is prohibited by law and prevented by your integrity.
You know, truth not only is stranger than fiction, but in most cases it's funnier than fiction. A number of years ago, my brother Judge Ziglar, who was also a speaker, was going through Charlotte, North Carolina. It was a cold, rainy winter evening, and he was in the old airport, and they used to have a chocolate chip cookie machine there. And you could smell those chocolate chip cookies for blocks away. Well, my brother could handle anything except temptation. So he got close enough to smell, and he went up and he bought himself a dozen of them. Now, they were small, so it's not quite as bad as it sounded. He went into the waiting area, and there were 2 seats left, side by side. And there was a lady on one side, so he proceeded, he had his hat on and his top coat and his raincoat and his briefcase and all of the paraphernalia, you know, that goes with traveling. He put all of those things down and his chocolate chip cookies there in that seat. And as he turned around to sit down, when he looked back over, he saw a hand coming out of his chocolate chip cookies. And, you know, he thought to himself, well, you know, at least you could have asked. You know, of course, I got a dozen, it's okay. He reached over and he got himself a cookie, and then the lady looked at him kind of funny. Then in a minute or two, she got another one, and he got another one, and she got another one, he got another one, and he got the last cookie. And then she picked the empty sack up, dumped the crumbs in her hand, popped them in her mouth, and about that time, the call came for her flight. Well, she got up, and he said as she walked past him, she gave him a look that would skin the hide off of a billy goat. I mean, it was some more look. He thought to himself, boy, now that is one more nervy woman. My God, these are strange people up here. Well, about 10 minutes later, his call came. He got up, slipped on his top coat, put on his hat, and underneath his hat hey, you're listening faster than I'm talking. Was a bag of chocolate chip cookies. Now, if you ever meet a woman who said, you know, you can't believe that strange dude I saw in Charlotte, North Carolina, that was my brother that she'll be talking about. Several years ago, I got a letter from a gentleman in Toronto, Canada. The letter contained a substantial check. And he said, Mr. Ziglar, I know you don't do counseling, but I have a young friend who's destroying his health, losing his family, and I believe you're the only person he will listen to. He has great respect for you. If you will give us an hour, I will fly the 2 of us to Dallas. The check is yours if you'll spend the hour with us. Well, you know, when somebody is that serious and has that kind of friend, boy, the first thing I thought is, man, isn't it wonderful to have a friend like that? So I sent the check back, told him to come on down.
Young man's name was Steve Walker. They walked in and we started our dialogue, and it came out over a period of several moments there. I asked him, I said, now I understand that your boss is your hero. He said, that's right. He's the most successful man that I know. And I said, I also understand that you're a hard worker. He said, yes, I am a hard worker. Let me tell you just how hard he was working, because his boss was a hard worker. The young man was leaving every morning at 6 o'clock to go to work. Drove 30 miles. He got home, generally speaking, after 10 o'clock at night. On several occasions, he literally went to sleep driving. His health was deteriorating. His family was coming apart. And he was really, following this guy who was his boss. And I said, understand your boss is your hero. And he said, well, yeah, he's the most successful man I know. And I said, well, now, we kind of got to look at success and see what it is. I said, I'd like for you to tell me what you consider success to be. And we talked, and he did not come out with them in the same order that we've listed them on numbers of occasions. But the bottom line is, when we finally got through, he agreed that anybody who was happy and healthy and at least reasonably prosperous and secure, who had friends, peace of mind, good family relationships, and hoped that the future was going to be better, was a successful man. And I said, well, now let's do something that most people never do, including those of you listening to this tape. And that is, let's evaluate where we are in pursuit of what we want as versus where we think we might be. And I said to the young man, for example, we know that in any audience, if I divide the audience exactly half in two, and they're all salespeople, same experience, same territories, selling the same product, same abilities, but one keeps precise records on the people they call on, what happened, and how they can improve on the next one, will sell dramatically more than the other one will. And I said, on weight loss, if you take people, those who keep exact records on what they eat, I mean, every bite, will lose weight faster, and they will keep it off longer than will those who say, well, I don't really eat that much. You know, it depends on what they call much. Most people on that are in denial, and as you know, denial is just a river in Egypt, as far as, a lot of people are concerned. So I said, let's talk about your boss, and let's see how he measures up with your picture of success. I said, first of all, how happy is your boss? And he said, well, I don't really think he's happy. And I said, well, why do you say that? And he said, well, first of all, I almost never see him smile. I don't think I've heard him laugh a half a dozen times. And on top of that, he's got ulcers. And I said, well, let me tell you something. Based on what you just told me, we got to give him a failing grade on the happiness part there. And on the health, if he's got ulcers, that raises a failure there at this particular moment. And I said, you get ulcers not because of what you eat, but because of what's eating you. And so that means he doesn't have peace of mind. I said, now I've asked you one question, and 3 of the 8 things that you consider to be success, he doesn't have. I said, tell me about how prosperous is he? He said, oh man, he said, he is rolling in the dough. And he's making more all the time. And I said, well, okay. On the prosperity bit then, we will give him a big old plus. Now, let me ask you, how secure is your boss? Now understand, he's thinking mostly financial security. And he said, well, he's as secure as money can make him. And I said, well, now, we had an ex-governor worth over $100 million, and he went bankrupt. How does your boss compare to him? He said, oh, he doesn't have that much money. I said, well, we had an industrialist in this area worth over $500 million. He went bankrupt, so he couldn't compare with him, could he? And he said, no. So I said, well, the financial security, would it be fair to say that as far as that's concerned, there is a legitimate question? He said, yeah, things happen. Actually, only 19 of the top 100 corporations in America in 1900 are still in business today. So we do know that things change there. I said, tell me, how many friends does your boss have? He thought of me and said, I don't think he's got any. He said, actually, I'm not his friend. I just admire him a lot. To tell you the truth, the guy is somewhat of a jerk. I said, okay, then we'll give him a failing grade on that one. I said, tell me about his family relationships. And he said, well, his wife's divorcing him. So I said, well, we kind of got to give him a big old X on that one. I said, tell me about his hope for the future. He said, well, now, he thinks he's got a great future, but I'm beginning to think that, maybe he doesn't after all. I said, well, in other words, we could put an honest question mark on the hope part. He said, yeah, I think we could. And I said, well, now let's take a little inventory of the 8 things you consider to be success. He gets a plus on 1. He gets a minus on 5. And a maybe on 2 of them. And I said, let me ask you a question. Based on this actual, factual exploration of your admiration for the most successful man you know, would you swap places with him? The young man sat there kind of stunned for quite a few seconds. Then slowly he stood up. He extended his hand, indicating the interview was over. Now, as you listen to this tape, let me ask you a question. Would you exchange everything you hold dear to have more bucks in the bank? I dare say that nobody who ever listened to this would be willing to do that. And the good news is you don't have to. As stated in previous recordings, if you go for quality of life first, if you plan the other things, then they're far more likely to happen as well. And the better balanced you are, ultimately, the more income you're going to have. Now, I want to emphasize the point. Life cannot always be in perfect balance every day and every week. But when we keep our records and our inventory, and I do that in the goal-setting section of these presentations very, very clearly, then if we keep those records, then when we get completely out of balance, if we keep saying, well, next week I'll do better, next week I'll do better, next week I'll do better, well, then that's called to your attention. And you say, hey, this week is the next week I was talking about last week. You see, tomorrow really does come, and we need to think about that. Now, if you're going to achieve all the things we want, you got to see yourself in that category. The picture you have of yourself is so enormously important. You cannot be one kind of person and another kind of performer. You got to have a picture of yourself, and you cannot, as Dr. Joyce Brother said, consistently perform in a manner which is inconsistent with the way you see yourself. For 24 years of my adult life, by choice, I weighed well over 200 pounds. Now, I say by choice, you see, because I've never accidentally eaten anything. Always a choice. Now, if I choose to eat too much, then I have chosen to weigh too much. Over those years, I tried every kind of diet known to man. I tried the 30-day diet, lost a month. I tried dieting religiously. I quit eating in church. I can tell you this about dieting. You need to stay away from cottage cheese. A lot of people don't know it, but that's the most fattening food in existence. Now, I have no scientific evidence to validate that, but I've noticed in world travel that don't nothing but fat folks eat the stuff, so you draw your own conclusion. As far as I'm concerned, that's true. One thing that was positive I did discover is that my body retains ice cream. So, I knew that I had to do something. Well, 23 years ago, I got on a sensible eating and exercise program. Up until then, my idea of exercise simply was to fill the tub, take a bath, pull the plug, and fight the current. That was it. Now, that's not really that much of an exercise program. Now, the reality is, eating too much wasn't my problem. See, I had a picture of myself. I'm a fat boy. I'm a fat man. When my youngest daughter, who will be 40 on August 26th, was a little girl, I taught her, when she was 18 months old, to call me fat boy. Now, she didn't know what she was doing. She would laugh because I would laugh on the outside. But on the inside, it was an entirely different matter. See, I knew I was a fat boy, and it hurt. I could look in the mirror, and I could tell. I had a picture of me laying out on the diving board of the swimming pool. At least part of me was on the diving board. I could tell. I saw myself as a fat boy. And as long as I saw myself as a fat boy, it didn't make any difference how much weight I lost. It's coming right back. 100% of the time, it will come back. Until the picture changes. You've got to see yourself where you want to be. One of the most amazing and dramatic stories that I've ever heard is the story of Victor Serebriakov, unless it's succeeded by the young man Steve Walker I just talked about. I met Steve again a couple of years ago at one of the seminars, and he gave me this picture. He says, "Thank you for helping to make this possible." And it's a picture. His family is well together. They've added a member of the family. Now, that's what I call real growth. The best way is the right way, folks. He got an entirely different job. He's making more money than he was making when he was killing himself, working himself to death. Victor Serebriakov, age 16, his teacher said to him, "You're a dunce, Victor. You're never going to finish school. Why don't you drop out and get a job? At least be able to support yourself." Well, he dropped out of school, and for nearly 16 years, he was an itinerant. He went everywhere, did everything, served in the army and a host of other things. But every morning, Victor would get up, he'd look in the mirror, and he would shave the dunce that looked back at him. He would dress that dunce. He would take that dunce to work. He would think as a dunce. He would perform as a dunce, and he would receive a dunce's wages. Age 31, for whatever reason, they did a psychological evaluation on him. And the results came back, and with tremendous excitement, they went to Victor and said, "Victor, I don't know whoever told you you're a dunce, and I don't know why you think you are, because the scientific evidence is compulsive. There is zero doubt that we are in error. You, sir, are not a dunce. You have an IQ of 161. You, sir, are a genius." Now, they didn't tell him anything else. No new information except the greatest information of all. You're not a dunce, you're a genius. Now he looks in the mirror and shaves a genius. He dresses a genius. He goes to work as a genius. He thinks as a genius. He performs as a genius. And the bottom line is Victor Serebriakov has a number of books out. He has several patents to his credit. He is a very successful businessman, owns several businesses. And one year he was the international chairman of the Mensa Society. And he got to have an IQ of 140 just to get in there. You see, he had the information and the knowledge and the IQ all the time. Had the wrong picture. And the wrong picture was there because of the input into his mind. And when you change the picture, that's when everything changes. Linda Isaacs is down here from Italy, Texas. Linda is African American. She's a dwarf. They evaluated her when she was just a little girl, 4 years old. They discovered she couldn't learn. They put her in school, though, when the time came, but they were really nice to her and the teacher. They told the teacher, "Now, Linda's a cute little girl. Her classmates will all call her Shorty. She's very friendly, easy to get along with. Won't give you a moment's trouble, but don't worry about trying to teach anything because you can't learn." Well, they passed her from the first to the second to the third. They said, "We don't want to have to make friends every year, a new set of friends. Just let her go on through." She graduated from high school, functioning at the first grade level. Now, what about her future? Member of a minority race, a dwarf. What are her chances? Very slim. Except her mother was getting on up in years. She had an older sister who lived right here in Dallas. Her mother brought her to Dallas to live with her older sister, who took her down to Goodwill Industries, where she met Carol Clapp. And Carol Clapp put her through this intensive 2-week acclimation school and discovered something. Linda could learn some things. Now for 18 years, Linda had been saying, Linda can't learn, Linda can't learn, Linda can't learn. And sure enough, she was right. Now all of a sudden, Linda's saying, hey, Linda can learn, Linda can learn, Linda can learn. A year later, she was answering the telephone and checking the payroll and functioning almost as a secretary. Learned more in a year than she had learned in 18 years past. Now please, do not read anything into this which I am not saying. If there's brain damage, folks, that's a different matter. And there are some cases that this is not going to work. But in every case, there will be improvement if we change the input and make it positive and upbeat, at the same time making it a realistic picture of what it's about. I'm going to tell you again, your input determines your outlook. Your outlook determines your output, and your output determines your future. The opinion you have of yourself and the opinion others have of you can make a big difference. The most moving story I've ever heard, as it relates to what happens when you change the picture, is a story told by Brian Harbour in his beautiful book, Rising Above the Crowd. When little Ben Hooper was born all those years ago in the foothills of East Tennessee, little boys and girls who had no idea who their daddies were ostracized. They were treated horribly. By the time he was 3 years old, the other kids in that little East Tennessee community wouldn't play with him. Parents were saying idiotic things like, what's a boy like that doing playing with our kids? As if the child had anything at all to do with his own birth. When he was 6 years old, they put him in first grade, no kindergarten. And they gave him a little desk. All the kids had desks. At recess, he stayed in his desk and studied. The other kids went out and played. At lunch, he took his little sack lunch, went off, ate by himself. The other kids ate together. He had an extraordinarily tough childhood. When he was 12 years old, a new preacher came to that little church in the foothills of East Tennessee. And almost immediately, little Ben started hearing about what a wonderful man he was. How non-judgmental he was. How when he was with you, he was with you. He gave you his undivided attention. He had that charisma when he walked in a room. The spirits were automatically lifted. He was very popular in that little community. One Sunday, though, little Ben had never been to church a day in his life. He decided to go. He got there late, and he left early. He did not want to attract any attention at all. But for the first time in that child's life, he caught just a glimpse of hope. My good friend Dr. John Maxwell says if there's hope in the future, there's power in the present. I believe if there is that hope, and that's the purpose of this series, is to give every individual, whether you're a John Johnson or a Linda Isaac or any one of the hundreds of other people, the Steve Walkers of life that I've been talking about, if we can give that individual hope, then they're going to take some action. So the question is, how do you change the picture? Over the years, I've asked audiences all over the world, and I mean that literally, to identify for me what are the qualities that you would like to see in your boss, or if you're a boss, what qualities would you like to see or have in your employees? Now, for the live audience, the outline or the sheet of paper that you've been given contains a list of these qualities. I'm going to go over them simply because as you listen to this, you will need to start hearing these words, and as you listen over and over and over a period of time, they will become a part of you. Now here's something very important. I hope you've got a pen, and I hope you in the live audience will follow me, and I hope as you're listening to this tape that you will answer this question in your own mind. Every time I call out a word, I want you to think to yourself, and in the live audience, write it down, either an A or an S. Is that quality an attitude or is it a skill? I'm going to go down the list. Honest, intelligent, goals, organized, responsible, commitment, punctual, self-starter, optimistic, enthusiastic, motivated, decisive, focused, disciplined, persistent, positive mental attitude, team player, energetic, competent, self-image, and common sense. Now, those words will be familiar that I've gone through so far. Until we got to the word common sense, I was going exactly down the list of qualities that you put to work when you go to the day before vacation attitude. Now, the second list of words, manners, gratitude, teachable, dependable, pride, diligent, thrifty, resourceful, extra-miler, sober, loyal, respectful, caring, affectionate, supportive, sincere, attentive, personable, open-minded, a good finder, and educated. That's the second list of words there that I'm including. Now, remember, mark each one in your mind. Is it an attitude or is it a skill? Then on the third column, passion, convictions, encourager, vision, faith, wisdom, courage, confident, humble, smart, hard worker, authoritative, self-control, fair, communicator, consistent, creative, knowledgeable, humor, a good listener, teacher, and integrity. What I want you to think in terms of is, are those words attitudes or skills? Now I'd like to get you to add a couple of more words there, and that is servant's attitude and obedience. Now those are two words that in modern society people don't get overly enthusiastic about. Let me share with you a story. Lou Holtz is a good friend of mine. I've had the privilege of speaking to his team. He told me something that absolutely fascinates me. At the table there were student assistants, student managers, and there were a couple of assistant coaches. And every few minutes, one of the assistant coaches, or Lou, would say something, and this student manager would hop up, and in a dead run, I mean, without hesitation, they would be off to the races to do whatever he had been or she had been told to do. None of the student managers that I saw had more than 3 bites of dinner. Lou Holtz told me that in the freshman year, they have 250, roughly, student managers that come in and want to be student managers. By the end of the senior year, approximately 40 of them are left. And Lou said when he travels the country and he bumps into somebody and they say, Coach Holtz, when I was at Notre Dame, for 4 years I was a student manager. Lou said he always has the same question to ask of them. Well, let me ask you a question. What company are you running today? Or what company are you the vice president or president of? And he said almost never does he have them say anything but, well, I'm the CEO of, or I own my business and last year we did. Phenomenal. Now, why would that be? You see, 2 big things, really. Obedience. You got to learn to obey before you can learn to lead. So important. That servant's attitude. God Himself said, he who would be the greatest among you must become the servant of all. Now, let's see if we can go back and tie all of this together with that Ben Hooper story. You see, little Ben Hooper went to church one day. He caught a glimpse of that hope, and he loved the looks of it. He was back there the next Sunday, and the next, and the next, and the next. He always got there late. He always left early. Did not want any attention. On about the 6th or the 7th Sunday, the message was so moving, so powerful, so encouraging that he forgot all about the time. He did not even notice that there were people who had come in and sat down behind him. Suddenly, the message appeared to him as if there were an overhead looking right at him, and it said, "For you, little Ben Hooper, of unknown heritage, there is hope in the future." He got so carried away with it, he forgot about everything, and suddenly the message was over. He stood up expecting to run out again as he had in weeks gone past, but this time the aisles were clogged, he couldn't get through. As he was trying, he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned, he looked around, he looked up. He was looking right into the eyes of the young pastor who asked him a question which had been on the minds of everybody there for the last 12 years. "Whose boy are you?" Instantly the church grew deathly quiet. You could have heard that proverbial pin drop. Then slowly a smile started to come across the face of the young minister, till he broke into a huge grin. And then he said, "Oh, I know whose boy you are. Why, the family resemblance? Unmistakable. You are a child of God." And with that, he swatted him across the rear and said, "That's quite an inheritance you got there, boy. Now go and see to it that you live up to it." Many, many years later, little Ben Hooper said that was the day he was elected governor of the state of Tennessee and later re-elected. To be candid, I lost my earthly father when I was 5 years old. I met my heavenly Father when I was 45 years old. I don't remember my earthly father. I can never forget my heavenly Father. When I became a child of the King, that's when everything changed. When I started looking at biblical truths about success. Now, I checked them out psychologically and theologically because a lot of people want to have all the bases touched. And so I've been able to secure tremendous endorsements from all three of those disciplines. And I only mention that to say, you see, at age 45, I was stone broken in debt. Had been working hard all of my life. Have always been optimistic. I'm the kind of guy that put a dime in the parking meter while my wife goes shopping. I mean, that's my basic nature. I'd go after Moby Dick in a rowboat and take the tartar sauce with me. But nothing really happened. Nothing really happened until I looked at just who I was. That's the reason I keep saying, you see, you got to be before you can do. You got to do before you can have. Maybe my favorite expression is the fact that failure is an event. It's not a person. Yesterday really did end last night. Today is a brand new day, and the day is yours. Now, the question is, suppose, as you go down this list, how many of you, and you in the car listen to this in recording, how many of you put down most of those as being attitudes? Can I see your hands, please? All right. Is there anybody here who put down that most of them were skills? Unless you work for the Zig Ziglar Corporation. I see some of those in. Well, the reality, ladies and gentlemen, is the best news I can possibly give you is that they are all skills. Now, let me tell you why that's so critically important. You see, it means they can be taught. If they can be taught, that means you can learn them. Now, let me ask you a question, if that's important. If our kids were taught those in our schools, how many of you believe that we would, in fact, have a reduction in drug usage, violence, teenage pregnancy, and all of those things? How many of you believe that would happen? Now, there's one exception, and we know we cannot teach faith in our schools anymore. We did the first 200 years, just can't do it anymore. Now, let me tell you, what do you mean you did it the first 200 years? You ever seen a New England primer?
used for 200 years in America. You know how they taught the alphabet? A and a Bible verse. B and a Bible verse. C and a Bible verse. That's the way they taught it. Absolutely. Ever pick up one of McGuffey's readers? You know what they were talking about? You got it. But we can't use that anymore. Matter of fact, you'll get in less trouble taking God's name in vain than in taking it in praise. Tragic, but that happens to be the way it is. But let me ask you a question. If all of these other qualities were taught, would we have better students? Would we be able to cut all those things down? Can I see your hand in the live audience if you believe that's true? Well, I can tell you emphatically we know it will, because our company has a course called I Can that teaches how to develop the qualities there. And yes, drug use does come down. Yes, teenage pregnancy does come down. Yes, grades do go up. Yes, attendance is better, because these are qualities that really will make a difference. Now, let me ask all of you in the live audience, and as you listen to this on recording, how many of you would love to have a mate with all of those qualities? Can I see your hand? How many of you wish all your kids had all of these qualities? Can I see your hand? How many of you wish your boss had all of those qualities? How about your employers? Would you wish your employees had all of those qualities? All right. How many of you wish that all of the teachers had those qualities? And all of the politicians had all of those qualities. How about your doctor and your lawyer had all of those qualities? Would we have a better world in which we can operate? How many of you believe it would definitely be better? All right. Well, we're making some progress. Now, let me ask you a question. How many of you, when you were in school, had a course which taught you how to develop all of these qualities? Got about 300 people. Would you hold your hand real high, please, if you had a course? I see one over, I see two, I see three. Do we have four? Do we have any other? Now, was it a course, or did you get lucky and have a teacher that taught it? Which was it? Teacher? Course, all right. Did anybody else have a course? Got one that had a course. A course, okay. Two that had a course, the others had teachers. Now, let me ask you a question. How many of you believe that we're missing the boat in education? Can I see your hand? Boy, isn't that a relief? All of this time you thought in your life that it was your fault, that you haven't done more with your life. And now we have identified what the culprit is. It's those educated. Boy, I can't wait until tomorrow. I'm going to get on the telephone. I'm going to call them and I'm going to tell them a thing or two. You bet I am. They ought to be teaching some stuff like this. Now, before you get too exercised about it, let me ask you some questions. Since we're in Texas, how many hours a day do the kids go to school in Texas? Anybody know? 6, okay. I thought I heard 7 from somebody else. Let's take the optimum. Let's say they go to school 7 hours a day. And how many days a year do they go to school? 180, okay. Now, that means they're in school 1,260 hours a year. Roughly 65% of that time they're in class learning things. Now, how many hours are there in a year in Texas? Okay. Very good. Same as in Yazoo City, Mississippi, okay? Now, that is 8,760 hours. So, the kids actually are in school 1,260 hours a year. They're at home 7,500 hours a year, and mom and dad had the kids 40,000 hours before the teacher ever saw them. Now, with that in mind, how many of you think mom and dad should assume some of the responsibility for teaching these qualities and values? Can I see your hands, please? All right. How many of you believe that it would be ideal if mom and dad taught these qualities, the teachers reinforced them, and then the business community implemented them? Can I see your hands, please? Are you beginning to understand now why I talk about your personal life, your family life, and your business life all together? They go together, don't they? Okay? Now, another question. How many of you believe that it would be helpful if the parents and the teacher and the business community acquired some of those qualities before they started teaching them? Can I see your hands, please? All right. What do you call a person that practices one thing and preaches another? Hypocrite. As you well know, a hypocrite is simply a fellow who gripes and complains about the sex, nudity, and violence on his VCR. Or a hypocrite is simply a fellow who's not himself on Sunday. I get so amused that, every once in a while somebody says, I don't go to church, nothing but a bunch of hypocrites down there. I always say, Fred, don't let that stop you. Come on down. We got room for one more. Not only that, but if a hypocrite stands between you and God, that just means a hypocrite's a little closer to God than you are. Well, anyhow, when you put these together, and when you look at them, if they were taught at home, reinforced in school, and implemented in the business community, then we really would have a going Jesse, as we would say at home. Now, understand this. How many of you believe that if these were taught, it would be helpful in getting a job anywhere, at any time, under any circumstances, improving our employment security? Would it help a person to be a better doctor, a better lawyer, a better mechanic, a better teacher, a better anything? How many of you in the live audience believe that would be true? All right, now, please understand that even if they had every one of these skills right there, and I'll tell you a little more about that in just a moment, but suppose a doctor had every one of these skills there, how many of you would still want him to go to medical school and learn something about medicine? Can I see your hand? All right. Now, if your mechanic had every one of these skills, how many of you would also want to know how to fix a car? Could I see your hand, please? In other words, whatever else you do, then you've got to have that specific skill for that. Would you agree with that? Now, this will give you the base to build on. And regardless of the profession you choose, I can teach anybody, how to run the gizmo that manufactures the widgets. In other words, we can teach them procedure, and that's what the employers tell me everywhere. You send me somebody with these qualities right there, I'll teach them the other. They say, yeah, but Zig, those are values. Yep, they sure are. So is lying, cheating, stealing, and irresponsibility values. And if you don't teach one, guess what they're going to happen to them? That's exactly right. They will acquire the others with very, very little effort on their part. Very few parents, have cussing sessions where they get the kids together and say, okay, kids, tonight we're going to learn 3 of the filthiest words you have ever heard. They just don't do those kind of things. But they pick it up from society, from television, from the radio. Hey, they're going to learn it anyhow. And let's take a look right there at what this is really all about, and the importance of being consistent. I think Nathaniel Hawthorne said it best. You cannot be one kind of person long and another kind of performer and get by with it. You ultimately become confused as to who you are, and your effectiveness is dramatically reduced. A lot of people say, well, Zig, aren't kids basically good? Anybody who asks that question has never watched a 2-year-old deal with a new baby brother. I can absolutely guarantee you, no, they are not basically good. We've got to teach them to be good. I love the story of the old Eskimo. Many years ago, in northern Alaska, in one of the villages, they used to have dog fights every Saturday. Well, they were vicious. And this old Eskimo owned 2 dogs, a black one and a white one. And they would always put on an incredible fight. They almost killed each other every Saturday. And interestingly enough, after a period of time, they finally had beaten themselves up so badly they couldn't fight anymore. The Eskimo retired them. And one Saturday somebody asked him, said, I noticed something rather interesting. I noticed that invariably, when you bet on the black dog won. When you bet on the white dog won. How on earth could you tell? Old Eskimo kind of smiled and said, well, it's pretty easy. I just always bet on the one I'd been feeding all week. I bet on the individual who feeds the best part of their nature with the good, the clean, the pure, the powerful, and the positive. That's the individual that I'm going to bet on over a period of time. Now, what are we feeding our young people today? The typical 18-year-old has watched 17,000 hours of television, has listened to 11,000 hours of music, has watched 2,000 hours of MTV or the movies. This does not count telephone time. It does not count athletic event attendance. It does not count dating. It does not count riding around. Now, 30,000 hours of directly being entertained
And yet, I'm going to start a little word. I'm just going to say one word and ask you the question. When you're around the house with the kids, the one thing you hear the most, finish with this, I'm interesting, isn't it? See, you can't entertain people for life. At some point, we've got to wean them and start teaching them responsibility. We've got to start teaching them that they've got some things they absolutely must do. They've got to learn on their own. You see, in 30,000 hours, you can send your child through kindergarten, grade school, high school, college, medical school, have them serve an internship and a fellowship in less than 30,000 hours. Seems to me that's a better use of the time. Now, don't misunderstand. I believe there should be some pleasure in life. I don't believe if you have some pleasure that you're not going to end up being very happy. You've got to have pleasure, but we need to understand that pleasure, we ought to always ask ourselves 3 questions about it. Number 1, can I repeat this pleasure indefinitely and be happy? See, some pleasures you cannot repeat indefinitely and be happy. For example, they tell me that the first time a person deals with Coke, that there is a pleasurable sensation that absolutely defies belief. It is absolute ecstasy. Now, that's what those who've done it say. Then they say the second thing, that never again do they ever hit that same emotional high, that feeling of ecstasy, as they did on that very first trip. Although they will continue to try. And then something rather fascinating happens. Frightening, really. The Coke destroys the brain's ability to reproduce dopamine and norepinephrine. And without those 2 neurotransmitters, it is impossible to experience joy and happiness. They sought a shortcut to happiness. Through that pleasure, destroyed any chance of being happy. Can I repeat this pleasure indefinitely and, without any danger? Number 2, is it morally right and fair to everyone concerned? You cannot be happy on somebody else's back. It just does not work that way. If you're taken from somebody, you're going to have a very short-term pleasure, but permanent happiness is not going to be there. Now, number 3 is kind of hitting you below the belt, but here's the third question. Would I be willing for my mama to know I'm doing this? Or to put it another way, would I be willing for this to show up in tomorrow morning's headlines, all right? We need to teach responsibility, but here's the exciting thing, and I think it's tremendously exciting, and I've said this in an earlier recording. We see, what you do off the job determines how far you go on the job. It also determines how well the kids do in school. Now, let me give you some interesting data which says a lot. Did a study on the typical American factory. In the typical manufacturing plant, the person who works by the hour on the line watches an average of 30 hours of television a week. The person in charge of the line watches an average of 25 hours of television a week. The foreman watches 20 hours of television a week. Are you noticing a little trend there? The plant superintendent watches 12 to 15 hours of television a week. The president watches 8 to 12 hours of television a week. The chairman of the board watches 4 to 8 hours of television a week. And 50% of that time, he or she is watching a training video. Now, let me ask you a question. One of the publications I read recently came out with this data. How 47% of the people feel they never have time to do anything. And yet the same people are saying they spend endless, mindless hours watching television, and 2 days they don't have a clue as to what they learn. Here's my question. Those people who work on the line by the hour, watching 30 hours of television a week, how many of you believe that if they were to take 10 of those hours and get involved in personal growth and development and seminars and reading and learning and studying, that they might not have permanent jobs working by the hour on the line? Does that make any sense at all, folks? I don't think there's any question about it. In other words, we are not victims. There are some things that we can do to take responsibility and to take action. Now, do we really need to teach our kids all of these qualities? Well, let me give you this information. The Search Institute out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, did a survey of 270,000 young people in 600 communities in 33 states. Our research reveals that 75% of American teenagers have 20 or fewer essential developmental assets, the values and standards, the activities and structure that serve both as a safety net against destructive behavior and as an encouragement to positive action. We're not teaching what they need to know. You give me kids that have been taught these values we've been talking about, these qualities, and I'll give you a kid who is potentially a brilliant producer, who will succeed wherever they are. USA Today, August the 2nd, 1995, said 70% of the college students admitted cheating. 29 to 35% of the medical students admit on their applications concerning their research that they had exaggerated. 46% of the teens believe lying is okay. And the most frightening word that I think I've ever read in a news article, then it says only 31% of the adults do. What about that? What do we teach? How do we teach it? Telephone rings in a lot of homes. The parents, they've been telling them all the time, tell the truth. Telephone rings. Tell them I'm not home. Obey the law. Now, the reason I use a fuzzbuster is, now what they're really saying is, look, kid, if you're going to break the law, don't be a dumb bunny and get caught. Be smart like your old man. I mean, use your head. Why should we teach something else? It's practical. It's practical. Mortimer Feinberg, in his book, Corporate Bigamy, did an interview with 100 of the CEOs of the Fortune 500 companies and asked them what is necessary to go to the top and stay there. The answer, they got to build their careers on honesty, character, and integrity. And then they put the little summation on anybody who thinks they can go to the top and stay there, who's not honest, is dumb. That's about as strong as it can get. The Justice from the Institute for the Advancement of Ethics says an unprecedented proportion of today's youth lack commitment to core moral values like honesty, personal responsibility, respect for others, and civic duty. Now, I want to emphasize something. I'm really not blaming the kids by any stretch of imagination. You see, it is not the kids' fault. Very few of them own television stations and music stations, and very few of them publish Penthouse and Playboy and all of that kind of stuff. It's our responsibility, civically, because, you see, we're all involved in crime and drugs and alcohol. My son lost his best friend when a drunken teenager ran through a go light and killed him at 90 miles an hour. We're involved in drugs. My brother-in-law had his home broken into. An heirloom pitcher was stolen. 2 hours later, it was in the veins of the heroin addict who stole it. I'm involved in crime. I pull up to a service station. It's not as true today as it was because they got all the automatic stuff out there. But the sign out there says, please pay before pumping, and you got to go inside in order to get it. And here's what psychiatrist Max Levine says. There cannot be emotional health in the absence of high moral standards and a sense of social responsibility. It all goes together. Now, there's some good news that goes along with all of these. And the good news is very simply this. The way you change the picture, and the best news I can give you or anybody else, is that you already have every single one of the qualities we've identified. As you listen to this in your car, you've already got every one of them. Ziglar, are you serious? I've got all of those. Man, you got to be kidding me. If I had all those qualities, I wouldn't be listening to you. Hey, I'd be up there making the talk and you'd be listening to me. Well, all right, now let's take an honest evaluation and let's just look at a few of them. Let's look at the first one, which is honesty. Are you going to tell me there's not an honest bone in your body, that you're so crooked that when you die they're going to have to screw you in the ground? Are you going to say, hard worker, me? No way, man, I wouldn't hit a lick at a snake. Now, as you go down the list, you will discover that you have got the seed of every one of them. Now, you're terribly, terribly weak in many of them. All of us are. That's the reason repetition is so important. It's the story of the Chinese bamboo tree. You know, they plant the seed, they water it, and they fertilize it, and nothing happens the first year. The second year, they water it and they fertilize it, and nothing happens. The third year, they water it and they fertilize it, and nothing happens. The fourth year, they water it and they fertilize it, and nothing happens. The fifth year, they water it and they fertilize it, and sometime during the course of the fifth year, in a period of approximately 6 weeks, the Chinese bamboo tree grows 90 feet or thereabouts. But did it grow 90 feet in 6 weeks, or was it 90 feet in 5 years? You think about it for a moment, you know it was 90 feet in 5 years, because had there been any year they did not water it and fertilize it, there would have been no Chinese bamboo tree. 1952, I dreamed the dream that I'm living right now. Someday I'd be a speaker. It took 16 years doing it part-time before I was able to do it full-time. Then it wasn't until I was 45 years old that it absolutely exploded. 20 years I had the dream of a daily newspaper column. 18 months ago, though I pursued every course I knew, 18 months ago, because it never was buried, I didn't work on it every day, but I said the right things to the right lady at a seminar in Chicago, Illinois, and a few months later, the syndicated column was launched. What am I saying? I am simply saying that like the Chinese bamboo tree, it's got to be persistence involved in there. That's one of the qualities. For 16 years, I struggled desperately to get speaking engagement. In the last 23 years, I have not solicited a single engagement. And I have to turn more down than I can accept. One of the reasons is, I believe, is that I've hung in there. How many of you, for example, suspect I've done the seminar that I'm doing today before this one today? Can I see your hand? You know what I do before every seminar, even if I've done it 300, 400, 500 times? I always invest at least 3 hours. And because of this was a recording, I invested something like 20 hours in getting ready for this one. And that's on top of reading the other time that I've been talking about. I'm simply saying to you that it is not easy, but if you're willing to do these things and organize your schedule, then you can take the time to do the other things that you want to do. Hard work is part of the picture. Now, let me tell you why I'm so excited that these things are skills that we've been talking about. You see, since they're skills, they can be taught, they can be learned. That means I got a chance. It means you got a chance. It means that youngster who left the slums this morning without a bite of food to eat, maybe with a kick in the rear. It means he or she has got a chance if somewhere along the way he or she is fortunate enough to meet a Jaime Escalante. Some of you will recognize the name and the movie, Stand and Deliver. An immigrant from Bolivia was teaching in the barrio in Los Angeles, a Mexican community. Drug usage was rampant out there. Crime was high. Teenage pregnancy was bad. A lot of the kids graduated without having an education. And of all things, Escalante comes along and he said, I want to teach these kids advanced calculus, vision, dream, something big, something worthy. The authorities thought he was crazy. He persisted, and 2 years later, they let him start teaching. Despite the fact they were saying, Escalante, these kids have trouble with the multiplication table and you want to teach them advanced calculus. There's no way. 3 years later, 18 of his kids took an examination trying to win a college scholarship that is so difficult to pass the examination that less than 2% of the seniors in America will even attempt it. 18 of his kids attempted it. 18 of his kids passed it. 7 of them had the highest possible score. The authorities knew something was wrong. The kids had to cheat. Nobody does this. Oh, they were furious at Garfield High. The very idea. We know our stuff. They were so mad when they wanted them to take it over. Some of them said, I'll never do it again. And Escalante, along with others, prevailed. Give it a shot. 2 of the 18 accepted one of them took another college scholarship. Another one decided to go in the service. The other 16 retook it. Every one of them made exactly the same grades they had made their first go-round. And 7 years later, 14 of that 16 were professionals. Doesn't make any difference where you start. It's who you are and where you go. And the neat thing is these are skills right here that can definitely be taught. They can definitely be debated. You see, Escalante had given them hope. Now, I'm going to get into something right now that I'm going to tell you with absolute certainty that if you will do it in 1 week's time, you'll be able to tell the difference. In 2 weeks' time, your family will be able to tell the difference. In 3 weeks' time, anybody who knows you will be able to tell the difference. I'm going to talk to you about talking to yourself. Self-talk. We have a 3-day seminar called Born to Win. People do come from all over the world. Last April the 12th, I got a letter from a gentleman who's a psychiatrist, Dr. Lewis Cady. He's also a concert pianist. He's one that gave me some counsel in my book, Over the Top. Well, here's what he said in the letter. The experience of Born to Win was one of a lifetime, and I have already started putting numerous ideas to work. You also, quote, sold me, finally, and despite my thick skull, on using the affirmation card. The results thus far, 5 days, have been almost frightening in their intensity and speed, but in a frighteningly good way. I'm going to tell you this will work. It has worked, is working, and will continue to work in my life. It will work in your life. I'm going to encourage you that tonight when you get home, you get in front of a mirror and you take the card, which is in your set of tapes, and you get in front of the mirror with this card, and we've got it all written out here. You square your shoulders, you look yourself right in the eye, and if you've got a cassette recorder there, record it as you go. You get there and you say, I, Jane Jones, am an honest, intelligent, organized, responsible, committed, teachable person who is sober, loyal, and clearly understands that regardless of who signs my paycheck, I am self-employed. I am an optimistic, punctual, enthusiastic, goal-setting, smart-working self-starter who is a disciplined, focused, dependable, persistent, positive thinker. I am an energetic team player who appreciates the opportunity my company and the free enterprise system offers me. I am thrifty with the company's resources and apply common sense to my daily task. I take honest pride in my competence and appearance and am motivated to be and do my best so that my healthy self-image will remain on solid ground. These are the qualities which enable me to manage myself and help give me employment security in a no-job security world.
Please remember, the message you just heard is copyrighted material and reproduction in any form is prohibited by law and prevented by your integrity.
Now, folks, I don't read minds. Neither does anybody else. But if I could, as you listen to this tape, and those of you in the live audience, I'm going to tell you what's on a lot of your minds right now. Well, now, Zig. I mean, fella, that's a little much. I mean, you're making an awful lot of claims. You expect me to make all of those claims? Why, Zig, even if I've got the seeds, those seeds are awfully small and awfully weak. I'm so weak in most of them, Zig. How could I honestly do that? You can honestly do it because in the book of Joel, Old Testament, the book of Joel, the 3rd chapter and the 10th verse, verbatim, says this. Let the weak say, I am strong. Let me tell you a story. A couple of years ago, I was in Las Vegas. A lady came up to me and she said, Mr. Ziglar, I have 3 daughters. 2 of them honor students. Every year, honor students. My other one also went to school. Now, she said she was so overwhelmed by the older 2 that she just knew she didn't have a chance. And she bought this philosophy that you're talking about right now. She bought this qualities of success idea. She bought the idea of looking herself in the mirror and claiming these qualities. Mr. Ziglar, I'm here to tell you that last year, by a minute fraction of a point, she beat both of her older sisters. Now, ladies and gentlemen, am I saying this makes you smarter? Absolutely not. But But I want you to notice what the qualities are. I'm honest and intelligent, and I'm a hard worker. As she started claiming these, she started seeing herself in that light. She started visualizing. She started thinking better. She started working harder. And yes, then she released what was there. Turn of the century down in Beaumont, Texas. A man had bought some property. And the oil companies came to him and said, hey, we believe we got oil there. Let us drill for it. We hit it, we'll pay you royalties. He had nothing to lose, everything to gain. And so they started drilling. And more well came in. And the first year it pumped out 18 million barrels out of that field. It was Spindletop. Most productive single oil field in history, all well in history, Spindletop was. And the man became an instant millionaire. Or did he? You see, he'd been a millionaire ever since he'd acquired the property. But really, until the oil was discovered and brought forth, it had no value. Until you recognize, confess, and develop the qualities you have, you might as well not have them. It's the old story. You know, the person who won't read is no better off than the person who can't read. The person who won't use the qualities they got, no better off than the person who hasn't got the qualities. And so what I'm really saying here is, yes, there are so many things that can happen. Now, I'm going to simply give you a couple of other little stories because I think they're so significant. In October of '92, I was in Birmingham, Alabama, doing a public seminar. A gentleman came up to me and he said, Mr. Ziglar, I was in Montgomery 3 years ago when you gave this Qualities of Success talk. He said, you didn't put the card in the tapes in those days, so I put my own. I've got this 5x7 card here, and he pulled it out, and it was pretty well dog-eared. He said, every morning and every evening for the last 3 years, I have claimed these qualities. I said, well, tell me what's happened. He said, well, number one, my income is up over 500%. Last year alone, over 300%. Now, he sells real estate. Do I need to tell you where the real estate market was in 1990, 1991, and 1992? But he said, let me tell you something else. Every other facet of my life is dramatically better. My relationships with my family is so much better. My friend, you know, one of the qualities that we put up there is that I am punctual. He said, when I read that one, I thought that was the funniest thing I'd ever read in my life, because he said, you see, I've never been on time for anything. I was late more times for school than any kid who ever graduated from the high school in Montgomery. I was late for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I was late for church appointments, a golf game. I was late for everything. Matter of fact, the joke was, hey, if you want to have lunch with him at 12, tell him it's 11:30, and then he'll be there by 12. He said, I'd only been doing this a few days when I realized that that was a choice. That I didn't have to be late. I could choose to be there on time. He said, Mr. Ziglar, I haven't been late for anything in over 3 years. And you'd be amazed at how much better I get along with my friends and family as a result of it. There's no question about the effectiveness of what we are talking about. Then the second paragraph, I, John Jones, I'm a compassionate, respectful encourager who is a considerate, generous, gentle, patient, caring, sensitive, personable, attentive, fun-loving person. I am supporting, giving, and forgiving, clean, kind, unselfish, affectionate, loving, family-oriented human being. And I am a sincere and open-minded, good listener and good finder who is trustworthy. These are the qualities which enable me to build good relationships with my associates, neighbors, mate, and family. Now, something interesting about that. You see, again, Joyce Brother says, you cannot consistently perform in a manner which is inconsistent with the way that you see yourself. Well, you see, when you claim to be kind and gentle and loving and affectionate and caring, and then chew your wife or your husband out or somebody in a restaurant or somewhere else, the minute you do that, your conscience will be pricked and you'll say, hey, that is not me. And you will change the behavior. I'm talking about something that is psychologically and theologically sound, folks. Something that will make a difference in your life. There's no question about it. Every day you do this, morning and night. I'm a person of integrity with the faith and wisdom to know what I should do, and the courage and convictions to follow through. I have the vision to manage myself and to lead others. I am authoritative, confident, and humbly grateful for the opportunity life offers me. I am fair, flexible, resourceful, creative, knowledgeable, decisive, and an extra miler with a service attitude who communicates well with others. I am a consistent, pragmatic teacher with character and a finely tuned sense of humor. I am an honorable person and am balanced in my personal, family, and business life. Have a passion for being, doing, and learning more today so I can be and do more tomorrow. Then you wind it up. These are the qualities of the winner I was born to be. Tonight I'm going to sleep wonderfully well. I will dream powerful and positive dreams. Tomorrow I will awaken refreshed, and it's going to be an absolutely magnificent day, and you will sleep better. And you will dream better dreams. And you will awaken refreshed and optimistic. The last thing you put in your mind at night, that's what the mind is going to be dreaming about and dwelling on and developing. Your creativity goes up. The next morning, you start the day with exactly the same procedure. You do that every day for 30 days. Let me tell you another story. A couple of years ago, I spoke in Los Angeles on Tuesday morning. Thursday afternoon, my executive assistant, Laurie Majors, got a telephone call from a young man out there. He said, Laurie, I was there Tuesday morning. I bought the set of tapes. I got the card. I've been claiming these qualities every morning and every night. When I claimed them Tuesday night, I was doing good until I got to the word integrity. And it bothered me. The next morning when I got to the word integrity, it bothered me again. Wednesday night, it bothered me so badly when I claimed to be a man of integrity, I could not sleep. This morning, when I read it again, Laurie, I knew I had to call you and tell you something. You see, Laurie, I bought the set of tapes and paid for them, his whole How to Stay Motivated series. And he said, when I got back home, there in the bottom of my bag were the videotapes developing the qualities of success. And he said, I hadn't paid for them. And I'm embarrassed about it. I'm calling you to tell you I want to pay for them. And Laurie said, oh, don't be embarrassed about it. Said, accidents happen to everybody. Long pause. Laurie, it was not an accident. When nobody was looking, I put them in the bottom of my bag. You see, folks, the eyes are the windows of the soul. You cannot look yourself in the eye and claim one thing and then behave in an entirely different way and it not get to you. I'm talking life-changing stuff. That's what this is all about. Do it every day for 30 days. Then at the end of 30 days, pick the strongest quality which you have, and let's say that you are a very good, positive thinker. But let's say that your organization skills can use some help. You take a 3x5 card and you write on it, the top quality, I am tremendously positive in my thinking. And I'm getting better organized every day of my life. Now an amazing thing's going to happen. Every time you see, well, for example, how many of you have ever noticed that when you buy a green Buick, everybody in town all of a sudden starts driving green Buicks? Can I see your hands, please? All right. What's going to happen is every time you pick up a newspaper or magazine, there's going to be an article in there. How do you get better organized? You go to a coffee shop and the people in the next booth are talking about how do you get better organized? Why you even turn on the television? And they're talking about how do you get better organized? The company calls a meeting. Hey, we're going to have a seminar on how to get better organized. You're going to become convinced very quickly that there's a conspiracy out there absolutely put together to help you get exactly what you want out of life. And you know what? You'll be right. Because when you get right and you have direction in your life, you're going to be amazed at the number of people who not only will step aside to let you go, but they will give you a boost and make you get there even faster. When your attitude changes, everything about your life is going to change. Why is it important that this be taught? Not only in our family, but in our companies. In our companies, that we can teach the development of these qualities and values. According to the United States Chamber of Commerce, between $20 and $30 billion worth of merchandise is stolen by employees every year. 50% of the bankruptcies. Now understand, 98% of all businesses have 50 people or less. 50% of all bankruptcies are the direct result of employee theft. But in addition to that, according to Robert Half International, employees steal between $220 and $230 billion worth of time. Now, the same person who would never think of putting a stapler in their briefcase and taking it home thinks nothing about making personal telephone calls or taking their time at work to write a few personal letters or spend an extra 20 minutes in the restroom, although they were there just 10 minutes ago. They don't think about that as being theft, but in reality, it dramatically impacts the productivity, and that's where we get in a lot of economic trouble. Now, it obviously takes time and money to train people properly on qualities and other skills. But the reality is, and some companies say to me, why should I train my people and then lose them? Well, there's one thing worse than training people and losing them, and that's not training them and keeping them. We can measure training cost. We cannot measure how much it costs you not to train your people. Now, the interesting thing is, all of these things that we're talking about are applicable in so many areas of life. You can use it for weight loss. You can use it for golf game. You can use it for anything you want to. One of my goals is to be the world's #1 husband. I ask the redhead, sweetheart, if you could identify your dream husband, what qualities would you want him to have? And over a period of 3 or 4 days, here's what she put together. She wants me to be spiritually sound and committed and faithful. Now, see, she does not want me to be relatively faithful. You know, you hear a lot about relativity nowadays. She wants me to be faithful, period. Wants me to have integrity, respect her, be unselfish, a good father, sense of humor. I think one of the reasons we get along so well is the fact that I do have a good sense of humor. She has a fabulous sense of humor. She doesn't tell jokes. She's never told but 3 since we've been married, and she blew the punchline on 2 of them. But just to give you an example, we were, sometime back, we started, every night before we turn out the lights, we'd just spend a moment or two just looking at each other. A couple of years ago, we were on vacation, and we'd been driving that day a long way. And we got in bed, and a few seconds later, I turned the light out. She sat straight up in bed, turned the light back on. She said, you didn't look at me. I said, sweetheart, I did too. She said, no, you didn't. I said, I promise you I looked at you. Okay, how did I look? I said, you're beautiful. You're absolutely gorgeous. Your eyes are just sparkling. You're sexy. She said, you did look. Now, she wants me to be a good listener. Fellas, that's what your wife wants just about most of all. To be sensitive, compassionate, ambitious, considerate, generous, affectionate, gentle, patient. Wants me to have good manners, to be sober, and to be wise. So you know what I do? I put that on my 3x5 card, and I regularly look at it, and I ask myself, did I do it today? See, it's a reminder, folks. We don't need to be told, but we do need to be reminded. How do you get to accomplish those things? Bottom line is, my wife and I are more in love today than we've ever been. As I tell folks, if that woman ever leaves me, I guarantee you I'm going with her. There you'll be no question about that. Well, the question comes up then. Ziglar, you talk a whole lot about psychological, theological, and physiological. You talked about the things that everybody wants. You want to be happy and healthy and reasonably prosperous and secure, and have friends, peace of mind, and good family relationships. What does the Bible say about those things? Let me tell you what I've done. I've adapted the Bible in scriptural self-talk. Now, because I'm not a theologian, after I did this, I sent it to 2 of the most respected Bible scholars I know. And I said, tell me if I'm right on. If there's any question at all about it, then I want you to tell me, because I do not want to make an error. I just don't believe you fool and alter God's Word. But at the same time, I believe so many times we eliminate many things because we don't clearly understand
what God has to say. I've taken on occasion several verses, and this is the part I wanted the theological validation on, and ask him if this is manipulating the Bible or as if it's simply getting from the Bible what the Bible promises. One of them sent me back the word. He said, this is now the first page of my book of devotions. So I assume by that he's saying it's okay. In the Psalms, 84th chapter, the 5th verse, here's what it says. I am happy because I am strong in the Lord, and want above all else to follow his steps. Proverbs, the 3rd chapter, 5, 7, and 8. I trust and reverence the Lord and turn my back on evil. So he directs me, gives me success, and gives me renewed health and vitality. Proverbs 3, 16 through 22. My God-given wisdom gives me a long, good life, riches, honor, pleasure, peace, and living energy. Psalm 63, 7 and 8. I am secure beneath the protecting shadow of God's wings and his strong right arm. 1 Corinthians 2:16, Galatians 5:22, Matthew 7:12. As a child of God, with the mind of Christ, the fruit of the Holy Spirit, and a follower of the Golden Rule, I have an eternal friend and a host of earthly friends and marvelous family relationships. Isaiah 26:3. I trust you, Lord, and my thoughts often turn to you, so I am in perfect peace. I can't begin to tell you, folks, as I indicated earlier, I lost my oldest daughter on May 13th of this year. Toughest thing any father or parent or mother has ever called on. Though the grief is intense, the tears are many. They're bearable simply because we have that peace that passes all understanding. We know where she is, and I equally well know that we will see her again. Psalms 24:14. I enjoy becoming wise, so there is hope for me, and a bright future lies ahead for me. Again, as I have said earlier, failure is an event. It is not a person. I believe with all my heart at this moment, you have the keys to a much greater and brighter future. I believe with all my heart that if you will claim and develop these qualities and develop the specific skills your job or profession demands, that I really will see you. And yes, I really do mean you. Not just at the top. Hey, I'm going to see you over the top. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Since this is your 5th recording that you've been listening to, by now you probably are more alert to a lot of things around you. But let me just kind of give our live audience a little test here to make certain that you are with us. Let me ask you a question. How many of you wear a wristwatch? Can I see your hands, okay? How many of you have had that wristwatch at least a year? Can I see your hands? Now, please don't look at the watch, but the average person looks at their watch about 100 times a day. Now, that counts the last 10 minutes before lunch and the last 10 minutes before they get off, but it's about 100 times a day. Now, that means if you've had it a year, you've looked at that watch a whole lot of times. You ought to know what's on it. How many of you in the live audience would agree you should know what's on your watch, okay? Now, don't answer these questions out loud, but you, as you listen to this tape, don't look at your watch. I want you to answer the questions to yourself. First of all, what kind of watch do you have? Second, does that wristwatch you're wearing have Roman numerals or regular numerals? Or does it have numerals at all? Are there blanks or slashes or digits or whatever? And the last question that I would ask about your watch really comes into 3 parts. What is straight up and down at the 12 o'clock slot? What's at the 3 o'clock slot? Get a picture in your mind. What's at the 6 o'clock slot, and what's at the 9 o'clock slot? Now I want you to carefully think that through in your own mind. And now that you have carefully thought it through, I want you, maybe for the first time since you've owned the watch, I want you to very carefully look at your watch. Now, based on the gentle murmur running through the crowd, am I right to assume that some of you missed at least one of the questions? Can I see your hands, please? Well, that seemed to be about most of you. Now, a few seconds ago when I said, now I want you to look at your watch. As a matter of fact, maybe for the first time, I want you to very carefully look at your watch. You remember me saying that just a few seconds ago? Okay, what time is it? Now, the reality is, you see, we don't really look. We don't really listen. We don't really hear. And that's the reason you will hear some things that really will bear repeating over and over. And why we keep saying, listen to these recordings over and over. Now we're going to talk about relationships because relationships have a direct bearing on your motivation in life and your attitude in life. How important are they? I love the story of the little guy that interrupted his dad, who was very busy at home working, and he tried to get his attention, and his dad kind of resisted, and finally the little boy said, Daddy said, who do you like best, Batman or Superman? And the dad said, I don't know, son. He said, oh, come on, Daddy, you like one of them best. Which one do you like the best? He said, okay. He said, I like Superman the best. And then the little boy said, okay, and he looked at his dad and said, aren't you going to ask who I like best, Dad, isn't it? And the dad said, well, all right, who do you like best? He said, I like Batman. And his dad said, well, why do you like Batman? And he said, well, Batman has got a friend. Isn't it true that's what all of us really want? Aren't our relationships so enormously important? And yet, a lot of times, over a period of time, we seem to move them to the back burner. They're not in our own minds. They're something that can wait in the process of nurturing and developing. But we get wrong information from time to time. When I was a young speaker, I heard a well-known speaker, philosopher, say that you're where you are in life because that's really where you want to be. You know, I've always liked to sound philosophical, so I started telling people you're where you are because that's where you want to be. But one night I was in Birmingham, Alabama, on my way to Meridian, Mississippi. The roads were under repair. I stopped and asked a service station attendant there, how do you get from here to there? Very kind young man, and not only told me how to get there, but drew me a little map. He said, you follow this map and it'll take you right on into Meridian. It was very important that I be there because I had an engagement the next morning. Well, an hour later, I saw another sign, and it revealed that in that 1 hour, I was now 45 miles further from Meridian than I had been when I asked for the directions. Now, I can absolutely assure you that I was not there because that's where I wanted to be. I wanted to be closer to Meridian. I was there because a well-intentioned individual had given me wrong directions. I would suggest that if you're broke and in debt and are not getting along well with the people who are important to you, that you're not where you want to be. You could be there because over a period of time, you have followed some wrong direction. Now, the question is that a lot of people ask about now is, do I really have what it takes to be successful in what I want to do? Do I have the qualities necessary? Well, let me emphasize a point. I want to use a little analogy to get you to thinking along these lines. Let's say that you had it made financially. You socked away quite a bit of money, so you wanted to build the dream house. You went to the architect, said, I want you to design me the most beautiful plans you can possibly do. And he was a world-renowned architect, and he put the plans together. They were absolutely magnificent. And then the man took the architect, they went to the best builder in town, had the best reputation, and they said to him, we want you to follow the architect's plans exactly. Use the best materials, use the best laborers, get the best carpenters, brick masons, laborers, electricians, plumbers, the very best materials, all of it. And finally, the house was complete. They moved in, had the big party. The landscaping was absolutely gorgeous. They just knew they were going to have a long, happy life there. But about 3 months later, little cracks started to appear in the walls. 6 months later, the city came in, inspected it, said, you got to move out. We condemn the house. Now, the question is, who is at fault? Is it the builder or is it the architect? Now, as you think on this for a moment, you clearly understand it's got to be the architect. The builder had followed the directions precisely, used the best material, used the best laborers. The plan was faulty. Is there a possibility that you have got everything that you need to be enormously successful, but simply have not developed or have been listening to the wrong plans along the way? And if you got the wrong plans, the wrong direction, I don't care how many positive qualities you got, you're going to end up in the wrong place. Now, I want to emphasize something, and you've heard me say it already in these recordings several times. Failure is an event. It is not a person. Yesterday really did end last night. Today is a brand new day. Now, a lot of times people do not start well, but they end well. I was reading where British pediatrician Illingsworth points out that Yeats and Shaw were both poor spellers. Franklin, Adler, and Jung were poor mathematicians. Poe, Shelley, and Whistler were all expelled from school. Edison, at age 9, was asked to leave because he was at the bottom of the class. Gauguin was labeled a dreamer. Watt was declared dull and inept. And Einstein was mentally slow. You see, a lot of times what people do initially can be corrected. Failure really is an event. Now, as we work on attitudes and relationships, let me ask all of you a question. Now, I am 69 years old. My question to you is, am I old or young? And before you answer the question, let me ask you the next question. How many of you have any confidence at all on what the writer, Webster, of the dictionary had to say? How many of you believe Webster got some reasonably good information? Can I see your hands, please? Well, he's an authority in my life, so I went to Webster and I looked up what old and young were. Old is someone who has outgrown their usefulness, belonging to the past, shabby, stale. Now, am I old or young? More importantly, are you old or young? Has nothing to do really with your birthdays. Young is described by Webster to be youthfully fresh in body or mind or feeling. Significant, is it not? What I'm really talking about is an attitude here, not just about relationships, but about life, about your job, about every facet of life itself. I love what Dr. Smiley Blandon says. I have never seen a single case of senility in people, no matter how old, as long as they maintain an active interest in other human beings and in things outside of themselves. Well, by now you know that I do validate things psychologically, theologically, and physiologically, physical, mental, and spiritual, before I verbalize it, write it, or record it. I happen to check on this particular thing, and my sources say they will not go quite that far. For example, I asked the question, would it be accurate to say that Alzheimer's is a disease, but senility can be the result of choices we make? And they said, as long as you say it can be, then yes, that is absolutely on the target. Now, what are the choices we make? How do we take care of our bodies, our physical, our mental, and our spiritual life? Are we on a growth program? Because all the research I'm doing shows that the older you get, provided you remain active physically and mentally, the more creative you are, and there's no reason whatever for it simply not to happen that you do get some marvelous results when you are a senior citizen. Emerson put it this way: we don't count a man's years until he has nothing else left to count. If we remain mentally active, we remain physically active, then those birthdays are not going to be there. As I mentioned in an earlier recording, I honestly believe I'm 5, maybe 10 years away from reaching my peak. I want to be like old Caleb. You know, Caleb at age 85, and the Lord said, which part of this real estate do you want? He said, give me the mountaintop where the Philistines are. He said, I'm just like I was 40 years old. He said, put me amongst them. Well, how effective he was, I think, is visibly demonstrated by the fact that there just ain't no Philistines around today. I mean, he took care of that situation big time. Now, if we are going to accomplish anything, I believe motivation, as you've already heard me say a half dozen times, is the key. Motivation does make a difference, and motivation towards building a better relationship, building a better career, building a better family, a better community, the whole ball game is involved there. Now, there are 3 kinds of motivation. One is fear motivation. I think fear motivation is best exemplified by this story out of West Texas. Now, those of you who listen to these recordings who are not from Texas might not know this, but when Texans are rich, they're just richer than anybody. I mean, they really are. Well, this was a rich Texan. Had about 65,000 acres in his spread, had about 497 producing oil wells, had about 10,000 head of cattle, and he had a magnificent mansion with an Olympic-sized swimming pool. He also had a daughter of marriageable age. He decided to throw a coming-out party. Now, in sales, we call this group prospecting. He invited all of the eligible young men of the area to come to the party. Well, along about midnight, he took them outside next to the magnificent Olympic-sized swimming pool, and which he had had the foresight to stock with water moccasins and alligators. He said, now, the first one of you young men who will jump into this pool and swim the length of it, he said, I'll give you three choices: $5 million in cash, 1,000 acres of my best land, or the hand of my beautiful daughter in marriage. Now, as you know, she is my only heir, so the one who gets her gets the whole deal. Well, about the time those words came out of his mouth, there was a loud splash at one end of the pool, followed almost immediately by the arriving at the other end of the pool of this dripping young man. The young man climbed out of the pool. The host ran to him and said, son, that's wonderful. Said, you've won. What do you want? Is it the $5 million in cash? And he said, no, sir. He said, well, do you want 1,000 acres of land with all of the oil wells on it and so forth? He said, no, sir. He said, well, do you want the hand of my daughter in marriage? And he said, no, sir. He said, well, son, what do you want? He said, I want to know the name of that dude that pushed me in a swimming pool. Now, that's called fear motivation. Now, sometimes fear motivation works with small children. For example, you tell a 7-year-old, if I ever catch you with a cigarette in your mouth, I'm going to wear you out, boy. Now, that's fear motivation, and it might have an effect. You tell a 15-year-old that, and you're just backing up. Fear motivation sometimes is effective in an employment situation where you can temporarily persuade a person that if they don't get there on time from here on in, it is all over. Fear motivation, however, does have its limitations. Where danger is involved, it's a very healthy thing. It's called fight or flight. I don't know how you feel about it. I'd a lot rather hear people say, wow, look how fast he runs, than, boy, don't he look natural. I mean, so the running part of fear is involved. Then there is incentive motivation, and we've all seen the picture of the donkey pulling the cart, and the driver has a carrot dangling on a fishing pole right in front of the donkey's mouth. And, the donkey starts pulling, and he's going to get a bite of that carrot. Well, ultimately, you got to give him a bite, otherwise the donkey wises up and said it's no kind of deal, and so he quits pulling. But he gets a bite of the carrot, then you got another deal, he's no longer hungry. So in order to get him to keep on pulling, you gotta, shorten the stick or sweeten the carrots. You gotta do something else there in order to lighten that load in order to get him to keep on pulling. There comes a time in our life when really incentive motivation kind of reaches its peak, and we no longer want the bigger house, the bigger car, the second home, and what have you. But the type of motivation that I'm going to be talking about is growth motivation. Growth motivation really is, as you're doing right now as you listen to this recording, you are learning some things that hopefully will make a difference. Now, life itself is kind of like a tire on an automobile. Most of the time when you have tire trouble, it is not a blowout. Most of the times in life when you have trouble, it is not a blowout. It's the result of a slow leak that over a period of time, all of the air goes out of the tire, and then all of a sudden one day you say, hey, I got a flat here. Well, that generally is what happens. Now, we want to emphasize here, I've been talking about self-talk a whole lot as we've gone along in this series. And basically most people are guilty of negative, not positive self-talk. I'm so amazed 99 and 9/10% of all of the golfers who play at a 20 handicap or less will emphasize the importance of the mental aspect of the game. I think Eldridge Miles, who's with us this evening, would say, yep, that really is important. And I guarantee you, though, the overwhelming majority of the golfers, although they say attitude's important, they give themselves negative instruction. You know, they miss a ball, you know, and they say, you dummy, can't you ever do anything right? Idiot, you gotta hit the ball straight or do anything, you dummy. I mean, now, what does that do to your game? What does that do? Does it improve your game? When you step up there as an idiot for your next shot, are you really going to be more effective? And the same thing is true regardless of what we're doing. Nate Lipton, my ophthalmologist, seated here, and when he's out in my eyes, I hope he doesn't ever think along the lines of, boy, you know, I don't know if I can do this or not. This is a tough one here in front of me. Man, I want him to think like he does, and that's optimistic, positive, and upbeat, and that's what I'm talking about. I want the talk to be a very positive self-talk. Now, we use negative phrases, like, for example, we call those electrical appliances on street corners red lights or stoplights or traffic lights, when really their major function is to make traffic go more smoothly, more safely, more orderly, and everything else. And yet, we put the negative thing on it. Now, as we go through this particular thing, and I deal with that a whole lot in the Gold series that we do as part of this, but motivation, a lot of people today claim or talk about, well, I don't have time to do anything. Well, the interesting thing is motivation creates the energy and direction creates time. Let me ask you a question. How many of you have ever had one of those days? Where, I mean, everything known to man. I mean, you wake up and you go out and you got a flat tire. You're going to change it. The only problem is that the jack is broken, and the next door neighbor, who's generally a good person to let you borrow a thing like that, is gone. You got to go across the street. You finally get it. You get down to work and you notice the office is strangely dark. I mean, the electricity has been cut off. They hook up a generator. You get the phone call. Your administrative assistant's not going to be able to make it. 2 hours later, somebody else calls in. I mean, one thing after another, all day long, you know, you're really having it tough. Mercifully, the day ends at 5 o'clock. And so you hit home, you know, and you're not whipped, you're whooped. I mean, you've been drove hard and hung up wet. You have had it that day. You walk in and your wife greets you very enthusiastic. Oh, honey, I'm so glad you didn't have to work today. Today is the day. And you say, the day for what? Oh, honey, don't tell me you forgot. Today is the day we're going to clean the garage. Oh, honey, no, not today. Oh, don't worry about it, she said. Not going to take us more 2, 3, 4 hours at most. I'll work with you, and we'll get, oh, honey, I can't put one foot in front of another. And about that time, the telephone rings. You struggle over to it, and with the last breath of energy you've got, using both hands, you lift the telephone to the air and say hello. And the voice at the other end says, hey, partner, I got a tea time at the club in 17 minutes. If you can make it, we can get in 9 fast holds if you feel like it. If I feel like it, man, how many of you know exactly what I'm talking about? All right. Now, there are a lot of things we don't like to do, like cleaning the garage. So how can we kind of deal with that? I have a friend up in Lawton, Oklahoma. Her name is Edna Hennessy. She owns a big beauty parlor, beauty school, and what have you. Very upbeat, optimistic, positive, very successful lady. Her mother had been in a nursing home for some little while, and every morning at 10 o'clock, Edna would go see her mother. If somebody called for an appointment to see her at that point, she said, no, I've got to go see Mom at 10 o'clock. Then one day, her mother died. Somebody called, and she started to say, no, I've got to go see my mom. And then she said, oh, I wish I could get to go see my mom. It's amazing. It's absolutely astonishing what happens in your attitude when we change the got-tos to the get-tos. Now, when you think about that, in order to stay motivated, in other words, how can you keep the right attitude? Now, folks, I'm not talking about being on cloud 87 all the time. I'm not talking about these finger poppers that go around, you know. You wonder if all of them are there, and then you talk to them and realize it's not. That's not the kind of person I'm not talking about being high all the time. As a matter of fact, people who are high all the time or own something that's going to kill them. But I'm talking about literally getting to the position where we can do something about our attitude and keep it of a very positive nature. The other day I was walking with my middle daughter, Cindy, and we were talking as we always do. And as she walked, she said, you know, Dad, when I first started using our Performance Planner Plus, she said, I just hated that thing. Said it was a little cumbersome. I had to carry it with me everywhere I go, and I'd forget it, and I'd leave it, and I'd forget it, and I'd leave it. But she said, you know, Dad, as I started using it and disciplining myself to follow through on it, she said, I'd be absolutely helpless today without it. And she said something very significant. She said, you know, Dad, every night when I make my list and the next morning, every time I check off a task completed, she said, I feel just a little bit better about myself. Image building, motivating right there. Now after that, I was taking a shower, and as I was taking a shower that morning, I don't sing. I've been asked not to do that even in showers. I mean, well, we do have neighbors. Those of you who recognize the name Mitch Miller, if you're old enough for that, he once wrote me a letter asking me not even to bother to sing along with, if you know what I mean. But I was thinking in the shower, and I got to think, literally what happens is the spray of the shower activates a lot of the factors in your skin, and you're physiologically energized. You feel better. And as I was there getting cleaner, I was thinking, this will clean me up and lift me up. It's a liquid massage, but it's not permanent. Sometimes people say, well, is motivation permanent? No, but neither is bathing. Now, that doesn't mean I have any opposition to bathing. As a matter of fact, I encourage it. I hope you do too. I hope you participate, I guess I should say. Especially if you use a 23-hour deodorant they've now come out with. The people who make it say everybody's entitled to some time to themselves. There's another one called stereo, and that doesn't kill the odor, but at least you can't tell where it's coming from. So that might have some merit there. Now, motivation does the same thing to my mind. It clears my thinking. It generates creativity. It's mentally stimulating. It's emotionally uplifting, though it is not a permanent thing. It's got to be repeated, just like eating. Wouldn't it be wonderful if our minds growled when it was beginning to have a difficulty, like our stomach does when it's running a little bit empty? Well, motivation, you see, energizes, it brings on creativity, it makes you friendlier, it makes you more productive. That has a direct bearing on the things we've been talking about all the way through. That is, everybody wants to be happy and healthy and at least reasonably prosperous and secure. They want to have friends, peace of mind, good family relationships, and hope that the future is going to be better. Well, the motivation is definitely a contributing factor in that. And you might say, well, I don't necessarily love my job. Again, I refer you back to Edna Hennessy, where we'll change the expression from got to get to. It'll make a difference. I well remember a number of years ago, my wife and son and I were in a steakhouse having dinner. And as we first sat down, the busboy came along, to put the ice water in for us. And then this young man slashed the water and ice out and slashed it in the second and third one. And I just looked at him. I said, don't like your job, huh? He said, no, I don't. I said, well, don't worry about it. I said, you're not going to have it very long. I don't know if any of you ever saw any of those old slapstick movie comedies where you'd have a waiter, and he's doing something here and something goes astray, and he runs back quickly and he disappears in the kitchen, and then he turns around and instantly comes back out. Well, that's what that kid did. He scowled his way in and came out. The kid was grinning so wide like he'd walked through a swinging door on somebody else's push. I mean, he was excited, and he came over, and this time he poured the water gently. Now, he realized that he wasn't going to have that job long with that attitude. Now he gets to put the water in the glass instead of has to put the water in the glass. You see, we really do live in a spoiled society, folks. We've been raised to believe that if it doesn't look good, taste good, smell good, and be fun to do, then we really should not have anything to do with it. We really want instant gratification on everything, and that's really the sign of an immature individual. Patience is one of those qualities we've already talked about as far as success is concerned. I don't believe there's a human being alive who loves to do what they do as much as I love to do what I like to do. Now, I get excited about a lot of things. The redhead says I get excited reading the phone book. Now, I don't think that is quite true, but I love what I do. But I don't love to do some of the things that are involved in it, where I have a 5-hour delay and I'm seated out on the runway, air conditioning in the airplane is not working. I don't get overly motivated about that. But there's nothing I can do about that, so now I can either sit there and chew and fuss and gripe and complain, or I can do what I learned years and years ago to do, and that is to always have something that I can constructively work on when the unexpected happen. And so I will always make it a positive instead of a negative experience. It's called discipline. Now, discipline is a word that a lot of people don't care a whole lot about today. But when you discipline yourself to do the things you need to do when you need to do them, the day is going to come when you can do the things you want to do when you want to do them. Consider this. The sailor only has freedom of the seas when he's absolutely disciplined to be completely obedient to the compass. Until he obeys the compass, he's got to stay within sight of the shore. But the moment he trusts the compass and is obedient to it, he can go anywhere in the world. The boat will let him go. Now the question is the one who is close to the shore because he's not obedient to the compass, is that the one who's free? Or is it the one who trusts and is obedient to the compass and can go anywhere in the world they want to go? I think the answer is self-answering, is it not? Suppose you're not really in love with the job you do. You can fall in love with the way you do the job. And you see, when you fall in love with the way you do the job, it's just a question of time when you will like certain aspects of the job better, and then one or two things will happen. They will either move you up to a better job, or you will be given a better job somewhere else. The law clearly states it, that when you do more than you're paid to do, that someday you will be paid more for what you do. I love what this little article says right here. For years, the Boston Globe carried on its editorial page this wise observation. I'm an old man and have had many troubles. Most of them never happened. Expectancy is so important. Robert W. DeGraff says this about your job. He says, be thankful for the troubles of your job. They provide about half your income. Because if it were not for the things that go wrong, the difficult people you have to deal with, and the problems and unpleasantness of your working day, someone could be found to handle your job for half of what you're being paid. It takes intelligence, resourcefulness, patience, tact, and courage to meet the troubles of any day. That is why you hold your present job, and it may be the reason you aren't holding down an even bigger one. If all of us would start to look for more troubles and learn to handle them cheerfully and with good judgment as opportunities rather than irritations, we would find ourselves getting ahead at a surprising rate. It is a fact that there are plenty of big jobs waiting for men and women who aren't afraid of the troubles connected with them. I get to instead of I got to. You will learn to love your job, and then you'll get better at the job, and then you'll either get the better job or another opportunity. Attitude's so important. I love what John Maxwell, a good friend of mine, says. Never underestimate the power of your attitude. It is the advanced man of our true selves. Its roots are inward, but its fruit is outward. It is our best friend or our worst enemy. It is more honest and more consistent than our words. It has an outward look based on past experiences. It is a thing which draws people to us or repels them. It is never content until it is expressed. It is the librarian of our past, it's the speaker of our present, and it's the prophet of our future. Now what I'm suggesting is a change in thinking, am I not? See, it's an old saying, if you keep on doing what you've been doing, you're going to keep on getting what you've been getting. Now, if you like what you've been getting, that's okay. If you don't like what you've been getting, we better recognize maybe the reason for it is we got to do things instead of we get to do things. Now, most people that I'm talking to would be in denial. They would deny that that's the way they think. And again, they think, denial is just a river in Egypt. They deny, those basic things there. And so we need to look at it in that relationship or in that light. Now, if we're going to have relationship motivation, and we're going to talk a whole lot about that at this point, but here's my observation and the observations of many, many other people. If you're getting along well with the people you love, almost regardless of how the rest of your life is going, overall you're a pretty happy camper. If you're not getting along with the people you love, regardless of how many bucks you got in the bank and regardless of your corporate position, overall you just simply are not a very happy camper. Those relationships are enormously important. My friends who are in counseling in the church and in psychology and psychiatry tell me that nearly 100% of all of the counseling they do is a direct result of relationship problems. Husband, wife, parent, child, employer, employee, teacher, student, brother, sister, and what kind of thing. Well, why is that so? Why do we have so much relationship difficulty? I think the major problem started maybe 40 years ago when as a group, as a nation, as a people, we started adopting the hooray for me, to heck with you, I'm going to do it my way. If I have to win through intimidation, I'm going to look out for number one. I've just described the most miserable human being imaginable. I challenge you, show me one happy person who is self-centered. Invariably, when your thoughts are on yourself, you're not a happy, productive individual. A number of years ago, I was bowling in Omaha, Nebraska, and injured my right knee. One of my friends, who is not overly bright, to be kind to him, mentioned something about age. Now, that's where his lack of brightness shone the brightest, because, you see, there was nothing at all wrong with my left knee. So age obviously had nothing whatever to do with it. Well, anyhow, I injured my right knee. That evening I was to speak. And as I came hobbling out, and they had a microphone with a cord on it, I was hobbling out, and I could just feel the audience say, well, look at old Zig. Bless his heart, he's all crippled up. But I bet he's going to do the best he can. I know he's going to, I could just feel it in the audience. They hung the microphone around my neck, and to this day I do not clearly understand what the therapeutic effect of having a microphone around your neck does to your knee. But there was an instant healing. I mean, that sucker quit hurting right then and there. And for the next 60 minutes, I was up and down, roundabout, stooping, squatting, shouting. I was doing it all. In the 60 minutes, they took the mic off my neck, and I stepped off the platform and collapsed. Literally. Now, what happened? For 60 minutes, I wasn't thinking about Zig. I was thinking about the audience. And I don't remember doing this consciously, but apparently when I stepped off the platform, I was thinking, okay, Zig, man, now think about yourself, and boom, down I went. I can guarantee that people who are completely self-centered are miserable human beings. Now, the basic problem is to say we do live in that self-centered, pretty selfish world. And yet, what we do with our life is so dependent on other people. In my office, I have what I call my wall of gratitude. There are 19 people who've had a substantial influence on my life. I wonder where I would be had it not been for those 19 people. You show me anybody in life who's done anything at all, and I will show you somebody who's had a lot of help getting there. As this old boy down home would say, friend, when you see a turtle on a fence post, you can rest assured that sucker didn't get there by himself. He had some help going there. Now, motivation is important, but there is negative motivation as well as positive. As you recall, in the early recording, I talked about the fact that when you hear a motivational presentation on success, that your brain is literally flooded with dopamine, norepinephrine, serotonin, and the neurotransmitters and so forth, and you're physiologically energized. Unfortunately, for some people, gambling produces the same results. Pornography produces the same results. Rock music a lot of times produces the same results. But basically what you're doing, you're energized and activated to go do the wrong thing. Dr. Forrest Tunnett, a good friend of mine, I consider the number one brain chemist perhaps in America, certainly the number one drug authority in America. He says if you can put all of those neurotransmitters in there with positive directions on what to do with your life, then you're going to get some marvelous results. You see, when you listen to things over and over that advise you to abuse a woman or kill a cop or try the suicide solution, over a period of time, it definitely is going to have some negative results. Motivation can be negative, but it can also be tremendously and powerfully positive. And that's the content and the concept in this program, is to make the motivation powerful, including the directions on how to get the things out of life you really want. But back to relationship motivation, because it's so important. I want to kind of set up a little scenario which identifies the problem and offers a solution at the same time. It's Friday afternoon in this little scenario. The husband has been out of town all week. It's about 5 o'clock. He gets to the front porch. He's laden with luggage, and he has his briefcase bulging with work which he's got to do. He doesn't want to set the briefcase and luggage down to ring the doorbell, so he kicks the door. Now, he doesn't gently kick it. He bang, 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 bang. Well, his wife comes to the front door, somewhat startled, sees him standing there, and he doesn't move. He just said, I've been to a meeting. That's the reason I'm late. I'm glad I went to that meeting because I learned some things that just bother the hang out of me. I learned that there's some rights around this house that I have not been getting. I have made a list of them. And the first thing you and I are going to do, woman, we're going to sit down. We're going to make some changes around here. You can absolutely count on it. Well, I can just imagine in this scenario, the wife said, well, Buster, I didn't go to a meeting. I didn't have to go. And I don't have a list written out. I've got them burned indelibly into my mind. You can count on that. You bet I want you to come on in, because there are going to be some changes around here. You can count on it. And I don't think you're going to like all of them. Don't you know they had a wonderful, loving, fun-filled weekend? Don't you know that on Monday morning they each awakened, raring and ready to go and get out there and turn the world upside down in a very positive way? Same scenario. Same husband. Friday afternoon, 5 o'clock. This time, instead of kicking the door down, he gently taps it. His wife comes to the door, and he said, sweetheart, the reason I'm late is I've been to a meeting, and I'm so glad I did, because I learned some things that troubled me a great deal. I learned that undoubtedly I've not been meeting all of the needs which you have. And what I'd like for us to do, before we do anything else this weekend, I would like for us to sit down, and I would like for you to share with me how I can become the husband you deserve to have and that you thought you were getting when we got married. I can well imagine her saying, well, you know, it's interesting you mentioned that. I've kind of been thinking about the same thing, that maybe I've not been meeting all of your needs. Let's sit down and talk about it. Doesn't need an elaboration, does it? See, the reality is you really can have everything in life you want if you will just help enough other people get what they want. When you put that other person first, amazing things happen. Now, I don't want to, in any sense of the way, as you listen to these recordings, I don't want to hang a guilt trip on anybody. That's somebody else's department. I'm not talking about the past. I'm talking about the present and using it as preparation for the future. Most of us, when we did what we did in the past that was wrong, we did it at that time based on our circumstances at that time, and more importantly, the information we had at that time. As you've heard me say several times in this series, we've got to make friends with our past so we can focus on the present in order to make the future what it is capable of being. I love this particular story about Thomas Carlyle, who lived from 1795 until 1881. He was a Scotch essayist and historian. On October 17, 1826, he married his secretary, Jane Welch. She was a very intelligent person and worked directly with him. But she was a person who took ill. And over a period of time then, after several years, she had to quit doing the work. And Carline, although he loved her dearly, he seldom had time to spend with her. He was always busy with his work. And then one day, she died. They took her to the cemetery, and they buried her. Carlyle came back home. He was sitting in remorse on the side of her bed, and he saw her diary, which was open. And he started reading in it. The first notation he saw: yesterday he spent an hour with me, and it was like heaven. I love him so. He turned the page. I've listened all day to hear his steps in the hall, but now it is late, and I guess he won't come today. Carlyle read a little more in the book, then he threw it down and ran out of the house. Some of his friends found him at the graveside, his face buried in the mud, bitterly weeping those tears. The next 15 years of his life, he did very little. He was a recluse, non-productive. I say this, I don't share this with you to hang any guilt trips on anybody. Remember, the past is exactly that. I'm talking about planning for the future. We need to invest our time well. Relationships is one of the things that are so incredibly important. One recent study revealed that of all the things people want in life, 97 8/10% of them said their family relationships, better relationships, was number one. When asked the question, how much time do you spend planning to have better relationships? How much time do you set aside for your family? And most of them came to the conclusion, or literally said, well, I'm going to do it. It just seems that I never have time. Most important thing. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but that's human nature. We let the urgency of the moment, because we do not have a plan. You remember, we talked about how much more we get done on the day before vacation than we do on any other day. Take the same principle, and then we plan the time with the family. We plan the time for exercise. We plan the time to get involved in personal growth and development, as you have done.
Please remember, the message you just heard is copyrighted material, and reproduction in any form is prohibited by law and prevented by your integrity.
Now, this philosophy that we're talking about, all aspects of it, among other things, can impact racism and sexism. Every quarter at our company, we have what we call the People Builders meeting. We recognize the outstanding people in our company. We always bring in a corporate client who tells us what our training has meant to them. We had a lady named Gloria Hogg with Tri-Cities Hospital who was our guest speaker on one of the occasions. One of those rainy days, traffic was heavy, she was a little late getting there. And she walked in laughing and smiling and cracking jokes, and the trainers who had been working with her, ran up to them, and she grabbed them and hugged them, and they kidded a moment, and then Gloria came on, and she kept popping jokes to the group that was there. Then all of a sudden, Gloria came to a dead stop, and she said, I don't know if you knew it or not, but you're listening to what was at one time an overt racist person. She said, if you were not black, I couldn't wait to get on to you and attack you verbally. Now, being dark brown, that didn't help. Being yellow didn't help. Got to be black, otherwise I was after you. And she said, I've always believed in the golden rule, but I certainly was not living it. But as this training started having an impact that you can have everything in life you want if you'll just help enough other people get what they want, she said, I realized that made nothing but sense. It's nothing new. It's the old golden rule handled in a slightly different verbiage. And she said, I started going by that thing. And she said, I've never been happier. And for what it's worth, The governor of Texas recognized her as one of the 100 outstanding women of distinction in Texas. She had a significant promotion at Tri-Cities. In addition to that, the rest of her change, every morning at 5:30, she gets up and goes out and gives insulin shots. One to a white lady, one to an African-American lady, and one to an Hispanic lady. Once a month, she draws the name of a senior citizen out of a hat and pays that person's electricity bill for the month. She said it gives her a great deal of joy and satisfaction. She said, why shouldn't I do it? I've got a wonderful job, and a lot of people simply do not have those things. Does this work? It works because it's intellectually sound, it's psychologically right, and it's the golden rule in action. It takes you away from what's in it for me to what can I do for you. A few months later, Elva Gonzalez, also at Tri-Cities, was our guest. When she started with this philosophy, she was a file clerk. Today she heads 3 departments. Her 10-year-old son was short. He was a runner. He wanted to qualify for this big meet down in Austin. They started training and practicing. Only one person here in the whole Dallas area could qualify. His friend said, you're too short. She took what she had learned in this approach to life and kept telling him, if you work hard enough and believe you can, I believe that you can. Bottom line, with 13 states competing, this youngster finished 4th in the entire 13 states. From time to time, people say to me, you know, you changed my life. I'm always flattered when something like that happens. But I got to tell you, they got it wrong. I did not change their life. The reality is we have some principles and some philosophies that are absolutely ironclad. They will work. But it is your choice. Do you put them to work? If you take the philosophy, put it to work, that's what changes your life. Not Zig Ziglar, not anybody else. It is what you do. It's a do-it-yourself job. Now, as you probably notice, I get a lot of the heart involved in what I'm talking about. I get you emotionally involved. I used to talk about giving you a checkup from the neck up. I now believe in giving people a checkup from the heart up. You see, I go through the mind because that's the gateway to the heart. But when you change hearts, that's when lives are changed. But all change starts with a start. My friend Joe Saba puts it this way. You don't have to be great to start, but you got to start to be great. If relationships are important, how do you get people to like you? You know, in a nutshell, how do you get people to like? How can you become more likable? In other words, the more likable you are, does it make sense that you'll have more friends and you'll do better on the job and other places? Does that make any sense to any of you in the live audience there? How many of you believe the boss really will promote somebody they like, everything else being equal? Can I say it? Maybe sometime not even everything else being equal. Roger Ailes, in an article in Personal Selling Power, says that what others think about you influences what you think about you. And he says it only takes another person 7 seconds to decide really what they think about you. And from that point on, all of their decisions are made largely influenced by that first impression. And so that first impression is important. And every decision they make from then on is influenced to a degree because of that. Now, first impressions are important. And a lot of people start forming impressions before you ever open your mouth. One evening, the redhead and I were at our favorite ice cream parlor. This was several years ago before I discovered that my body retains ice cream. And we were having our ice cream, and a young man and his girlfriend walked in. I nudged the redhead. I said, look at that, sweetheart. She said, I see him. I said, I wonder what happened to him. And she said, what do you mean? I said, well, look at him. He's hurt. He's been in some kind of an accident. Oh, honey, she said, he's not hurt. He's been to the barber shop or the beauty shop. I said, are you trying to tell me that he paid money for somebody to make him look like that? She said, yeah, honey, said it happens all the time. In my lifetime, I have never seen before or since a sight like I witnessed right there. This young man, I can describe it this way. He looked like, or it looked like to me, that the governor's pardon had gotten to the warden about 10 seconds after he plugged in the chair. I mean, hair was all over the place. Except there was one peak going straight up, and it must have had 2 cans of hairspray on it. I'm telling you, if you'd fallen on it, you'd have been hurt. I mean, it was bad. It was green and purple and yellow and orange. I mean, it was really something. Now wait a minute. Don't anybody sit there and listen to this live audience, and don't you, as you listen to this tape, think I'm being critical. I am not. I'm not being judgmental. I'm just telling you what I saw. Now. And for what it's worth, I would literally go to war and fight for that young man's right to look exactly like he does. That is America. That's what freedom is all about. You bet I'd fight for his right to look like that. But I wouldn't give him a job. And you know what's so unfortunate about that? He might be absolutely brilliant, extremely well educated, extremely creative, very, very capable. But with 98% of the people in America who have jobs to offer, he'll never get even the interview. You see, opinion has already been formed, and that opinion influences from there on in. Since your likability is important, what are some of the characteristics of the likable person? Think about, and I want you to do this, take 3 people in your own mind that you really like. I mean, you just really like them. You're attracted to them. What are the things that you really like about them? It'd probably start the temporary favorable impressions. The smile the person had would be important. Their appearance, as we've talked about, they're friendly, personable, optimistic. Their manners, if they have a sense of humor, if they're good listeners, if they're complimentary, and now if they're non-smokers. You know, those are things that you kind of automatically first off notice. Now, over a permanent basis, integrity, common sense, if they're dependable and loyal and caring, and sincere and fair and consistent and committed. In other words, that's not the description of a fair weather friend. As you know, a fair weather friend's always there when he needs you. Now, that's not the kind of person that you really, want to have a long-term relationship with. Now, the qualities I've just identified are the qualities we've already talked about in this series. All of which, by now, you recognize that you do have those qualities and you can use them. You notice, of course, I'm using mostly words in all of this. When Mark Twain was a cub reporter, he was told by his editor that he must not report anything that he could not validate, that he had not seen, and that he knew for absolute certain was right. So he went to this occasion, and here's the report he wrote. A woman giving the name of Mrs. James Jones, who is reported to be one of the society leaders of the city, is said to have given what purported to be a party yesterday to a number of alleged ladies. The hostess claims to be the wife of a reputed attorney. Now, when you put that together, it makes you realize that sometimes we can stretch things a little bit too far. Now, what are the advantages, ladies and gentlemen, of being likable? Well, people who like you generally trust you. And they won't lie to you. They won't deceive you. You can pretty well count on that being true if they really like you. Number 2, they want to do business with you, and so they will be more than fair. They want to help you expand your business. If they like you, don't we like to help our friends? They want to do things for you. They might even invite you to play around the golf with them or go to dinner with them or something. Now, being the right kind of person is the key. What's your objective in wanting to be likable and have all of those friends? One of the things you've heard me say several times in the series, you got to be before you can do. You've got to do before you can have. And that is so incredibly important. So let's look at the motive. Is it motivation, manipulation, or leadership? Motivation is when you try to get somebody to do something for their own good. Manipulation is when you try to get somebody to do something for your own good. Leadership is when you try to get somebody to take an action that will benefit both of you. Eisenhower said leadership was the ability to persuade somebody else to do what you want them to do because they want to do it. And what do they want to do? Things that are in their own best interest. That's what people really want to do. I saw a young man with a T-shirt on, and the T-shirt said, "I follow no one." And I thought to myself, what a tragedy, because he will never lead anyone either with that kind of an attitude. You treat people like you see them. This has a direct bearing on the relationship. And the way you treat them influences their opinion of you and how well you get along with them. My friend Louis Timberlake from Austin does a lot of speaking. He was invited to speak to a particular school meeting up in Brooklyn, New York, several years ago. And the occasion, they were honoring a teacher who had been in retirement about 10 years, and they had to call her back to assist. They had a class of boys there that, to put it mildly, were slightly out of control. In the first 6 weeks of school, they had run 7 teachers off. It was in desperation that they called her back. And they said to her, "We're going to put a policeman in there so that nothing will happen." She looked at the list of boys. She said, "Hey, you don't have to worry about that." She said, "I love to teach boys. I've never had any trouble." They said, "Yeah, but you've been out of the system for 10 years and there have been some changes made." She said, "Oh, don't give it a thought." Said, "I love boys. Won't have any trouble." They said, "Well, we'll at least put an assistant in there." Hey, I don't need any help at all. I can handle these boys." It was a marvelous year, a wonderful experience. As a matter of fact, she was Teacher of the Year that year. Had this banquet. They called in a lot of the celebrities. Lewis was called in to address them. And they were singing all of these praises to this teacher. And she just sat there terribly embarrassed. And when she finally got up to speak, she said, "This makes me feel very bad because I didn't do anything at all." Said, "Anybody could have done this." Why, she said, "When I looked at that roster and I went right down the list, Alice Anderson, 137, Bill Brooks, 136, Charlie Carter, 135. She said, "When I saw the IQs of these kids," she said, "I knew beyond any doubt I was going to have a wonderful year." They told her what had happened. Those were their locker numbers. Now, how many of you think those kids love that teacher? Can I see your hand? She treated them with courtesy and respect and had high expectations. That's why they loved her. Now, who you are determines how you deal with people. See, she was confident in her ability as a teacher. She knew she had some raw material that would be marvelous students, and so she was able to do a big job. Relationships are important. Who you know makes a difference in your life, and who you know is the difference in your eternity. When we look at relationships, when we understand what influence people have on us, we recognize that a lot of people influence. I put you in the center of the circle here. Certainly your families had an impact on your life. Your teachers had an impact. Your employer and your employees, your friends have an influence. As a matter of fact, the people that you are with and around influence you. We know, for example, that if your child's friends are in drugs, the odds are 9 times as great that your child will get involved in drugs. You're impacted by the people around you. I know everybody here has noticed this. You can take a southern boy or girl and send them up north. It's just a question of time before they'll pick up an accent. I see that you have noticed that. Or you can take a northern boy or girl and send them down south, and pretty soon we'll have them talking normally. I mean, you're influenced by the people you are around. Certainly your faith has an impact on you. Your associates have an impact on you. The television, radio, and newspapers have an impact on you. And the books, tapes, magazines, and seminars that you read and listen to have an impact on you. Ultimately, those who are closest to me will determine my level of success. Los Angeles Times did a study several years ago, And they learned that the people who had made it big in this particular study, the people who had done the most with their life, at one point in their life made a definite decision to associate with the people that would further their careers. In other words, people of high moral character, people who had ambition, people who were sound in their character, people who were going places. They deliberately chose to associate with people. Now, sometimes on the job that's not possible, but your free time, your time away from the job, you can definitely choose your associates, and that is so important. Let's look at some of the things that we can do that will make a difference in our own lives. How can we increase our own motivation? Well, I was reading something this week about a book, Emotional Intelligence, written by Daniel Goleman. You see, there's certain success factors that can't always be measured. We can measure your IQ, but he has something here called emotional intelligence. And he says, and I'll read what he simply says, it's crucial to your contentment, your career success, your marriage, your family life, and your children. An abundance of qualities of emotional intelligence lead to greater drive, self-discipline, caring, and cooperation. Well, the question is, what is emotional intelligence? He identifies it. The hallmarks of emotional intelligence are the ability to know what you and those around you are feeling and to handle those feelings accordingly. Sensitivity is what we're talking about. He says this is a different way of being smart. He goes ahead to say that an abundance of the qualities that make for emotional intelligence lead to greater drive and self-discipline, caring, and cooperation, all of which makes our lives better and our streets safer. Those high in emotional abilities tend to be poised, outgoing, and cheerful. They have a strong commitment of people or causes, to taking responsibility, and to an ethical outlook. They are sympathetic with others. Their emotional lives are rich. In short, they're comfortable with themselves and the people around them. How well they handle emotional life determines their life destiny every bit as much as does their IQ. Now let me pause, and they say self-praise is half scandal. But as old Dizzy Dean used to say, you know, if you done it, it ain't bragging. You have already noticed now, I only read this last week. But as you listen again to those 4 tapes that precede this one in this recorded series, you will discover that the qualities he's talking about we have already identified and spelled out. Now, what about that? Now, how did it happen? Well, when you got 3 sources, psychological, physiological, and theological, things like that just happen. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about something here that to me is incredibly exciting. Goleman says if you want a happy, enduring marriage, your EQ, not your IQ, can make the difference. Decades of marital research shows that it is how a couple handles emotional flashpoints, the hurts and irritations inevitable in any intimate relationship, that determines whether the marriage will last. The brightest among us can be emotional morons. Well, now that's pretty direct, isn't it? Okay. The most stable unions are among couples who have found ways to air differences without escalating into personal attacks or retreating into stony silence. You'll never be rude with anyone you respect. That's the reason in my series on courtship after marriage, I emphasize so much, make a friend out of your mate. Now, you might say something mean, nasty, and ugly to your husband or wife, but you're not going to say anything mean, nasty, and ugly to your best friends. You just don't do that. And that is why this is so important. They have mastered elements of emotional intelligence like empathy, listening without defensiveness, and criticizing without contempt or character assassination. It really boils down, ladies and gentlemen, to claiming and using the qualities we have already identified in the series. Now, what's the base upon which so much of life is built? It's hope. Now, as you can see, I'm spelling hope a little differently than most people spell it. But the word hope is a significant word. It's a spirit It is to the spirit what oxygen is to the brain. Again, John Maxwell, I remind you, says if there's hope in the future, there is power in the present. What is hope? It's an honest optimism based on personal and people effort and encouragement. Adler says that hope is the foundational quality of any change. And what's the foundational quality of hope? What does hope need? It needs nourishment, it needs feeding, and it needs it on a regular basis. Now, encouragement keeps that hope alive. Encouragement then becomes the basic component of change in our lives. Now, to tie this together, I received in the mail the other day, and this fascinates me a great deal. I don't even know who sent it to me. But it was a paper that was produced for counselors, written by C.R. Snyder, and it's conceptualizing, measuring, and nurturing hope. Now, they had some psychological mumbo-jumbo, as I would call it. That's anything I don't clearly understand, I call it mumbo-jumbo, and that's what a lot of it was. But then it gets down to the nitty-gritty, and here's what he said. Hope is the process of thinking about our goals and the way to achieve those goals. Hear this. Higher hope individuals report more mental energy and pathways for their goals, especially when there are blocks to those goals. To paraphrase somebody, he said, when the going gets tough, the hopeful keep going. High hope people undertake their goals where they focus on succeeding and see roadblocks to these goals as being a normal part of life. It's going to happen. We've already talked about that 3 or 4 times. I hope people have better outcomes in their lives. They have more goals, more difficult goals, greater success in achieving their goals. They see their goals as challenges, have greater happiness and less distress, have superior coping skills, recover better from physical injury, and report less burnout at work. That's the reason I've said in every one of these recordings, you listen again, and you listen again, and you listen again. Anytime you need that word of encouragement, then you need to listen again. And if you will listen, I get so amused at people and puzzled and frustrated. I've been told 29,286 times thereabout over the years. You know, when I get a little bit down, Zig, I pop in one of your tapes, and man, it always give me a little lift. And I say, well, why in heaven's name do you wait till you get down? Why don't you put it in there all the time? And you won't have to. You know, it's harder to get up than it is to stay up. And I think everybody here can certainly relate to that. Now, Snyder says hope is not synonymous with intelligence, nor is it the same as being optimistic. It is more. High hope often assures the person of success in reaching goals. High intelligence may only give a person a chance. What about that? And you know what he said at the end? Hope is ultimately counterproductive in the extent to which individuals pursue their goals to maximize their outcome to the comparative detriment of other people. Did you hear that? It's negative if it's achieved at the detriment of somebody else. You cannot climb the ladder of success on the backs of others. It just can't happen. If you're going to win it all, you know, we've talked about living well and finishing well. We've talked about the fact that we can move from stability to success and from success to significance. We talked about what do you do in order to survive to even get to the stability part there. Now, the neat thing about all of this is what this really enables you to do is it enables you to take more control of your life. You see, the basic problem in our life is we have so many people who are confused between personal growth and self-fulfillment. Self-fulfillment is the Dead Sea. It takes in lots of water, gives out nothing. It is dead. The River Jordan, for every drop of water it takes in, it gives out. The River Jordan is alive and well. People who are givers are alive and well. The teacher who learns things so they can teach is a much happier individual. And I'm not talking about a classroom teacher alone. All of us are teachers. The person who learns so they can teach others is a much happier individual than is the one who learns so they can show up on one of the television talk shows and answer some of those trivia questions there. The personal growth individual is learning so that everybody is going to benefit as a result of it. Now, think with me, if you will. Suppose everybody in your family and everybody in your company were to adopt the attitudes we've been talking about throughout this series of tapes. I wonder what would happen. Yeah, I know this involves change, and change, sometimes is painful, but then, as I've said earlier, so is unemployment. And then so is a bankruptcy also, And a lot of times I've had to explain, people change when it's to their advantage. They change when they believe they can. They change when they have a plan of action, and they change when they can really see the possibilities and benefits for the future. But it takes training. Sometimes somebody said, well, why should I train my employees and then lose them? Well, one thing worse than training employees and losing them is not training them and keeping them. Now, that gets to be very, very expensive. Okay? Let me make it personal. We've got 60 people that are on our staff. 20 of them are salespeople. They bring in money. Okay? Very important people. The other 40 don't sell anything. But every person I've got there, every one of those 40 are completely capable of killing a sale. I mean, our switchboard operators can do it, our shipping department can do it, our accounting department can do it, our collection department. Now the question is, which one of the groups should I train? Absolutely. See, we can measure what it costs to train somebody. There's no way we can measure what it costs not to train, because we don't know how much business they might run off. Now, the leadership objective, and we're talking relationships now, is to have every person on the payroll thinking about my company and our company, not that company or the company. Because I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, everybody is important. Now, what would happen if every child in America were raised on the concepts we're talking about? What would happen if we adopt what I call the immigrant's attitude? I've talked about that in every recording thus far. I caught a cab in New Orleans several years ago. I'd been at a convention down there and headed back to the airport, and the driver was obvious to me he was not from Mobile, Alabama. So I said to him, sir, where are you from? He said, I'm from Nigeria. How long you been in America? 12 years. Have you had a chance to get an education since you've been here? And he said, oh, yes. He said, as a matter of fact, I get my Ph.D. in November. And he said, my wife has already gotten her master's. I said, well, my goodness alive, how'd you happen to come to America? And he said, well, when I was 5 years old, first day of kindergarten, they gave me an assignment, had to go home, needed help, and I learned that day that my parents were both illiterate. And he said, as a 5-year-old, I determined I was going to get an education. I said, 5 years old, that's awfully young to make that kind of decision. He said, yes, but I was so hurt by my parents' embarrassment that they couldn't help me. I determined that would never happen to me. A few years later, I decided to come to America. And I said, well, have you supported your family? And he said, well, as you can see, I'm driving a taxi. But he said, I've been a night watchman. I've loaded trucks. I've unloaded trucks. He said, I've been a tutor. I have dug graves. He said, I've done everything humanly possible, including being a tutor, in order to put bread on the table, and my wife has worked just as hard as I have. And I said, do you have any children? He said, yes, they're 4, 6, 8, and 10. I said, well, I bet they're good students too, aren't they? He said, well, the 3 that are in school are all honor students. And I said, well, what are you going to do now? He said, well, when I get my Ph.D., it's in business and finance and economics. He said, I have a deal with a New York firm, a Wall Street firm. I'm going to work for them for 2 years, and then I'm going back where I have a very good job with the government. That's where I will be. Now, I can only imagine how many nights when he desperately had to fight sleep in order to stay awake to get his assignments. When a child would get sick and it demanded a lot of extra attention. The demands were absolutely critical on this man and this woman's life. But when they came to America, it was a dream fulfilled. They worked. And they worked awfully hard. Now for the rest of their life, they're going to have the benefits of that hard work. All these things we've been talking about, do they work? I want to share with you a couple of additional things, because the thing to maintain that the motivational momentum is going to be extremely important. As I talked about earlier, we need to run our day by the clock, our life with a vision. We need to be grateful for what happens in our life. Hans Selye says the healthiest of all human emotions is gratitude. Again, a cab driver, Houston, Texas, early one morning, headed for a breakfast, caught a cab. It was only about 3/4 of a mile, but they advised me not to walk that time since it was dark, in that particular area of town. I got in the van, and as always, I greet people with enthusiasm. I said, "Well, how you doing?" And his verbatim answer was, "Praise God, I am in America." And I heard the daggonest sales talk on America in the next 10 minutes I have ever heard in my life. I'm telling you, it was absolutely incredible. Now, bottom line is this man had been a registered pharmacist, again, from Nigeria. He was more excited by far about being a cab driver in America and more grateful for the opportunity. He said, "I will get my license to be a pharmacist here, but in the meantime," he said, "I am having an absolutely wonderful time. I'm just so glad to be here." The more you express gratitude for what you have, the more you will have to express gratitude for. And it works the other way too. The more you gripe about the problems you got, my friend, I'll absolutely guarantee it, the more problems you will have to gripe about. The whiners of life, we hear them all the time. I'm so often tempted to carry cheese with me because I understand that wine and cheese, kind of go together, all right? Now, we need to express gratitude for our friends, our family, our job, our health, America. Again, the more you express gratitude for what you have, the more you will have to express gratitude for. We teach a 3-day course. It's called Born to Win. People come from all over the world. One of the men whom I'd been consulted with, psychiatrist Louis Cady, was with us a year or so ago. I get involved in, as you've noticed early on in this series, in a whole lot of self-talk, because that self-talk is so important. I've seen lives change. I've seen miracles happen as a direct result of it. Dr. Cady wrote me this card. He said the experience at Born to Win was one of a lifetime. And I've already started putting numerous ideas to work. And incidentally, this was April 12, 1994, and he's finished his book now. You also sold me, and finally, despite my thick skull, on using the affirmation card, and the results thus far, this was just 5 days after he finished, have been almost frightening in their intensity and speed. But it is a frighteningly good way. What you say to yourself is so incredibly important. Most important opinion you have is the opinion you have of yourself. The most important conversation you will ever have is the conversation that you will have with yourself. When we look at the things we're talking about, I like to always emphasize that you need to be realistic and practical in the things that we do. I believe when I make statements and all, I believe I am being absolutely pragmatic. I love the story of the fellow that was in Tel Aviv. He was doing a tour of the Mann Center for the Performing Arts. The tour guide was really putting it on thick. I mean, it was a beautiful facility, granite and marble and the tapestries and the gold inlays and the incredible paintings and the acoustic. It was really something. And finally, one of the tourists said, "Well, I suppose this was named after Horace Mann, the famous author." And the tour guide said, "No, it was named after Frederick Mann from Philadelphia." And the tourist said, "Frederick Mann, don't believe I've ever heard of him. What did he write?" The tour guide said, "A check." Now that's being practical. That's being pragmatic. I'm pragmatic. I was in Atlanta. A young man picked me up to take me down to the hotel where I was to be speaking. And he was just going on and on about it must be wonderful to have a company where your number one objective in life is to help people be all they can be. And I said, young man, I appreciate the accolades, but you got it wrong. That's not my number one objective. He said, it's not your number one objective? He said, what is your number one objective? I said, it's to make a profit. I said, Samuel Gompers, an early labor leader, says that the number one responsibility of a business is to make a profit. That's the only way you can stay in business. That's the only way those other 60 employees are going to have a job. It's the only way we can make a contribution to society. So our number one objective is to make a profit so we can hit our number one priority, which is to help people be all they can be. You see, there is that thing called the bottom line, and we learned several years ago you can do a great deal more with profit than you can loss. I don't know if any of you have noticed. How many have noticed that in your own life? You see, with integrity, you have nothing to fear because you have nothing to hide. And that is the most nerve-wracking thing at all. These people that, run from the law for years and finally get caught, they say almost across the board, what a relief. Your creativity is stifled. Your productivity is absolutely destroyed. It's absolutely astonishing. Now, we're talking about a different approach. I want to close this recording with a little story about the most moving event that's happened in my life since I've been doing this. And since I have been getting into the self-talk bit. You remember in an early recording we did talk about the biblical promises that are tied directly to this. That the Bible really says you can be happier, you can be healthier, you can be more prosperous, you can be more secure, you can have more friends, you can have greater peace of mind, you can have those better family relationships, and yes, you can have the hope. Well, I got into the self-talk at a convention down in New Orleans, Louisiana. And this happened back in 1990. I spoke in early January there. About 6 weeks later, I got one of the most moving letters I've ever received from anybody. A mother was writing me, and she said, my daughter and I were in New Orleans. She took down and listed all the qualities of success. And every morning and every night, she stood in front of the mirror, and she claimed those. As a direct result of claiming these qualities, it led her back into the Bible. She made her peace with God, and on January 20th, 1990, she was killed in an automobile accident. But she is safe today. Now, friends, I got to tell you, when something like that happens, you get the chill bumps all over you, but those gratitude bumps really come out big. She's only 21 years old. I'm telling you, we're talking about some principles that absolutely are life-changing. They will be enormously beneficial. As I close this, let me simply say that with these attitudes we've been talking about, taking this approach, putting other people first, there are going to be certain people that are going to kind of laugh at you and say, man, you're different. But let me remind you, the little world laughed, but the big world gathered on the banks of the Hudson when Fulton went steaming by. The little world laughed, but the big world was tuned in when Alexander Graham Bell completed that phone call. The little world laughed, but the big world was at Kitty Hawk when the Wright brothers took that first flight into the air, which changed forever the world we're in. Some people might laugh at some of the things we're suggesting that you do here, but I'm here to tell you the big world's going to be standing on the sidelines cheering you with incredible enthusiasm. And the big thing is, it's not what you get by reaching your destination. It's what you become by reaching that destination that is the important thing. Buy these ideas, take these steps, follow these procedures, because if you do, I will see you not just at the top. Hey, I'm going to see you over the top. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. It's an absolute fact of life that everybody has the right attitude occasionally. Now the question is, how do you maintain that attitude in a world where you've got a lot of negatives? So that's the reason this particular session is entitled Building and Maintaining a Winning Attitude. I heard about a college professor who was told by his wife one morning as he headed off for college to teach his classes. He said, she said, today we're moving. Here's the address of the new house. We're not going to be here when you get here. Go to the new house. He said, no problem. That afternoon he showed up at the old house and it was empty. Didn't see anybody there. Then he looked in the neighbor's yard and there was a little boy playing. And he called him. He said, son, do you know the family that did live here? He said, oh, yes, sir. He said, I know them quite well. He said, do you have any idea where they've gone? Little boy said, yes, sir, I do. And he says, as a matter of fact, Mom told me you'd probably forget. Now, really, I talk about a positive attitude. This really is the right life attitude. You see, some things don't necessarily call for positive thinking, but all things call for right thinking, mature thinking, sound thinking. And this is the way we go through life. We need the right thinking as far as our job is concerned, the right attitude with our family, our company, our community, our country. The right attitude is important. I love what Chuck Swindoll said about it. He said, the longer I live, the more I realize the impact of attitude on life. Attitude, to me, is more important than facts. It is more important than the past, than education. It is more important than money, than circumstances, than failures, than successes, than what other people think or say or do. It is more important than appearance, gifted ability, or skill. It will make or break a company, a church, or a home. The remarkable thing is we have a choice every day regarding the attitude we will embrace from that day. We cannot change our past. We cannot change the fact that people will act in a certain way. We cannot change the inevitable. The only thing that we can do is play on the one string that we have, and this string is attitude. I am convinced that life is 10% of what happens to me and 90% of how I react to it. And so it is with you. We are in charge of our attitudes. Attitudes are important. In today's life, we hear a lot of talk about pushing the envelope, playing it close to the edge, and all of those other things. Now, the American worker is recognized as being the most productive worker in the world. But if you were to look at corporate America at 8 o'clock in the morning, if they're supposed to be at work at 8 o'clock, at 1 minute till 8, you see really a helter-skelter affair going on in most offices and plants and factories. I mean, they're in a dead run to get there, And they walk in all huffing and puffing, and they hustle back and get them a cup of coffee, and they scoot back to their workstation, And by the time they start to work, it's 10 minutes after starting time. If you were to look in on corporate America with videotapes at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, what you would see is the American worker all lined up in a three-point stance. And at 5 o'clock, man alive, do they ever get out? And, now that's okay if that's what they really want to do. But it's the little things that make the big difference. My watch is 4 hours wrong. I don't have a problem with it. I can tell you that at 3 o'clock in the morning if it's 4 hours wrong. But if it's 4 minutes wrong, then I got a problem. See, if my plane is supposed to leave at 11:06 and I get there at 11:10, well, you get the picture. Because I made a deal with airlines years ago that if I wasn't there when they got ready to go, that they were just to go ahead without me. And I found out that, they live up to their end of their agreement, okay? Now, this business of getting there early, I'm not necessarily advocating that, but I am saying if you would just get there 10 minutes early, casually take the necessary equipment that you need to get started, get the cup of coffee, and the moment your paycheck starts, your workday starts. At 5 o'clock, you work until 5. And then you pack up to leave.
Now, that's not a heavy burden, but what will happen is if you do that, instead of being caught in the mass of people running out at 5 o'clock where your life is in danger, they talk about dangers of the freeway, the danger is getting out of the building and out of the parking lot. 10 minutes later, you can leave in peace and quiet and safety. And I'll tell you something else. The boss is looking. They really are. Do we give a little extra? It's a part of the blanket that hangs over the bed that keeps you warm. And if you don't believe that, you've never been in the service and been short-sheeted. I'll just tell you that right now. You call a girl a kitten, you score all kind of points. Call her a cat, and I don't need to tell you, you got a problem, okay? It's the little things that make a difference. Call her a vision, and man alive, you're home free. Call her a sight, and oh, brother. Well, anyhow, now what I've got on the screen and what you who have the set of tapes are listening to, I've got the qualities we've identified earlier as being the qualities of success. Complete success. I was so amused when the last presidential election took place and 3 outstanding candidates were talking about family values. And interestingly enough, they never were able to identify the family values. You know, they discuss back and forth. But I challenge you as you look at the card which came with your set of tapes, and then for the benefit of the live audience, the qualities we've thrown on the overhead, you look at those qualities and ask yourself, wouldn't you love to have a husband or a wife with all of those qualities? Wouldn't you love to have kids with all of those qualities? Wouldn't you love to have every teacher in our educational system and every administrator with all of those qualities? Wouldn't you love to have a boss and employees with all of those qualities? Wouldn't you love to have every politician in America from dog catcher right on up who had every one of those qualities? Now, the reality, you see, is none of those are just family values, are just business values, are just educational values. They're all life values. Check the records. The thing that makes a person a good husband or a good wife, the qualities there will also make them a better employee or a better office holder or a better FBI agent or a better whatever it is that they do in their life. You see, these qualities are life qualities. I challenge you to locate one quality there that you would not want your child taught in school, with the possible exception of faith. But everything else, would you want your child taught those? What kind of child would you be raising? I can guarantee you it would be a magnificent child. Now, as you probably noticed already in this series, I'm talking about a lot of things that take time. It takes time to claim the qualities. It takes time to be nice and courteous to people. It takes time to do your job. It takes a little time to get there a few minutes earlier and stay a little bit longer. But the reality is, you see, we do not have a shortage of time. Everybody in America's got exactly the same amount, 24 hours a day. What we do have is a lot of problem with our direction. Again, I refer you to the day before vacation attitude, when you got so much more done, simply because you had organized that time in an entirely different way. Now, the question is, are we really affected by what goes into our mind? Reader's Digest recently had an interesting article that pointed out that 31% of the kids in America between ages 4 and 5, if given a choice, would prefer the television set over their dad. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is frightening, to say the least. Let me ask you a question. In this live audience, how many of you have ever gone to a movie and laughed? Can I see your hands, please? How many have ever gone to a movie and cried? Now, do you really think it's because they put something in the seats? Or was it because they put something on the screen that went in your mind, that affected your thinking, that aroused you emotionally? That's what I'm talking about there. Repetition really does communicate a message. I'd like to get you to demonstrate that. Question, does what goes in your mind have any impact on your behavior? Finish this for me, if you will. Pepsi-Cola hits the 12-ounce bottle. That's a drink. Coca-Cola, the pause, that I'd walk a mile for a does. It's been over 40 years since any of those commercials were used. But there were tens of thousands of impressions made of those commercials, all right? Does seeing what somebody else does affect what you do? Let me get you to do this. Empty your hands, if you will, please. Just empty your hands and put them in front of you. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, go. And then I'd like for you just to slap your hands, okay? 1, 2, 3, go. Now, go ahead, reverse the tape, play it back, and you will know that the instructions were crystal clear. I did not stutter, absolutely clear. And yet fully 90% of you paid absolutely no attention to what I said. You did exactly what I did. You see, people pay more attention to what you do than what you say. They won't believe everything you say always, but they will believe everything that you do. You can absolutely count on it. And you know, life sometimes brings some interesting challenges, interesting opportunities, I guess I should say. I heard about this fellow that was playing golf. And he was on the first tee, you know, and he stepped up and he tees that ball up and he busts that sucker about 200 yards straight and about 150 yards to the right. Well, one of the pros was riding with him and he said, well, I just know that we're not going to be able to find out unless just go ahead. And so he teed up again and he hit another and they went out. And as they were putting out on the first green, they saw this cart coming down at breakneck speed, and it was another one of the assistant pros there, and he was really riding down there, and he came up to the green and he said, who hit that horrendous slice that went all the way over? And the governor's wife was playing golf with me, and she was in the cart, we were in the wood, and it hit her right up beside the head. Now, who hit that horrendous slice? And this guy very timidly said, I did. The other assistant pro said, well, I want you to know that I've talked to the governor, and he is enormously upset. I mean, he is furious. And the guy said, well, what do you think I should do? He said, well, you should play it a little more off your left toe and strengthen your grip. That's what you ought to do. And sometimes things come out a little different than we had thought. Okay, now, to maintain the right mental attitude, that's the key. You do it by reversing the way you get out of bed. No, I'm not talking about getting out of bed backwards, but you know the way most people get out of bed, the alarm clock, misnamed, it really is an opportunity clock. I mean, if you can hear it, that gives you an opportunity to get up and go, and if you can't hear it, that might mean you done got up and gone. And depending on what you believe, that can be very bad. That alarm clock for these people sounds off, you know, and they're going to reach over and they finally find it and they turn it off and then they slap their face and said, hon, is it already time to get up? Oh, it seemed like we just lay down. I'm going to go to bed earlier tonight, I guarantee you. I know, now, no, I haven't been in your home visiting. I just, you know... That's just the way a whole lot of people get up. Now, instead of doing that, let's reverse the way you get out of bed. The opportunity clock sounds off for you. You reach over and shut it off. I think that is very important. And you sit straight up on the side of your bed and you slap your hands and you say, oh boy, it's a great day to get up and go to work today. Now, I want you to get the picture. There you are, 2/3 asleep. Your hair is all down in your eyes. You're trying to slap your hands, and sometimes you hit it, and sometimes you're missing. And you're saying, oh, boy, it's a good day to get up and go to work. And, hey, friend, that ain't the way you feel at all. I'm telling you. But let me tell you something. You see, when the clock goes off, you do not decide to get up. You decided that when you set the clock. What you now decide is, how am I going to get up? Am I going to get up with excitement and enthusiasm, or am I going to get up looking like the picture on my driver's license? You gotta, you gotta make a decision as to how you're going to get up. Now, despite the fact that you might not really feel that good, you are up.
And that's where you had made the decision to be the night before. And then you go in the shower, and while you're taking that shower, you do a little singing. And I know what a lot of people's voices are, but it's amazing what will happen. You see, what you're doing is something that is psychologically very sound. When you sow an action, and that's what you're doing. You don't think about it, you just do it. It's an instinct, it's a reflection when you do this a while. You hop on the side of the bed, you sow an action, you reap a habit. You sow a habit, you reap a character. You sow a character, you reap a destiny. A number of years ago, I had a lady, 85 years old, say to me later, she said, when you told me that, I thought that was the silliest thing I had ever heard a grown man say. 85 years old, and you want me to get up on the side of the bed and slap my hands like a child? Why, she said, that's silly, and I knew it was. But you know, I lay down that night, and I thought to myself, well, I do live by myself. And nobody, and nobody's going to know about it but me. And she said, why not? I mean, you know, you're only, young at once in your life, and she's one of these people that qualifies as being a youngster. So the next morning, that alarm clock sounded. She said, I sat up on the side of the bed, and she said, I drew back to slap my hand, but I couldn't do it. I got so tickled, and I laughed at myself all day long. She had a wonderful day. How many of you ever participated in organized team sports? Can I see your hands, please? How many of you ever went out for practice when you just flat did not want to go out for practice? Can I see you? You ever get out there and say, well, the coach said he's going to can me if I ever miss another practice. I'm out here, but I ain't going to do anything. He ain't watching me anyhow. And then after you've been out there about 10 minutes, you say, well, as long as I'm here. How many of you ever went out for practice feeling awful and 10 minutes later felt good? Can I see your hands? You see, a lot of people say, well, when I get motivated, I'll do it. Hey, friend, you got it backwards. Do it, and you'll feel like doing it. You'll be motivated then to do it. You take that action is what I'm talking about. Start the day like that. Do I do this every day? Nope. Did I used to do it? Yep. Why not do it now? I don't need to. But let me tell you something. If I get a late wake-up call somewhere, and then I got to get in a dead run. Man, I hop up, I slap my hand, I say, yippee, and I head for the shower. And I mean, it really does get you moving a whole lot faster, all right? Now, if you've gotten up early enough, you then need to make a phone call. Call somebody whom you love, admire, and respect. Call that person and simply say to them, I've been thinking about you, and I just wanted you to know how much I appreciate you as an individual. You're one of the people that's had a big influence on my life. You really are an asset to your community. You're a credit to the profession you're in. Just wanted to call you and say thank you for being my friend. Now, something happens there. First of all, your friend is tremendously encouraged. But second, you're inspired. You see, psychologically and theologically, you're on sound ground. Physiologically, you're on sound ground. See, physiologically, what happens is that when you do this early in the morning, it jumpstarts the flow of serotonin in that brain of yours, and that's the feel-good neurotransmitter. You feel good about yourself when you do something nice for somebody else. Got a speaker friend. He heard me go through this one time, and he thought to himself, I'm going to give that a shot. I ain't going to do it in the morning, but I will do it at night. Every Saturday night, then, what he does is he calls somebody whom he hasn't talked to in some little while. And he'll just call them and tell them how much he appreciates them. And he said, Zig, it's been one of the most gratifying things in my life. He said the first time I did it, it took me 45 minutes to get that dude off the telephone. I mean, he was so excited and so encouraged. Now, what are we doing? We're again putting that other person as in an important position. They feel good about it, and you feel good about it too. Make that telephone call. It will make a difference in their lives. Now, I've talked a lot about values. I've talked about you can have everything in life you want if you'll just help enough other people get what they want. In a recent issue of Fortune magazine, they listed the 10 wealthiest people in the world. One of the men they listed was a Chinese gentleman from Hong Kong who is worth $5.9 billion. Now, he's the 9th wealthiest man in the world. Has an interesting philosophy. Incidentally, he got his start selling plastic toys on the street. Has 2 sons, And he's taught them the same philosophy. He is a deal maker. He does joint ventures with people. And he's taught them and has always believed that if 10% of the deal for financing it is a fair share, but you could get 12%, take 9. He said the reason that is good is, number one, it gives them a better chance of making it, so it makes your investment safer. Number two, word will get around, and instead of getting one 12% deal, you'll get a dozen 9% deals. You see, you really can have everything in life you want if you'll just help enough other people get what they want. It really does work.
Please remember, the message you just heard is copyrighted material, and reproduction in any form is prohibited by law and prevented by your integrity.
Next thing you want to do, if you really want to maintain the right attitude, learn how to greet people. I was rather amused this evening as I was coming in a few minutes before 7. I greeted a number of you always the same way. Good morning. Most of you responded, good morning. Now, whether I'm in Auckland, New Zealand or Augusta, Maine, whether it's 9 o'clock in the morning or 9 o'clock in the evening, on average, 85% of them will respond, good morning. And then almost immediately they'll say, it's not morning. I'll say, then why'd you say morning? Because you said morning, that's why. I said, it makes just a really neat point. You see, you go out in life to find friends, they're very scarce. You go out in life to be a friend, you'll find them everywhere. What you send out is exactly what you're going to get back. I believe the good book says, as you sow, so also shall you reap. The computer people are terribly negative. They say garbage in, garbage out. Us folks that are optimistic, upbeat, and positive, say you put the good stuff in, you get the good stuff out. Send the good stuff out, you get the good stuff back. It's the law. That is simply the way it works. When you greet people, greet them with excitement and enthusiasm. If they beat you to it and they say, good morning, how you doing? Then you need to be absolutely honest. You say, better than good. How are you doing? Or super good, but I'll get better. Instead of the way that most people do it, how you doing? Well, fine, since it's Friday. Or, how you doing? Well, good, since it's payday. Or great, since the weather is fine, today. I don't you just love it when they pull themselves up and say, well, under the circumstances. I mean, it makes you wonder what they're doing under there in the first place, don't it? When somebody asks you how you're doing, be honest. Say, outstanding, but I'm improving. You might say, well, suppose I'm not doing outstanding. Am I telling the truth? Yes, you're telling the truth. You're just telling it in advance. That's all. But is that honest? You might say, well, I bring the theology into it. God's Son Himself did that. He said, I thank you, Father, for what you're going to do. You're just telling the truth in advance. That's all on earth that you're doing. And so you give them that very positive answer. And Kay, I'll have somebody say, Zig, do people always react favorably to that? Nah, we got some folks that, well, anyhow, everybody doesn't, they don't respond that way. Several years ago, a good buddy of mine and I were going down a cafeteria line. It was about 1:30. Now, in cafeterias, by about 1:30, the lunch crowd is over and you just kind of have stragglers going through. This was one of those brutally hot days. Not at all typical of Dallas. It just happened to be happening, in Dallas. And a gentleman in front of us was doing what I always do. Now, a number of years ago, my youngest daughter, Julie, who had her 40th birthday last week on the 26th, Julie, as a teenager, got a job in a cafeteria. Well, up until then, I just had kind of taken those folks working there for granted. I didn't realize just what a tough job they had. But when my daughter went to work there, I noticed something very interesting. I noticed that if the people behind the counter were pleasant and courteous, but delayed the line at all, then management said, move them on, move them on. If they gave them too much, management fussed. If they didn't give them enough food, then the customer fussed. I mean, it's a tough job. And so I made a decision that never again would I ever go down a cafeteria line without saying something pleasant and courteous to whoever was behind the line. Now, an interesting thing happens. By the time I've gone down the line 4 or 5 times, you can watch the ladies down on the other end, and almost invariably they're nudging each other and saying, there he is. There he is. Okay, now, if any two of you were to go with me to lunch in a cafeteria, that cafeteria where we've been 4 or 5 times, I guarantee you, on the dishes that they have an option, you know, where they scoop it up, I'll get 25% more to eat than you will. Now, you can have what you want if you'll have enough other people get what they want, but that's not the motive behind it. I should be getting less, not more. But that's their way of saying thank you for treating me like a human being. Well, on this particular brutally hot day, we were walking down the line. The gentleman in front of me had gone to the same school I had, and he was greeting people positive and optimistic, you know. And he got to the lady cutting the roast beef, and he asked her, how you doing? Now, you do know that some people perspire and some people sweat. Well, this gal that was cutting the roast beef, she was sweating. And when he said, how you doing? She wiped her hand across the forehead, and it was loaded with sweat. She slung it on the floor, and she says, it has been one of those days. Well, now, you got to understand, she wasn't talking to me. But she's talking about my day. Only one I got. And if you don't think every day is important, you just try missing one of them. She's talking here in my city. I've got a reputation at stake. I couldn't let her abuse a day like that. And so I said, yes, it's absolutely magnificent, isn't it? She looked at me with disgust mingled with contempt as she said, you have been out in the sun too long. I said, no, to tell you the truth, I just got back from overseas. I've seen poverty like you cannot possibly imagine. I've seen men and women with nothing to eat and children with no clothes to wear. I've seen sanitation conditions that would absolutely turn your stomach. And I look at you and you're young and you're healthy and you're pretty. And you're working and you live in America. And I know in my own mind, because I've seen so many cases of it happening, you can take this job you've got right here doing exactly what you're doing and doing it to the absolute best of your ability. And they will move you up, because the one controlling factor in the growth of any organization is quality, skilled, gung-ho, motivated people. And I said, you could someday be the manager of this cafeteria. And I said, who knows but what someday some investors might be attracted to your personality and the way you do things. And you might be given an opportunity to become a part owner in a business, because I said, this is America. Now, personally, I thought it was pretty good. I mean, that's, you know, right off the top of my head. I mean, you know, hey, what do you expect? And I knew that she wanted to express her undying gratitude for the fact that I'd so willingly and unselfishly given of my time and my effort to make her lot in life better. So I looked at her and I said, now you feel better, don't you? She said, you are sick. Well, you win some, you lose some, and some are rained out, you know. And so I kind of tucked my tail between my legs, and me and my buddy went on down, and we sat down, and like I say, it was brutally hot. I quickly finished off the glass of tea, and a little lady about 65 or 70 years old. She was one big wrinkle. I've never seen anything quite like it. But I'm also here to tell you, I've never seen eyes that were more beautiful and alive and dancing than what I was witnessing with her. She came up to me and she said, could I get you some more tea? I said, you bet. I said, how you doing? She did a little two-step backwards and said, honey, if it is any better, I'd think the deck was stacked. I said, well, why don't you go tell the ladies on the side? And then she expressed a wisdom that really was astonishing. She said, oh, no, pardon mock shock. She said, if I fool around with those girls very long, I might be just like they are. Very true.
You see, Solomon said, if you would be wise, you run with the wise. If you want to be a fool, you run with fools. We are affected by the people that we are around. There is no question about that. You want to build that winning attitude? You want to maintain it and keep things going in a positive way? Then we need to understand everybody we deal with is a person. I heard about a fellow that returned a phone call, and the person at the other end picked it up and says 286-7145. And the gentleman said, yes, I'd like to speak with John Anderson. And the person at the other end said, well, who is this? He said, it's 233-9191. Now, let me tell you something that happened to me. People say, Ziglar, where do you get all your stories? Hey, most of them happened to me. About 6 months ago, I was running pretty close to departure time. I checked in at the counter there, and as soon as the person saw my name, got on the little PA system to the people in the plane and said, 3C is here. I was seated in seat 3C. Well, I thought to myself, well, now I really am a number. But I got at least a letter to go along with the number. I'm 3C. Well, I went in and sat down and got airborne, and they came around to take the orders for the lunch. And he came to me, and I said, well, I believe you got a special meal for me. He turned to the other person and said, fat-free is here. So I would... So I'm 3C and fat-free, in case anybody, Now, the way you greet people in person is important. The way you greet people on the telephone is extremely important also. I would challenge you, two of you, get together, look up 10 numbers of businesses in wherever you live, and swap numbers. Don't put the name of the businesses down. When you dial those 10 numbers, you will be unable to identify more than 3 of them based on the way they answer the telephone. Get another company, and you don't have any more idea than a goat as to what the number is or who the company is. At our company, when the phone rings, our ladies pick it up and with a lot of enthusiasm says, good morning. And then they make a motivational speech, not nearly as long as the ones I make, but they make a motivational speech. It's a great day. People always ask me, is it always a great day? You bet it is. Years ago we decided it's going to be a great day today. And then it's a great day at Zig Ziglar's. This is Barbara or this is Lou. How may I direct your call? Entire length of conversation, 6 seconds. It's astonishing how much time that will save. It is astonishing how much better you get as a response. Because as you know, some people in some parts of the country, they just flat talk funny. And when the first few words on a telephone call are made, most people do not understand the first few words. And got nothing to do with their hard of hearing or not. But when we say good morning, they generally, because that's so familiar, they respond to that. Then when they say it's a great day, now we've got their entire attention. And when we identify the company, then it does make a difference. They do get the word. When I'm at home, and I stress this, when I'm at home, I answer the phone in a different way. I might pick the telephone and answer it singing, oh, it's a beautiful day, or good morning to you. And now you know why I don't make any effort to sing in church. But a lot of times they'll say, well, who is this? And I'll say, whoever you want. Who do you want? My, you sure do feel good today. And I said, yep, like I said earlier, I decided a long time ago I was going to feel good today. Now I might pick it up and say, howdy, howdy, howdy. Now, my favorite way of answering the telephone, good morning, this is Gene Ziglar's happy husband. Now, I do it for 2 reasons. Number 1, it is the truth. And number 2, fellas, you cannot believe how many points I score with that redhead when I answer the telephone that way, okay? And I like to score points with a redhead. Now, when my grandchildren were small, they're, with one exception now, our son and his bride delivered to us last October the 30th, a beautiful new one. But the others, now the other grandchildren are on up, they're too old for this. But when they were little and coming along, or when my children were little, I would use it this way. Now, my first 3 granddaughters were Sunshine, I nickname them all,
Second one was keeper. You know, when a fisherman pulls in a good one, he knows he got a keeper. The third one was little lover. And the fourth one is promise. Now, keeper is babysitting promise, so she's a promise keeper. Well, anyhow, and she was the one that pointed that out to me. Well, when one of the grandchildren were around, I'd pick up the telephone, I'd say, "Good morning, this is Keeper's proud granddaddy." Or, "Good morning, this is Sunshine's proud granddaddy." You ought to see those little eyes just a-dancing there. Oh, it is something. When our son was a youngster, we'd pick up the telephone, you know, and the phone rang one day, and I'd say, "Good morning, this is Tom Ziglar's proud pop." And a little voice from Sam Wing, who lived down the street, came on. He said, Is Tom there? Is Tom there? I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Can I speak to him?" I said, "Yeah, Tom." And then Sam turned to his parents, somebody, and said, "Boy, they've got a weird way of answering the telephone." But I noticed something rather interesting happen, and from then on, every time I'd pull my car in the driveway, old Sam would see in it, and 2 seconds later the telephone would ring, and I'd answer it that way, and old Sam would say, "Is Tom there? Is Tom there?" He didn't want to talk to Tom, he wanted to hear me answer the telephone. All right? Now, you might say, what's the big deal? Remember we talked about our personal life, our family life, and our business life. Let me tell you what this does to the family. Creates an environment. Creates an environment. See, kids are going to go where they're welcome. They're going to go where there's love. They're going to go where there's excitement. We used to have our den just filled with youngsters from all over. Many of them coming in just to see who this strange couple were, you know. But I'd rather be serving a dozen of the kids Coca-Cola in my den than having somebody else serving my children Coke in their den. See, kids are going to join gangs. The rest of the story with Sam Wing is Sam was overweight, and we became friends. I was doing a lot of jogging. Sam started jogging with me. He lost all of the weight. When he was a junior at Notre Dame University, got one of the most beautiful letters. He said, "You know, my family and I have always been close," and his family is loving and close. But he said, "I just want you to know that the impact your family, you and your wife had on my life made a substantial difference." We touch and affect people wherever we go in whatever we do. And answering that telephone creates an environment for our children and for our family. It does make a difference. You might say, "Well, you know, that's kind of out of character for me." Well, let me just simply say, we can make it not out of character for you. When you act a little of that out, the first thing you know, you will be that way. I'm really talking about consideration for others. You know, there's a Afro-American saying that it takes a whole village to raise a child. The Babemba tribe in South Africa has a most unusual custom. When somebody does something of a criminal nature or an antisocial nature, they try that person in front of the entire village. And anybody there, from children on up, who are old enough to voice themselves, will try this individual. And they confront the person who's done the antisocial thing. It might first of all be a little 7-year-old girl. She said, "You know, I was really surprised to learn what you had done, because I remember that you're the first one who taught me how to bait a hook. And I remember how I used to sit on your lap around a fire in the evening, and I always felt so good when you were around." Maybe a 10-year-old would come out and said, "You're the one who taught me how to read the trails. I couldn't believe you did what you did." The only criticism was none. It was always they pointed out all of the good things that person had done. And it is said that almost never is there a case where the offender ever did anything of an antisocial nature again. Sidney Harris put it this way: have you ever noticed that when people say, "I'm going to tell you something for your own good," they proceed to tell them something bad? Wonder what the impact would be if we kept it good. As I said in an earlier recording, how much better would it be instead of telling a child, "You keep that up, one of these days you're going to go to jail, boy," Bill Glass says over 90% of the people incarcerated were repeatedly told by their parents that was what's going to happen. To repeat myself from a previous recording, but I think this is so important. What would happen if we were to say to the child, if you keep studying your lessons like that, one of these days you'll win a scholarship to university. You keep treating people that way, you'll have friends everywhere you go. You keep working like that, and one day you'll be the president of your own company. You see, you put in what you want to get out. You want to maintain that marvelous winning attitude, you need to adopt and have some symbols. Now, they have them on every street corner, it seems, in America. I mentioned earlier, some people call them red lights, some call them stoplights, some people call them traffic lights. You're going to spend 27 hours a year in front of the go lights waiting on the right color to come along. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever been sitting there waiting on the right color to come along? You're all excited, you're enthused, you're listening to your Zig Ziglar tapes. I mean, you're motivated. And you're going to spend 27 hours a year there, so what you do, you look out the side of your eye and you see some dude over there and he's waiting on the light to color change too. But he's got a good firm grip on that steering wheel. I mean, he doesn't want it to go anywhere. Fixes his mouth just in case he has to talk to that light. And then, you can't believe this, but there's some people who will actually put their foot on the accelerator and race the engine trying to change the color of the light. How many of you have actually ever seen some dodo do something like that? Can I see your... Well, now, I hate to be negative. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to be negative. I'll be like a little boy came home from school one day and said, Dad, I'm afraid I flunked that arithmetic test. His dad said, son, that's negative. Be positive. He said, Dad, I'm positive I flunked that arithmetic test. I'm not going to be negative. I'm going to be positive when I say racing that engine ain't going to change the color of that light, folks. I got a good friend, Bernie Lifchick, and compared to him, I'm one of the negative people of life. Bernie is a positive guy. He's so positive he's never had a cold. On occasion, he's had a warm. He won't even talk about the weekend. He calls it the strong end. And you might say, now come on, Ziglar. Go lights, warm, strong ends. Is all of that necessary? No, you can be mediocre without it. Mediocre? What's old Zig talking about? I'm the president of my own company. Mediocre, I'm worth over $7 million. Mediocre, I got my PhD. Mediocre, I was #1 in sales for the last 3 years running. I say, bully for you. But I still say, mediocre, maybe. You see, success is not measured by what you do compared to what somebody else does. You might have 10 times their ability. Success is measured by what you do compared to what you are capable of doing with what God has given you. That's what success really is. Success, I'm not saying you got to be the best in the whole world, but I am saying when you do your best. See, I'm not talking about beating anybody. I'm talking about being #1 with the most important person on earth, that is you. When you can look in that mirror every night and say, boy, today I gave it my best shot. I did my best. You're going to find that that is more than good enough to accomplish some incredible objectives in life. I'm talking about using the ability which you have. What do you do when you encounter difficulty? Well, there are a lot of difficulties. Some of what we call the fender benders of life. Now, what's a fender bender? Well, you know, maybe the electricity did go off as it did in West Texas this afternoon. And incidentally, just as a matter of interest, one young man had interviews. He was heading for the airport. He said the go lights, he didn't call them go lights, but he said the traffic lights were off and it was chaos. You see, when you identify them as go lights, you literally are telling the truth. You know what happens when the lights go off and there's no patrolman there to direct the traffic. So if somebody ever asks you direction, don't tell them to go down to the 3rd stoplight. Tell them to go down to the 3rd go light and make the turn. And you can't say it with a straight face, guarantee it. And the instant you say go light, then your mind is back on this recording and it really will trigger the 2nd thought and the 3rd thought and the 4th thought, because the mind is an associating machine. When you have those little fender benders, my good friend Cleve McClary, who lives over in South Carolina, a genuine American hero, he takes what he calls the FIDO approach, F-I-D-O. If it's just a fender bender in life, you forget it and drive on.
There's some things that are not worth making a big deal about. Heard about a fellow that went in a restaurant, ordered some soup. The waiter brought it out, and the guy looked at the waiter and he said, "I can't eat this soup." He said, "I'll get the manager." The manager came over, and he said to the manager, "I can't eat this soup." And the manager said, "I'll get the chef." The chef came out, and the guy said, "I can't eat this soup." And the chef said, "What's the problem?" He said, "I don't have a spoon." Wasn't a big deal, but until he identified what the problem was, he really couldn't eat that soup, could he? Now, first of all, when you kind of are a little down, maybe you got a case of the blahs. Well, you know, blahs are seldom fatal, but you're just not feeling 187%. So if somebody asks how you doing and you don't really feel like the other and want to get out of that situation, you see, what you do is when they say, "How you doing?" you can say, "Well, not real good at the moment, but at 3:30 this afternoon, man, I'm going to be great." And they say, "Well, what's going to happen at 3:30? "Well, I'm going to feel great." Now, wait a minute, let me get this straight. You don't feel good now, but at 3:30 you're going to feel good? Absolutely. What if you're going to feel good at 3:30? Why don't you go ahead and feel good now? Absolutely not. I've worked hard for this misery. Nobody's going to talk me out of it. I'm entitled to it. You might as well forget it. I'm going to feel bad until then I'm going to feel good. That's silly. Why are you going to wait till 3:30? Well, all right, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll move it up to 3 o'clock, but not another minute sooner. Now you might say, "Well, that's silly." Of course it is. And that's why it's funny. When you start laughing, my friends, there go the blahs. That'll get you out of those cases, absolutely guaranteed. Now, the next thing you want to do, you want to look at how you can utilize your time more effectively. Now, we talk a whole lot about that in the goals series in this, and goals are important because it's been rightly said, if you don't plan your future, it's a pretty good indication you're not interested in it. If we just wait for the future to happen to let it unfold, then I'm here to tell you it's not going to unfold in the best possible way. How do you maintain that right attitude? Well, one of the things you do is you take advantage of what I call twofers. Now, what's a twofer? A twofer is getting that college education while you're in automobile university. That's in your car. As you're riding along, and the average American will spend over 10 hours a week in his automobile, you can learn an awful lot of things. In other words, you don't just sit there to get there. On the way, you get a very powerful message, and I will give you a specific example in a few minutes that will make a difference. Listen in your car. You take something to read anytime you go to get in any kind of line. When I head for the airport, I've got a book, a small paperback, or a pamphlet, or something I'm very interested in. In case I have to get in a line, I'm not just going to stand there and stew or sit there and wait. I'm going to be doing something while I'm there. As a matter of fact, when I get on the airplane to go somewhere, I'm a total workaholic. Because when I get home, then I want to have time to do some of the things I enjoy doing. And so I do a lot of twofers. Now, I'm a football fan. Really, I'm a Cowboy fan. I don't know a lot about football. As I said in an earlier recording, the only thing I really know about football is that when the official calls a foul on the Cowboys, he is wrong. Okay. Now, when I am watching the Cowboys, though, I'm always in twofers. I either have my whole family around me and we're having a wonderful time being together, or if I happen to be watching it by myself, the average play in professional football lasts less than 6 seconds. That's right. They have 120 plays in a game. That's between 600 and 700 seconds. That's between 10 and 12 minutes. Now, it takes 3 hours. So during that other 2 hours and 50 minutes, I will average reading well over 100 pages. Or I will put together an outline. And I don't miss any part of the game itself. If I happen to be glancing down when a play starts, I'll catch it on the replay, because I guarantee you, if anything happens, you're going to have a replay. That's a twofer that I use. Now, one of the twofers, or one of the things you can do to save a whole lot of time, is promise yourself that you will get rid of your channel changer. 70% of the time we watch television, we have no interest whatever in what we're seeing. And we're channel hopping, and 2 hours later, you can't even remember what you were watching in the first place. Get the TV guide out. You'll be amazed at how much time that'll save you. And make your choices, and then say, I'm going to watch this. Turn into that channel, and you get through watching it, turn it off. Does that require discipline? Yep. You see, it's a choice that we make. And that choice is a very important one. Get rid of the channel changer. What you need to do is you definitely need to know what you're watching and why you're watching it. You need to do a lot of reading. That's one of the things you can do for growing. A lot of people say, well, I do not have a college education. Here's some interesting information. If you're an average reader and you read 30 minutes a day, now that's not all the time in the world. If you read 30 minutes a day, in your lifetime, you will have read, ladies and gentlemen, over 1,000 books. That's the equivalent of going through college 5 times. Now, you won't have the degree, but you'll have the knowledge. One of the things I like to emphasize is what you do off the job determines how far you go on the job. How do you utilize that time otherwise? Now, you think about the importance of structuring it, and think about what my daughter was saying when she said she uses the performance planner to keep everything up to date. In 2 areas of your life, your health, now there are 168 hours in a week, your health and earning a living requires roughly 120 of those 168 hours a week. Now, there's 7 nights in the week. If you sleep 8 hours, there goes 56 of them. If you eat only 2 hours, there goes another 14 of them. There goes 70 hours right there taking care of your health. If you're doing exercising at all, add a couple of 3 hours to that. Now, if you work 40 hours a week, 8 hours a day, I can guarantee you your preparation and drive time to get there, your de-preparation and all to come back home, the reading and other things you do outside of the job, I'll guarantee you your 40-hour week means at least 50, maybe 60 hours a week. Now you subtract that from the 168, and that says if you're going to have family time, exercise time, recreation time, if you're going to have personal growth time, hey, you got to get that time organized. That's why I keep saying, keep listening, because motivation is the spark that lights the fire of knowledge. It fuels the engine of accomplishment, and it maximizes and maintains momentum. That's what motivation really does. To motivate is to pull out or to draw out. As I said earlier, why did you get so much more done on the day before vacation than you do on a normal day? First of all, you had planned the day. Second, you were excited about doing it. Third, you accepted the responsibility for being there and performing. Fourth, you were disciplined to stay right with the task. Fifth, you decisively moved from one task to another. Bottom line is you got an awful lot more done. You were excited about doing it. But in order to maintain the excitement, psychologist Chad Hibstetter says this: you can't change from a negative mindset to a positive mindset without changing from negative talking to positive talking. To do that, you must change the input from negative to positive. You see, your input does influence your outlook. Your outlook does influence your output. Your output does determine what your future is going to be. Got a letter, 5-page letter from Stephen Payne from Bartlesville, Oklahoma. Finished high school, age 23. He enrolled in Automobile University. He now speaks Spanish, French, and Italian fluently. He translates for his company in Spanish and French. He's taken up German and Japanese. He's now also going into Latin, and later he says he's going to learn his own Cherokee language. But let me tell you a bit more about him. He tried to commit suicide. He had a full tank of gas. He lay down outside the car, in the garage, underneath the exhaust pipe, according to what he said. A 17-year-old boy who was a friend of his son couldn't get anybody to come to the door, called his mother, they came to him, and they said he realized when his life was saved that maybe it was for a purpose. Now, what he does is a lot of this positive self-talk. Some of the things he's saying is, I forgive everyone, everything, and especially myself. So I live fully and joyfully in the present moment. Second, he's utilizing Automobile University to the fullest. He listened, and a lot of this got started when he started listening to our series on goals that is part of your series. He said the thing that made the difference, though, was when he watched our video entitled Changing the Picture, and he got a clear idea.
of what he was going to look like. He set another goal to weigh 155 pounds. And before he ever takes a bite to eat, he always asks himself a question: would a skinny person eat this? And it's amazing what that will do. Now, let me tell you why he tried to commit suicide. He'd lost hope. That's when people want to end it all. There's no hope. Now, when hope was born again with the fact that he was saved, and he said, well, I do have a purpose, then he recognized that he needed to feed that encouragement in there in order to maintain the hope. What does this philosophy really do in life? Got a letter on January 30th, 1995, from a gentleman down in Tampa, Florida. His name is Alan Sowell. It's a lengthy letter, but because it talks about all the things that we believe are important. How can you really be happy, healthy, prosperous, and so forth? Can you really get all the things money, or more of the things money will buy, and all of the things that money won't buy? Forgive me, but as you listen to this tape, you'll know why I've said so many times, listen, listen again and again and again. When you can finish the sentence that I'm starting to say, that means you're now talking to yourself. And the most important conversation you'll ever have is a conversation you will have with yourself. He said, I saw you in Dallas on March 31st, 1994. That was a success seminar. I listened to what you said about the real estate agent, which I mentioned earlier, whose income went up 500%, and who used to be late for everything and hasn't been late since he started using the affirmation card saying, I'm always prompt. Fascinating. I don't know why I listened so intently, because I really didn't have that problem. I began reading the daily affirmation that was in our packet. I read The Power of Positive Thinking. I've since read Over the Top twice, and am working on my third time. I've also read 4 other books, and I had not read a single book in the last 2 years. Motivation is what really got him started. In November, I bought your tapes on staying motivated, and have listened to them at least 10 times, and I plan on coming to Born to Win in February. There were some immediate and drastic changes. I began to come home on time. The kids, I have 3, began to run to greet me instead of playing hide and seek and making me find them. My wife has even started to walk out and greet me. The kids asked me to start getting them up so that they could eat breakfast with me before I leave in the mornings. Michelle started getting up earlier, his wife, and started having breakfast with us. These have been the best blessings, and they were unexpected. Michelle's support and encouragement has grown tenfold and is still growing. We set aside a day at the beginning of the year to identify family goals. It's a great meeting. We meet once a week to talk about our weekly goals. He said, my faith has improved dramatically. I weighed 230 pounds when I saw you in Dallas. I now weigh 195. I drank 5 cups of coffee a day. Now I drink a half or none each day. I had 1 or 2 candy bars and Cokes a day. Now I have none. I used to get 2 breakfast sandwiches at McDonald's. Now I have cereal at home. I used to eat lunch out 3 to 5 times a week. Now I take my lunch. As a side note, it's important that you maintain it and don't make the exceptions. I talk about that in another recording. I'd always wanted to be comfortable in speaking to a group. For 4 years, he'd planned to get in Toastmasters. He finally did it when he was motivated to do it. Results have been spectacular. I'd been trying to get in a regular exercise program for 9 years. Before that, I'd run 12 miles a week, but changing jobs, I allowed myself to get out of the habit with the excuse that it was not convenient. In those 9 years, I'd gained 30 pounds and 4 inches on my waist. After hearing you, I started getting up an hour earlier. I tried this at least 25 times in the past, and I always reset my alarm. Now I get up when my opportunity clock goes off. I read Over the Top for 15 minutes, review my goals for 15 minutes, and exercise for 20 minutes. I started off with 5 push-ups and 20 sit-ups and stretches. I'm now up to 3 set-ups of 17 push-ups, 3 sets of 50 sit-ups, and my lower back hasn't felt this good since I was a teenager. I feel better, and everybody tells me I look better. My wife even told me I look sexy, and she had never told me that before. Boy, you can bet that makes me feel good. Now, I read that simply because you've already got the set of tapes, and all I'm saying is use them, use them, use them. You see, when he changed, the wife and kids changed. That's the way you change other people. You change, they change. And if they don't change, you learn to accept and understand them. That's important. Yes, with the motivation, you need instruction also. I was a playground gladiator when I was a youngster. I used to fight everything that moved. I didn't care how big they were, or I'm embarrassed to say how little they were. If I couldn't settle the argument in 10 seconds or less, I'd just bust them one. I mean, that was the way I was. Now, a Mexican boy broke me of that habit. I've never been as glad to see a school teacher in my life. I mean, it took her all day to get there. But in my own defense, I will tell you this, I scared the poor guy half to death. I mean, he thought he'd kill me. He really did. Now, other than that, though, I was very successful on the playground. So at 7th grade, I decided I was going to go out for the boxing team. Weighed every bit of 82.5 pounds. I knew I was going to do good in that boxing ring. Well, they had me sparring with a youngster who was 62.5 pounds. I felt so sorry for him. I knew this was going to be murder. Now, what I didn't realize was he'd been out for the boxing team for the last 2 years. The bell sounded. We started round 1. It took him nearly 3.5 seconds before he quickly learned that the shortest distance to the end of my nose was a straight jab with his left. And it took him another 3 seconds before he rediscovered that. I'll tell you, I thought that kid had a bad memory because he kept doing the same thing over and over and over. Well, before that round was over, I'd already decided that I was far too busy to go out for the boxing team. Now, let me emphasize a point. When I stepped in the ring, I was optimistic, I was confident, I was enthusiastic, I was motivated, and I was getting killed. Now, what am I saying? I'm saying that you can be motivated, but if you don't go to your golf pro and learn how to handle the swing, you're still going to have a lousy golf game. I'm here to tell you that that doctor can be excited and enthused and motivated, but unless he goes to medical school, I don't want him working on anything inside of me or outside of me, either one. Now, the coach that day mercifully called an end to the match after 1 round. And then he started teaching me a little something about defense. By the 3rd day, I was able to keep from getting hit so much. By the end of 2 weeks, I was able to become the hit-or instead of the hit-ee. And I quickly discovered that has a lot of benefits and advantages. And by the end of the season, because of my extra weight, I was able to do better than just good. My point is, yes, motivation is important, but the thing I really want to emphasize is the motivation ought to lead to the education and the training. That's the point I'm making. If you're going to stay motivated, you need to develop a sense of humor. There's a little book called Anguished English. I encourage you to get it. It is the funniest thing I have encountered in, I don't know when. I got 1 and 2 now. Read it. It is absolutely hilarious. Reader's Digest is one of my favorite sources. I love the story of this lady that was in this college town. She called her friend's son. She'd been asked to do that. And she got his voice machine. And the voice machine said, if it's a telephone company calling, the check is in the mail. If it's the Student Loan Association, you should have made the loan bigger. If it's Mom, I am dead broke, send me some money quick. If it's a girl, don't worry about money, I've got plenty of it. Now, that's Well, why is humor so important? Researchers have found a connection between humor and family strength. Humorous remarks, family jokes, and a playful attitude were characteristics of a strong family and found to be lacking in weaker families. University of Michigan study concluded that people with a good sense of humor tend to be more creative, emotionally stable, realistic, and self-confident. John Maxwell says a person who can laugh at life, laugh at himself, will have less stress in life. If you have a good sense of humor, you'll climb the ladder of success much faster. You build better relationships that help to generate team spirit. I want to emphasize that when you're telling jokes, or if you're listening to jokes, be very careful. No racist jokes. No sexist jokes. Don't tell a joke. Don't start the joke that you cannot finish regardless of who is walking into the room. Filthy, violent language is just simply out of order. Humor, good, clean humor, is really one of the most uplifting things you can find. I love this letter sent out by Dr. Charles Allen under the guise of having had an incident happen, and it was a fundraising letter. And this gentleman had allegedly written him back and said, "In reply to your request to send a check, I wish to inform you that the present condition of my bank account makes it almost impossible. My shattered financial condition is due to federal laws, state laws, county laws, corporation laws, in-laws, and outlaws. Through these taxes, I'm compelled to pay a business tax, amusement tax, head tax, school tax, gas tax, light tax, water tax, sale tax, and even my brains are taxed. I'm required to get a business license, dog license, and marriage license while contributing to every organization or society which the genius of man is capable of bringing to light. Comic relief, unemployment relief, every hospital and charitable institution in the city, including the Red Cross, the Black Cross, the Purple Cross, and the Double Cross. For my own safety, I'm required to carry life insurance, property insurance, liability insurance, burglary insurance, accident insurance, business insurance, earthquake insurance, tornado insurance, unemployment insurance, and fire insurance. I'm inspected, expected, disrespected, rejected, dejected, examined, re-examined, informed, reformed, summoned, fined, commended, compelled, until I provide an inexhaustible supply of money for every known deed, desire, and hope of the human race. And if I refuse to donate something or other, I'm boycotted, talked about, lied about, held up, held down, robbed until I am ruined. I can tell you honestly that until the unexpected happened, I could not enclose this check. The wolf that comes to so many doors nowadays fortunately came to ours and just had pups in the kitchen. I've sold them, and here's the money." A sense of humor helps. I was coming in on a plane once, and more than once, and the flight attendant gets on the intercom and says, "We are now making our final approach." Scared the wits out of me. I told her, I said, "Quick, go tell the captain to make his next to final approach. I've got some things I really want to get done." Want to maintain that upbeat attitude? Take care of your health. Interesting enough, get enough sleep is first on the list. When you burn the candle at both ends, it really inhibits that creativeness in your life. You're more prone to mistakes. You're not producing more. You simply are producing a different quality of work. Now, there's a difference between the workaholic and the peak performer. The workaholic works from fear and or greed. It's easy to invest more hours in a job that you already enjoy and do well than it is to go on home and maybe face a rebellious child that you do not want to deal with. Now, a peak performer works because of the love of what they're doing, and they love to provide for their families. Now, sleep deprivation has caused a lot of mistakes. We now know that the nuclear disaster at 3 Mile Island was at least partially caused by people in important positions not having had enough sleep and make critical mistakes because they did not have that trigger-sharp mind to handle the situation. Chernobyl, beyond any doubt, was largely because of a lack of sleep. The Challenger disaster, it is suspected, was at least partially because key people did not have the sharpness to make that critical split-second decision that could have made a difference. Without enough sleep, your energy level goes down. You're also more likely to become addicted to not only prescription drugs, but the illegal drugs as well. See, the brain produces certain chemicals, and it can only do that during sleep. You don't get enough sleep, it doesn't produce enough of those chemicals. The body demands balance, and that's when it happens. Your energy level goes down. Number 2, eat sensibly and exercise regularly. Believe me, it does not take time. It will generate more time for you. And then you avoid the poisons, mainly tobacco and alcohol. There's been a lot of discussion about the fact that a drink a day will, cut down on your heart attack and so forth, and you'll have less heart trouble. But the reality is that if you take 1 drink a day, chances are so good that you're going to take the second one, and then the third one later, and then the fourth one. When you factor it all together, those people, if we were to take 100 people that do not drink and say to the 100, start with a drink a day. The other 100, we would say, don't ever take a drink. The 100 who never took a drink would definitely have a longer lifespan.
A lot of people say, well, you know, it relaxes me, it sharpens me up. Now, obviously, you don't believe it sharpens you up. If you do believe that, would you insist that your surgeon have a little nip before he opens you up just before major surgery? I don't think so. I've met a lot of people in my lifetime, I really have. Thus far, I have never met a single human being who says, you know, I got to tell you right now, alcohol changed my life for the better. Not even once has that ever happened. I have seen the tragedy that happens when we do drink. And hear this. Many people become alcoholics with the first drink. I've read countless stories of people 55, 60 years old who took the first drink, and that lit the fire, and they immediately started drinking excessive amounts. We can tell you 1 out of 9 to 1 out of 11 who take a social drink will end up with a drinking problem. Now, you've noticed throughout the series, I talk a lot about moral absolutes. A lot of people talk about relative this and relative that. And, you know, there really is no such thing. When you get to absolutes, I believe there are many that are absolute, not relatively. I just got back in from Tampa where I was in a golf tournament over there. When I got home, you know, that red-headed wife of mine didn't ask me if I was relatively faithful to her. As a matter of fact, if I were relatively faithful to her, I'd be in big trouble. It wouldn't be relative trouble. It would be big trouble. There are some absolutes in life. I want you to think with me, all great failures are moral failures. Think about it. What would have been the end result of history without that little character flaw of Richard Nixon, or Spyro Agnew, or Jim Wright, or Bob Packwood, or Mike Espy, or Pete Rose, or Gary Hart, or Jimmy Swaggart, or Jimmy Baker? You see, there are some absolutes. All great failures are character failures. Check the records. As you know, one of the things I'm most grateful for is I have the privilege of serving on the National Board of Advisors for the Boy Scouts of America. The Harris poll was just completed a few months ago. Here's what they found. Kids that served 5 years in the Scouts, 98% of them finished high school. What do they teach in the Scouts? On my honor, I will do my best. 40% of them finished college, as versus 16% of the general population. 33% have incomes of over $50,000 a year versus 17% of the general population. 70% of those kids who stay in scouting 5 years end up in who's who. 72% of the Rhodes Scholars were in Boy Scouts, and 94% of them said as adults that the character development they experienced when they were in the Scouts made a big difference in their character and values in their life. The good guys and the good gals really do win. So where does that bring us today? What are opportunities in America today? Well, the choice is pretty much yours. Opportunity is either now, here, or nowhere. It depends on your attitude. The same amount of letters, but they come out with an entirely different result. Opportunity really is now, here, or it is nowhere. And the choice is up to you. Again and again and again, 80% of all the millionaires in America are first-generation millionaires. Again, immigrants are 4 times as likely to become millionaires in America as are the people who are born here, simply because they come and participate in the great dream. You might say, but Zig, now man, I've worked hard all my life. I've got those qualities. Nothing has happened. Let me tell you a story. Some of you recognize the name Jeff Hostetler. Jeff Hostetler is the starting quarterback for the Oakland Raiders. They're now back in Oakland. But he was the quarterback who, I'm here to tell you, the first 4 years he was in the league, he only had 68 passes that he threw in regular season games. At the end of 7 years, he had thrown under 200 passes. That's not exactly a very busy quarterback, because a quarterback generally throws 30 to 50 passes in one game, and after 7 years, 200 passes. He played for the New York Giants. He was the backup to Phil Simms.
as most of us know who are football fans, when the New York Giants won that Super Bowl, that World Championship, along the way, I think it was in about the 11th game, Phil Simms went down. And the coach turned over to Jeff Hostetler and he said, "Okay, Jeff, it is your turn." Jeff Hostetler picked up his helmet, he ran out on the field, he led the team to victory in that game, led them to the Super Bowl, led them to the World Championship. Now, what would have happened when the coach said, "It's your turn, Jeff," had he said, "Wait a minute, coach, you got to get ready"? You see, there are a lot of people, maybe if tomorrow when you show up for work, if you're coming to work to say to you, "Okay, it is your turn, we're moving you up," would you be able to say, "I've worked for this all of my life, I'm ready"? Or would you have to say, "Wait a minute, I got to get ready"? What was Jeff Hostetler doing during those 7 years? I can tell you he lifted literally tons and tons of weights, ran thousands of wind sprints, jogged hour after hour developing that endurance. He threw thousands of passes through a moving target or at a moving target. He was at every practice session, every training camp. He was a team player, supportive of his team. He was in on all of the offensive and defensive things. He was learning everything he could. And when the coach said, "It's your turn, Jeff," he was ready. That's what I'm really talking about, getting ready. Since 1989, according to the Wall Street Journal, 15 million new businesses have started. Over half of them by women. They had some things in common. One, they had the great financial need. Two, they had virtually no skills. Three, they had no money. Virtually all of them started what we call a trust business, meaning you give me the money, then I'll do the work, or I will deliver the goods. There have been few, if any, prosecutions of these women who did not deliver the goods. They had a great need for money, maybe because of a divorce, a husband walked out on them, maybe because of the downsizing or whatever, but they had a great need, and instead of saying, "Poor little me," they rolled up their sleeves and said, "Hey, here's an opportunity for me to do something I have always wanted me to do." They had gotten ready for it, is what I am talking about. You know, it is said that when Cicero spoke, the crowds would stand and cheer. When Demosthenes would speak, the crowds stood and marched. When the call comes for you to march toward the opportunity, toward getting the things in life that you really want, will you be ready, or will you have to say, "Wait a minute"? In an earlier session, I showed you a little diagram. I put this overhead, which is inside of your set of tapes, showing what allegedly appears to be the 16 squares. Then I pointed out that there were not 16 squares there, but in reality, when you look at all of them, there are 30 squares. But the reality is, when you really look at all of them and look at what you cannot see, there are literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of squares in it. It's infinity, really. And I think a lot about people. What you see is not necessarily always what is there. Deep down inside, there is that incredible reserve. Motivate us to pull out and draw it. We've been talking about developing the qualities of success. You've already got the seeds. We now need to develop them. I'm going to conclude this tape by simply sharing with you what I shared with you earlier. And that is, I'm going to share with you what the top really is. This time, you probably wonder why I'm repeating it. This time, I'm putting it in the first person present tense. And when I put my name in it, that's where you want to put your name in it. This comes in your set of tapes, so you will have it there and you can do exactly that. I, Zig Ziglar, am at the top because I understand that failure is an event, not a person. That yesterday ended last night, and today is my brand new day. I'm at the top because I've made friends with my past, am focused on the present, and optimistic about my future. I am at the top because I know that success, a win, doesn't make me, and failure, a loss, doesn't break me. I am at the top because I am filled with faith, hope, and love, and live without anger, greed, guilt, envy, or thoughts of revenge. I, Zig Ziglar, am at the top because I am mature enough to delay gratification and shift my focus from my rights to my responsibilities. I am at the top because I know that failure to stand for what is morally right is the prelude to being the victim of what is criminally wrong. I am at the top because I am secure in who I am, so I am at peace with God and in fellowship with man. I am at the top because I have made friends of my adversaries and have gained the love and respect of those who know me best. I, Zig Ziglar, am at the top because I understand that others can give me pleasure, but genuine happiness comes when I do for others. At the top because I am pleasant to the grouch, courteous to the rude, and generous to the needy. I am at the top because I love the unlovable, give hope to the hopeless, friendship to the friendless, and encouragement to the discouraged. I am at the top because I look back in forgiveness, forward in hope, down in compassion, and up with gratitude. I am at the top because I know that he who would be the greatest among you must become the servant of all. I am at the top because I recognize, confess, develop, and use my God-given physical, mental, and spiritual abilities to the glory of God and for the benefit of mankind. I, Zig Ziglar, will be over the top when I stand in front of the Creator of the universe and he says to me, "Well done, thou good and faithful servant." I encourage you to take these one at a time. Make it a weekly objective. Read it, memorize it, keep it in front of you, claim it, and you'll be astonished at what will happen to you, your life, your family, your friends, and the people who know you. By the ideas we've talked about. Follow through on these procedures, because if you do, I can close as I always close all my recordings by saying, you do these things and I will see you, and yes, I really do mean you. Not just at the top. Hey, I'm going to see you over the top. Thank you, and God bless you for being here. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm Zig Ziglar, and I'm back in the studio. I hope you've enjoyed these first 6 recordings you've been listening to. More importantly, I hope you've already started doing the things we've suggested. I especially hope you're claiming those qualities and following the advice we've given you concerning the card which includes those qualities of success. As a matter of fact, I hope you're following all of the procedures that we've suggested. I also encourage you to do one of 2 things. First, if you complete the How to Stay Motivated series, which includes not only these first 6 recordings, but also include Changing the Picture, which is another 6-tape series, and the Goals program, which follows that, which also is a 6-tape series. I encourage you not only to add those to your library in case you don't already have them, but immediately to start listening to and following each of those with all the other suggestions we make. Now let me say it clearly. If you do not have the other 2 sets, I encourage you to acquire them as quickly as possible. But in the meantime, start listening to this series over and over and over. The reason is very simple. Repetition really is the mother of learning. That makes it the father of action. That really does mean it's the architect of accomplishment. Now, this might seem strange, but benefits will continue to accrue each time you listen, even after you have mastered every single point and procedure and are following all of the suggestions. Now, the reason is threefold. First, you're reminded, and as many people say, we don't need to be told, but we do need to be reminded. Second, as I state in this series, you're energized physiologically every time you listen to these tapes. And third, you're in a growth process. By that I simply mean that you are learning and growing and developing each time you listen to the series. Each time you do this, that moves you to a slightly higher level. And from this higher level, you not only will hear things differently, but you will act on them in a different way. So again, let me say it. Listen over and over and over, because if you do, I can close this first series in the How to Stay Motivated series by saying, do these things, and I really will see you. And yes, I do mean you at the top.
Please remember, the message you just heard is copyrighted material, and reproduction in any form is prohibited by law and prevented by your integrity. The Zig Ziglar Corporation is the recognized leader in goals achievement, with over 2 decades of experience in helping people get from where they are to where they want to be. For more information about the Zig Ziglar Corporation products and services, call 1-800-527-0306 or 214-233-9191. Now to invest in your future.